Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting Keep moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thornmail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thornmail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. Yeah, my son, smite them all.
Gamers young and old, today we welcome a new champion into the ring. That's right, the boss is in the building.
There's only one boss in this building, and that's Rizzlin Bizzlin. If you want the title, you gotta go through me, baby. Normally, when you step into the caster booth, you're going against the average play-by-play. Me, I'm a genetic monstrosity. The salt and pepper beard ain't normal. Step up to me, and I guarantee I will take down anyone, anytime, anywhere. That's a Rizzlin Bizzlin promise.
Thanks, Joel. Let's go. LCS starts right now! and welcome to week 2 of the 2020 Spring Split. Last week we had our fair share of surprises, and we'll see who will rise and fall with our matches today. 100 Thieves and Counterlogic Gaming were prepping for Game 1, and our new LCS Arcade exists. If you come on by the LCS studios, play some video games, watch people play video games.
I haven't been in there yet.
See Kobe do this thing.
This is how you play video games when you're on a commercial. Beep, boop, 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 boop.
Yeah.
That's probably how you jungle. That's why you don't think it's very good. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the LCS Countdown Saturday edition, where for 30 minutes we flex our knowledge on League's newest champion and sell you on some off-season changes until the timer, way over there, reaches 0, and we jump into Champion Select.
It's
The button, bro.
Right there. There it is.
I remember my first time on the desk.
It's taken me some time to get acclimated. I'm taller than the normal host. So before we get started, let's take a look at how the teams stand after week 1. It's Dignitas, FlyQuest, and Cloud9 coming out on top of week 1 unscathed. 100 Thieves, Evil Geniuses, and Immortals, as well as Team Liquid, all went 1-1, leaving the rest of the squads sadly tied for last. Now, given 1 week of play, I want to test the tea leaves and crystal balls with some over-unders, and so I'm going to ask my esteemed analysts and Prawley, Cloud9, are they going to be better or worse than 1.5th place?
1.5, the classic place we all aim for. I'm going to say they're finishing second, and that's my prediction, so I would say under.
Yeah, I feel like this placement of the over-under is a little bit too easy because it's literally, are they first place?
Yes.
Or any of the other places? I'm just going to take any of the other places. The odds are too good.
I assume the odds also reflect that it's 1 spot versus 9, so hopefully it doesn't pay out 50-50. I'm saying the over. I think based off what I saw in Steve's tweet that came out 2 days ago, Steve Aronstedt, Liquid 112,
Yeah.
It did not sound like Brox is close to coming. It would sound like a very frustrated owner who can't get his star jungler to appear, and we're going to see Surenfire for a little bit. I'm not super convinced that that will be enough to take first place from a Cloud9 who looks like they're jiving right now.
And keep in mind, it's regular season, not like eventual Spring Split playoffs.
Yeah, it's only regular season.
True.
Yeah,
They
regular
were game
season.
1
Okay.
up already. You got a couple more weeks of a better lineup. Maybe TL never catches it, even if they are the better team overall. Next question, though. TSM jungler, 1.5.
Okay, there.
I was thinking like a transition. I was like, let's just say the line.
1.5
Yeah,
junglers.
1.5
again,
TSM,
another
over
half.
or under 1.5 junglers is split.
I mean, all right. So I'm going to say Darduck has not had the longest stay on his previous teams.
TSM doesn't
and
have a great...
TSM also doesn't have a good track record
Yeah,
with
no.
keeping junglers. But I do have faith in this. I think Darduck is here to stay for this Spring Split, at least, right?
So you're saying under. They're staying at 1 jungler.
Saying one jungler.
All right, Mark.
I'm taking the under as well. I think this is like an all-in plan. I think they're done kind of with the rotating roster stuff, as well
Wait,
as...
does it not work or something?
I don't think so. No, didn't seem like it.
Just making sure.
Yeah, I think also, based off what we've seen the team's issues are right now, it just seems like getting on the same page and knowing how they want to close out games, not like, I don't see this becoming a blow-up interpersonal problem.
This is an easy answer.
Easy answer.
Who else are they going to get mid-split? They're not changing
That's not very
junglers.
positive.
Okay?
Anda from
They're not-
EG Academy.
Yeah.
They're not changing junglers. I gotta say, this is gonna be under. It is 1 jungler for TSM, and it's Darduck
It's
for the
Darduck,
split.
the whole split. All right, we'll see how it goes. Final question for all of you. Counterlogic Gaming, 8.5 wins over or under. They're 0-2 right now with 16 to play.
And usually that
is the
would be playoffs or not, right? Like 8 is the line. Usually
Yeah.
you often miss it if you get 8. So I'm going to say under. I actually have such little faith in CLG after the week 1 showing and seeing some of the other teams who I didn't think would be as good also look strong. It was kind of both those things coming for me that makes me think they won't be able to get above 8 wins.
They, to me, okay, had a really, really terrible game and a terrible opening look, but maybe because it was so terrible.
It's just
I'm
week
like,
1. It's 2 games.
It can't be that bad.
But Dig actually looked good. FlyQuest actually looked good like other teams.
Can look good week 1.
Yeah.
That's true, but 8.5 wins is not a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the bar isn't
mean-
that high that you're saying they can't get over here,
It's going
Mark.
8-8 or going 8-8 from here would be under. Going 50-50 from here would be under, right? So you're saying they're
Yeah.
going to go above 50-50
Yeah.
from weeks 2 onwards. We'll see if that happens. Next section, with Rise of the Elements, we saw plenty of changes to the Rift, but one role in particular saw and will continue to see some pretty dramatic shifts to play style. So to guide us through the jungle, Kobe, walk on behind me.
I don't want to interrupt you while you're talking there, my friend.
I appreciate that. Give us a little breakdown.
So Jungle has had a lot of changes, and people have been complaining a whole bunch on social media, in-game. I'm not here to say whether the complaints are right or wrong. Jungle has definitely been in a rough spot. What I am here to try and teach you is some of my experiences over 10 years of jungling, some tips here to evaluate jungle changes so that you can remain efficient when you're judging how to play. Because this is what jungle is all about. It's about time efficiency. So what I did is, these are the new experience values for the camps. And I went in a game as just to get a baseline value of how long it takes to take one of these objectives. Went in as a level 1 Rek'Sai with just Q and Machete. Now, keep in mind that the time that it takes to clear these camps changes based on your champion, on your level, whether you start Machete, Talisman, have AoE, those sorts of things. But this is just to give you a baseline on how to judge how valuable each objective you're going for is, because that's what jungle is all about. It's about efficiency. So right off the bat, you can see that Krugs should have gone down in your power ranking of objectives to do as a jungler. Gromp should have gone way up because they took experience out of Krugs and into Gromp. They didn't change how hard it was to kill those camps at all. So your time investment is going to remain the same no matter what champion you were using previously. And you have to judge those values versus the other things that you can do as a jungler. Junglers are always pulled to so many directions. There's Rift Herald, there's Dragon, there's warding, ganking, counter ganking. Just one objective I've got here for you is lane experience. Now, this number is just 3 melees, 3 ranged, and 1/3 of a cannon. That's going to be the same for the first 15 minutes of the game. So that's usually where you're judging a lot of your jungle pathing. This goes to show how big of an objective for junglers helping your lanes is compared to doing your own jungle camps in the current state of the game. If you can go gank a lane, you burn summoner spells, even if you don't get the kill, if you can get lane priority and your laner is able to get an entire minion wave, that's a bigger reward than doing one of your camps. And so you have to constantly be judging this time investment that you're putting into things like this. Now, as we move forward, there are more changes coming to the jungle, so you constantly have to reevaluate your priorities. Upcoming, they've already released a little bit of spoilers for the patch that's coming next. They're upping some of the flat experience that is on the camps, so keep your eyes on junglers like Karthus that will power farm and can actually take advantage of the shorter respawn timer of these camps because they're going to get more value in them, with, again, not changing how difficult it is to actually take them. And you're going to have to constantly reevaluate your priorities and remain flexible. That is going to do it for us. We're going to take a quick break, and as we return, there will be more LCS Countdown.
Welcome back to LCS Countdown, where we're gearing up for 100 Thieves versus Counter Logic Gaming, and a new contender has entered the ring. And while he can be seen as a relatively straightforward champion, there's more to that beefy brawler Kobe than meets the eye.
Set.
I saw you flexing.
Yeah.
We're really talking about Seth, though.
I think I like this champion because he's really easy to pick up.
He looks like you.
I'll take that. Thank
Shoot
you.
it off and all.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Anyway.
though, I mean, people have talked about this champion a lot. It's been out for a while, so I'm sure everybody already knows the kit. I would like to highlight some special things I think that people overlook when they're examining this champion, because at first glance, it is very simple to play. Some things, on top of really good tanky base stats, he also has a second part to the passive where you gain more health regeneration the lower you are, every 5%, and that contributes a lot to helping people out when you're laning and you're a bad laner like Freak, or you're taking a lot of damage in the jungle. You can stick around, you heal back up extremely quickly, and especially at key moments when you are really low because of the increase the lower that you are, that combined with a surprise shield on the W with a very low cooldown can lead to a lot of surprise kills for people I've seen getting really upset with Set, like, oh, he's OP. Well, I feel like you're not reading the champion and you're not understanding what the champion does, and a lot of people are getting baited into kills.
I mean, I think that's a bigger part for the people playing against Set than playing as, is watch out with his W cooldown, try and track it. It does get pretty low, so it can be hard, but as you get closer to killing him, he takes more damage, that grit bar that's building up, you're gonna see a big shield, so be ready for that.
Probably, are we gonna see Seth this weekend?
No, we are definitely going to be seeing Seth this weekend.
Yes, exactly what I expected.
I meant to say the yes part. But yeah, when it was being shown in LEC, I definitely thought when this champion came out, this is going to be a problem for a while. I think as time goes on, people are going to learn how to play against it. It's not going to be a big problem. But right now, all the things you just said, all the hidden power in the champion, I think that's going to disrupt pro play for sure.
Down the line, everyone agree?
I think he's definitely going to be played. I like looking at the enemy composition before you choose him, though. Oftentimes people talk about not wanting to blind pick for your lane matchup, but also for the team comp. If you're looking down a lot of stuff that's going to kite you, that is the biggest thing that Set has to worry about. So you want to see some sort of tank or front line on the enemy team that you can ult into the back line and create that big AoE that you're looking for.
Listen, we have some smart analysts on this desk. I love them, and they're totally right with everything they just said, but they're forgetting one thing. We're in North America. We are so bad about picking up new champions, especially top laners. Aatrox, no one played that during Rift Rivals. We got obliterated by it. We have Pantheon. Pantheon is so high priority week one around the world. We have one out of 10 games, it was picked or banned.
That was like for a few days with Aatrox.
Yeah, and it's going to be a few days with Set, Kobe.
Also, Set is the simplest champion that we have
I think
released.
That's a big part.
It's so,
It's
so simple. I can beat you with it.
Listen. Hey, gentlemen. All right, you guys clearly have some words that you need to settle. You want to just hash it out in the riff?
Let's go.
I'll beat you.
All right.
I'll stomp you out, show
Set
you.
1v1.
Set 1v1.
Actually.
So this is where I say get ready. Get set.
Oh, no.
Yikes. Oh, so they're so Set is very simple, but there is one cool thing. Mark, do you want to resume?
Yeah, sure.
There is one cool thing that you can actually do with Set to try and surprise your enemies. And this is the only surprise thing that I have actually been able to pull off, and that is W, but then flashing to move
no.
it. Because you can actually flash to move the big payload.
All right, great. Now that you've burned your flash, let's fight.
Wait, burn yours!
No,
Mark, it's not
no,
fair.
come over here.
Okay. Oh! I'm gonna all you, baby!
All right.
Yeah!
Where's those some minions? I need minions to stun you. Oh.
I got the cannon!
We're not
I'm going for
with
the
the
cannon!
scam, clearly.
Hey,
It's so easy to sidestep. No one's going to play him.
They're doing so much damage.
I'm gonna get my stun! Boom!
No.
My health regen
I don't
is
think we
pretty
can
good,
kill
Mark.
each other.
Mark, how's your health regen going?
I'm
Feels
winning,
pretty
I
good.
think. No. Wait, come out.
All right,
No,
all right.
use your
So,
turn.
Boom!
You know, a whole bunch of changes happened in the last few months. You know, it might be hard to keep up with everything that's
kill each
happened.
other.
Nice try, buddy!
If you want to come join me, you know, new teams, new champions, new stuff happen. We're ready to provide some LCS sellouts.
Come here.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh, hi, Freak.
What you got for me today?
Today we are selling a membership card to the FlyQuest fandom. It is the perfect time to buy. They've just finished rebranding. They did keep the beautiful emerald and gold logo that they've had for a long time now, but their jerseys are embroidered with roses to evoke their Go Green initiative. And in a league full of evil and people trying to get the leg up on each other, just go for the likable guys who have the right morality.
The right morality. Now, is this a good year-round investment?
It's really best to get in now. You know, Valentine's Day is coming up. The flowers would be a great gift for a significant other. It's really not gonna last. Flowers wilt, you know, so get in while the getting's good.
You know what, fair point. Stock, limited, running fast. Get your orders in. Hey, Kobe, how's it going?
Hey, Freak. Jungle Changes got you down?
I'm in a little bit.
I know there's a lot of pros to choose from in the North American LCS, but could I interest you in a Team Liquid Broxa? Now, he smites, he ganks, he smashes. It's only available for pre-order right now, but if you put money down, I will throw in a free Schernfire
A free Schernfire.
for a few weeks.
Okay, is that worth it though, the free Schernfire?
Guaranteed to get you a win over TSM at the very least.
You know, Kobe, that is a great idea. A Broxy Schernfire 2-for-1 deal. Call us up, maybe buy some stock. Hey, Jad, how you doing?
Hi, Freak. Are you tired of hearing people complain about gold and experience loss in the jungle?
You know, I am a bit.
I have just the thing for you then. It's Ivern, because gold and experience doesn't really matter that much on this champion.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, all you have to do is build support items, you press E, you press R on the opponent. You don't have to carry because Ivern just gets carried.
Wow, is there a catch?
I mean, the only catch is some people would say it's not fun, but I have a question for you. Do you have fun winning?
I do have fun winning.
Then
Jad.
Ivern's for you.
Ivern's for all of us. Let up those phones. Call now. Welcome back to LCS Countdown, where Game 1 is just moments away from kicking off. And that first matchup is a clash between Counterlogic Gaming and 100 Thieves. Thank you, Kobe. Dignitas, of course, looking to keep their streak alive versus Team Liquid after that. And then 2 more LCS matches before we close things out with Cloud9 Academy versus Immortals Academy. So CLG versus 100 Thieves, Game 1. We've got 2 teams looking to improve on their Week 1 performances. 100 Thieves is all about cleaning up that rough early game that plagued their season start.
Yeah, in particular, Meteos had borne the brunt of a lot of the problems in the early game, especially the first game. Not really specifically his fault, just hard targeted with some early invades, but that did set them behind a lot, and that obviously has spillover effects on laners who can't play as aggressively because their junglers underleveled, stuff like that. So they had a really rough start in both their games, and I'm hoping that they can kind of fix that.
Yeah, I am a little bit worried about 100 Thieves mid as well for Ryoma.
Yeah.
So I'm not quite sure how their mid-jungle synergy is going to work out for some of the tougher competition.
That's the thing, though, is most of the competition in the LCS mid laners has gotten pretty tough. You know, Crown's really good. He also has to play Niski this week. Bjergsen, PoE. There's just tons of great mid laners in the league.
We've got a great analyst here, probably.
Yeah.
Speaking of someone who every mid laner is better than you on stage, how do you go around that?
That's not true. Well, I think all these mid laners took a lot of inspiration from watching me play. So I'm really happy about that. Well, it was the style and heart I had.
Oh, okay.
Because we all know heart's the most important in a competitive game. And yeah, I think mid lane in NA has been growing a lot. Maybe not necessarily NA talent growing in mid lane, but I think overall the skill level of mid has been going up in NA. And I think, yeah, Ryoma trying to make a statement is going to be pretty hard to find his footing amongst the top 5 NA mids are pretty strong right now.
Well, of course, on the CLG side, they've come out of the offseason. They were focusing on team communication, but so far with week 1, we have not seen team communication be the strong point.
Let's not overreact, guys. All right, let's not overreact for week 1.
I overreacted already in the over-unders.
A couple of the moments in the CLG's first week were not great. I think communication broke down a bit. I think some of the plays were not quite on the same page of being aggressive. So I think it'll get better, though.
Yeah, it's actually very clear when you look at the game, the coordination is just not there. So you don't have to be in team comms to see some of the mistakes here. Like, I don't know what happened here, but quickly flashes into this play. Maybe Ruin was calling, hey, I'm on the way for that game, but they misjudged the timing completely. And then they had a composition that had a lot of engage, but very frequently they would have Smoothie on Leona going in and the rest of the team either not in place to deal damage behind the engage or actually going the opposite direction.
Right, and that's such a huge concern considering they were hyping up when a couple of people went there like Dash and Kobe about like how important this was going to be, that Smoothie's coming in. He talks a lot. We had a relatively quiet team. This will be great for our communication. He tried to sell us on that, and we saw the complete opposite in their first games.
On the very beginning of the clip, though, the first play, when they roam up from bottom lane and everybody's flashing in, they get the first blood. Like, that's what people expected. You know, they're on the same page. They're all, you know, going for the kill, but that broke down. So I think, to your point earlier about whether they're going to do well, we have to see which path they take. Was it the early game or was it the later game stages?
What are you thinking, Probably?
I mean, I highly disagree. I think the things you guys are highlighting are a lot more positive than what is actually happening. I think those flash-in plays show that the team can actually be making plays on the Rift. And I think kind of coaching aggression in is pretty hard to do, but if they can do that already on their first stage game, it's just gotta get better. And if it doesn't, I'll eat my words, but for now, it's gotta get better. The week 1 was just a offshoot.
So you like fights, even if you're losing all the fights?
Yes.
And let me redirect you, right?
Actually, I'm fine with that.
Because we're gonna break down this match, right? So okay, CLG is not as bad as you think.
Yes.
How does CLG win?
All right, so this is not a faith call, by the way. I think it's a very logical approach. Coffee and Red Bull have caffeine. Caffeine is a stimulant, and it can get your player awake. Now, Crown, big star on this team, big star. Was a little jet lagged. I'll say he played at like 5 a.m. his time, I'll say. So let's give him some caffeine, pump him up a bit, and then I gotta say, I like those team fights. I like the start of them. Now we just need to bring them together, coordinate them, hit at the same time, same target, and get on the same page.
I like how Coach probably just jacks his players up with Red Bulls.
Yeah, get in there,
The
boy.
secret tactic, caffeine.
Yeah.
Mark, what's the counter?
I mean, he's obviously great and
How's
very
100 Thieves
intelligent.
win?
100 Thieves, though, I think they need to find a power pick for someday and a counter pick for Ryoma. I think they're on red side, and usually when I see counter picks, I want that person to be the one making a lot of the plays in the game. I'm not sure what Ryoma has up his sleeve, and there are a number of top laners right now who can be very powerful when you're talking about things like a Pantheon potentially. Maybe the set, if it's in the right spot, you don't need to pick it right away, but he'll be the one needing to pick blind and make sure it's a champ you can carry on. Have a better early game as well, hopefully from Meteos and the team to play around someday, because I am scared about the mid lane. if Crown has had his Wheaties and his Red Bulls.
Wheaties is
he's
not
woken
an
up.
answer.
Yeah.
Mark, I can't get by your first line being counterpick for Ryoma and counterpick for Someday.
It was power pick.
No, power pick.
Oh, I take it back? Good idea.
Yeah.
So, ahead of today's clashes, you know who listens to analysts. I want to hear your predictions. I want to hear your predictions for the day. We've got a lot of answers in here. Probably Kobe and Mark's predictions on the screen. We've got one difference.
That's
Mark,
it?
you think Dignitas is going to beat Team Liquid. Sell me on it.
Jat sold me on it. I don't remember what he said, but it sounded great in the green room. And I was like, you know what? You're right. It was mostly, I think, due to the fact that they have a pretty solid bot lane that can withstand Team Liquid if their jungler isn't being able to play around them quite to the level that we saw out of Smithy in previous splits. I don't think SureandFire is quite that player. And so if their bot lane can hold on to that, I do like their solo laners a lot right now for Dignitas.
For me, if the bot lane holds on is a big if, right?
Sure.
So even though Double If and Core JJ didn't come out week 1 with as dominating as you usually expect from them, I think that taking a loss for Team Liquid in week 1 is actually a good thing. Because my biggest worry for that team is them getting lazy, them not practicing, them only looking at international events, saying, it's just North America. We win always, without any competition. So delivering a loss early, gonna wake them up more than caffeine.
Lose to win.
Liquid awake. One final question, as we're going to go to casters in about a minute. Crumbs did predict 100 Thieves to win the CLG match, so the 3 of you had CLG on it. We did win conditions, but how was there enough caffeine in Crumbs when he made that prediction? I guess is the question.
I mean, I don't think it's all right. I don't think this is like
I don't
a
think it's the
blowout
caffeine in Crumbs that's
for sure.
Okay, well, analysts here unanimous that CLG is stronger so far. We'll see if this is even true or not. That's it for us, though. Let's send it over to Captain Flowers and Jat for game 1.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am Clayton Captain Flowers Range, joined for the first time this season by Mr. Joshua Jat Leesman, and I hope we get some set today.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, it's the first time in a decade that we're going to be able to make this joke, but first cast of the decade. We won't be able to say that
You
again
had
until
to.
2030.
You should have saved that
said
for a
the
cast
year.
with Freak. This
is the first cast with you and me for the decade.
Okay, fair enough. It's still
true.
a true point. It is a true point, and we are about to hop into some 100 Thieves versus CLG. And for both of these teams, what I'm looking at is to see their first good game of the split. Yes, 100 Thieves got a win in week 1, but it was a comeback win that was more of a Golden Guardians throw.
Yeah, and I think that 100 Thieves got 1 dragon last week. So sure, they got 1 victory, which is better than what CLG got, but neither of these teams started the way that they would hope. They're both teams with playoff aspirations. We got to see 100 Thieves actually kind of having an opportunity to go 2-0. They did have a bit of an early game edge in EG in that game, but then they just kind of got ran around the map, out macroed, unable to do anything. And for CLG, there weren't many bright spots to look at, but you're kind of trying to write that one off for the Crown jet lag. We'll have to see what they've been able to pull together coming in here in week 2.
Right, they've had a whole week to prepare. It's not like the difference between a Saturday game and a Sunday game where you only have really that night of review to try to make a couple of changes. Practice time is there. Let's see what it ends up spelling for these squads, as it'll be Elise banned out by CLG and 100 Thieves, the all reliable. You can't see her in her smoke screen, and you can't see her on Summoner's Rift in professional play. Akali banned out.
Yeah, that's going to be one that gets continually banned until nerfs are happening. And as you can see at the top of the screen, this is patch 10.2, which is the same patch that is on the live servers right now. In week 1, we played on patch 10.1. And something that always happens at the start of any pro season is it's a copycat league. The LCS, the LCK, the LPL, all of them. They're all just trying to look to see what other people are doing because that can reaffirm what you're doing works. That always becomes harder when you're on a new patch. It's the hardest at the start of the year, and it's extremely hard when new champions come out. So Set is an example of that. And another thing that's throwing a curveball this week would be that Soraka top that we saw G2 actually pull out twice just this week.
Soraka top can also be played as the bottom laner, not the support, so we'll see if it falls into either of those unorthodox roles here today. Senna, Gangplank, Rumble, Tom Kench, all banned away. Kench, one of those champions that keeps things like the Aphelios and the Misfortune that are popular in the meta 180 carry alive, protects them better. And considering he's banned away, why not pick up something that's not only a mobile marksman, but one that can be flexed to solo lanes as well?
Yeah, and Lucian was banned the majority of games in week 1. As we we see Set in the first game as the second overall pick.
With Someday, no less, one of the most fun top laners to watch in the LCS. going to be locking in the boss here, and we'll see how he deals with his opponents. It's also Xayah picked up in first rotation here by 100 Thieves.
Yeah, probably going to be paired with a Rakan unless you want to actually waste a pick to take that away to go with Lucian. But the larger question here to me is how quickly CLG is going to pivot around the set pick. Because when I look at the kit, not necessarily the tuning, the question becomes, is this long-term viable in pro play? I don't necessarily think it will be a meta pick for a long time because of the things you can pick around set, the compositions it goes into. Because it is a highly kiteable champion who is strong when you come to him.
Right.
So with Lucian already locked in as a potential top lane pick, how much is CLG going to put into their team composition that has to go into set versus just stuff that can kite?
Right, so many of the set montage clips, the pop-off moments that you see start off with 3 people dogpiling onto him, which is exactly where he wants his opponents to be. Aphelios locked in, Leona locked in for the bottom lane here of CLG. We'll see if 6A and Smoothie can find the damage they need there in that 2v2 up against, as you predicted, the Xayah and Rakan.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of positional matching in the first phase of draft, a lot more than usual. A lot of times there's these desyncs. That's not the case right here. I think with Senna already being a ban, the Aphelios was a logical pick early on, but as you can see now, it's most likely just the mid lane and jungle that are going to be picked next. And I'm a little surprised, actually, that 100 Thieves isn't trying a bit harder to pitch the jungle pool since they have first pick.
Yeah, and 100 Thieves having banned the Tahm Kench away, remember, they had the option to pick the Aphelios as well. If they wanted to go with Xayah instead, they were fine giving the Aphelios away to CLG. LeBlanc and Diana banned out by the Thieves. Syndra banned out by CLG. So 3 out of 3 of these second phase bans focused on that mid lane. We'll see what CLG wants to go with for that 5th and final.
Yeah, we'll see if the rest of these compositions end up being kind of early game skirmish style champions like a lot of the meta ended up being last year, or if we're going to see more Victor Orianna type scaling stuff, which found a lot of success in week 1, knowing that these are 2 teams that weren't necessarily the most apt at closing out games quickly. Jarvan is just a generic pick that's safe before they round out the composition with the mid lane.
Right, pretty much any jungler that's going to make something happen at level 3, one of those guys that can hit the level 3 point, just start ganking, start being active on the map is what you want to see. The Jarvan is locked in. Soraka, remember, if this is picked,
mid,
this could go top lane. Do you want to go with that? It looks like no, at least not right now. Rek'Sai locked in there, so another one of those powerful early junglers.
I wouldn't completely hate it if they actually are considering the Soraka versus just a hover. It would be a pick that Set would have a really hard time punishing. It would mean you can kite and basically force 100 Thieves to completely all in on you while trying to sustain it. Probably just a hover though, as they're now hovering Kayle.
Not just a hover, Kayle locked in.
Okay. Just taking a second to process.
Yeah, it's one of those that you have to breathe in, breathe out a little bit.
So we know the answer to our previous question of are they going to be picking for early game or late game?
Yeah,
they're going late. This is actually flexible. They can put the Kayle top into the set. Once it's level 6, it can actually farm pretty easily. And it's actually, we talked about this a lot at Worlds when we were wondering if it was going to be a meta pick there in the early days. If the other team can't accelerate the game, the first 6 levels are actually not that bad.
Yeah.
So they have until 20 seconds to swap the Lucian and the Kayle between mid and top. It's probably better if Lucian's mid, if I'm being completely honest, against the Zoe, because the Kayle should be able to at least play defensively early on into the set.
Yeah, play defensively till 6, and like you said, once she has the ranged auto attack, a ranged auto attacker should never be in range for Set to walk up and face break you into a minion or something. He doesn't have the tools to close the gap. The champion does not have the utility.
Ruin can even CS from range with early points E, and if someday ever tries to go on him without flash, he can just Q him as he walks towards it. There's a chance Kayle is an extremely good pick into set. I haven't seen the matchup, I'm just kind of theorizing.
Right, I mean, we haven't seen most matchups for Set in pro play yet, considering the champion is only just now available for pro play, but we're gonna get to see the Kayle versus Set, see how the scaling works out there as we're ready to load into the Rift here. Bottom lane, both AD carries packing a lot of punch. Mid lane, Ryoma on the Zoe. That's a lot of pick potential working together with your Jarvan, with your Rakan. 100 Thieves will have the tools in that kit to make sure they can find picks as the game progresses.
Yeah, and it's going to be very crucial that they're able to get clean initiations onto Aphelios. That's the champion that I'm looking at. A lot of times you'll see Aphelios paired with Braum or Tom Kench because it is a champion that needs peel assistance. Unless Kale is with the team, there's nothing good to peel Aphelios. So Stixxay is the most vulnerable player on CLG this game.
The crowd's ready, we're ready. Let's get into some League of Legends. Kicking off week 2 here, CLG and 100 Thieves, both looking for that first really convincing win here in LCS 2020. Out onto the Rift, taking a look here at Summoner Spells, Keystones, all that. You will see Fleet Footwork on the Kale on the top side, provides that much more kiting capability up against the Set. Set also going to be running Conqueror this game. You see a few different Keystones on him, Grasp of the Undying sometimes, but maximum damage on the Conqueror this time around. But while we're waiting for the minions to spawn, Avali is standing by with a sideline report with 100 Thieves coach.
Thanks, guys. I've got Zix with me, and actually, we can take a look at this level 1 that's happening right now. Oh, Stixxay got away. Okay, so back to the interview. We take those. This is the first time that we are now seeing Set in the pro play for the LCS. So what are your hopes for someday on this champion and how it's going to fit into this team comp?
So, I mean, Someday's been a big 1v9er when he plays this champ, so I'm pretty confident in him. They have like a pretty low range comp that wants to like dive in, and that's like Set's comfort zone. So I think we're feeling pretty good about this draft.
Now, one thing that I wanted to ask you about was the Kale versus Set matchup in the top lane, just because we haven't seen, so much of competitive play. So how do you think this matchup is going to work?
I mean, it seems like a scaling matchup. We've never really like practiced against this, so we wouldn't know it like super well, but I mean, I guess we'll see.
We'll see. Fingers crossed for someday up there. Zix, thank you and best of luck. Back to you guys.
I'm really curious to see the same thing. As Zix says, we'll have to see how this matchup goes. A lot of crazy stuff happening at level 1, though. The invade happened. Stixxay had to burn his flash, which means Wiggly wanted to try and steal the red, knowing his red is in danger. And Someday actually sacks some early wave experience to help out Meteos in the jungle. That's a move you're very grateful for as a jungler. See if Meteos can make something happen with this basically free red buff.
Crown, still level 1, so doesn't have the dash to get away there from Meteos, but he stays back far enough that the Jarvan gank isn't going to be successful. Ryoma now with a level 2 advantage, knows that he's got the edge in these trades here. Sleepy Trouble Bubble, Paddle Star. Crown dashes forward, finds a little bit of damage in trade.
Yeah, that's likely a decent trade for Lucian, although doesn't have that corrupting potion yet, can still sustain up pretty well with the Doran's Blade. Getting the flash and the heal out of Stixxay, who's already a fairly low mobility champion early, is just so big for the Xayah Rakan. On top of being able to deny Wiggly red buff, it allows Xayah Rakan to just play so incredibly aggressive into the Leona Aphelios lane. Look, still 0 CS on Stixxay because they burned his summoners early and have been playing that lane aggressively.
Ruin will just keep farming up nice and easy here on the top side. Someday hanging back, doesn't want to push his luck considering he did fall behind an EXP a bit. Means he's level 2 versus level 3 up against this Kale. Teleport count on both sides. It's both solo laners on CLG running them. Only one on the side of 100 Thieves rocking the TP, so that's going to be a global disadvantage that we're going to have to keep track of as this game goes on in regards to how 100 Thieves wants to position around the map.
For sure, and Meteos has complete say over how 100 Thieves positions on the map right now because he did control red buffs, his bottom lane is pushed, and he had first recall as well as a sweeper that's ready to go. So no one on CLG is actually in a position to be able to make a play right now, and Meteos needs to decide where to go.
Mid lane, Ryoma's not going to get a trouble bubble onto Crown, but he'll just continue to maintain control over this wave. He's got the shove, he's got the priority. Crown will be left to deal with that while Ryoma does duck into the bottom side brush here. He'll go back, chop up. Doesn't even have to use all the charges of the corrupting potion. Just has a great back timer, so might as well take advantage of that. But now allowing Crown to go back means he's going to shove another wave up. Try to interrupt the back here if he can. Trouble bubble at least forces him to walk, and there you go.
I mean, just look at what Ryoma's doing. It's because the early game was so beneficial to 100 Thieves. I mean, even just looking kind of across the map, like Wiggly hasn't crossed into River at all. Meteos is easily going to be able to get both Scuttle Crabs in this matchup, and Wiggly is kind of relegated to farming defensively in his jungle while his lanes kind of get punished early. If they're not down 1,000 gold by time the first dragon goes down, it's probably an accomplishment based on what happened early.
Yeah, and you can see there Someday managed to get the face breaker onto Ruin, hit him with 4 auto attacks in the meantime. Bottom side, 2v2 is going to be breaking out. But Smoothie's very tanky on the Leona between Aftershock and the flat damage reduction of the Eclipse. The champion is just so hard to burst down.
Yeah, and what Six mentioned in the interview in terms of it being a composition that wants to dive in, I'm a little conflicted on that comment actually, because all of their damage dealers are ranged. The utility, the jungle support role, yes, they are melee, but they can still play to peel if they so choose. So I'm really curious to see how COG will approach the rest of this game, knowing the early game didn't necessarily allow them to be aggressive. I mean, if Meteos doesn't get a successful gank off before the Aphelios, Leona, and Kale hit level 6, then I'm really curious to see how team fights will go, depending on if COG tries to engage or just continue to play defensively.
And also, I mean, you have the ability for Someday to use the ultimate on set to try to grab one of these targets and just slam them into the back line.
Yeah.
But because your top laner on the Kale isn't going to be one of those huge meatball super tanks, you've got a Leona, but these days Leona's rushing Gargoyle Stoneplate. So if you don't wait for her to hit that active before slamming her into the back line, you're not going to get a lot of damage from that game.
Yeah, Crown as well, hitting level 6 and getting a lot of culling damage. Things are recovering for the COG early game. You can see the Lucian being able to have positive trades into the Zoe. It's fairly easy for Crown to dodge most of the Zoe skill shots. Pretty surprised that Meteos didn't go for any type of early play, especially when Ryoma was able to push Crown in early, some type of 4-man dive on the flashless, healless Stixxay. But those 5 minutes of flash cooldown are gone, so at this point, the map is reset 6.5 minutes in, almost as if nothing had happened.
Yeah, 100 Thieves had a few hundred gold in a lead there a few moments ago, but now that is pretty much tied up. CLG back to even standing there with them. Looking at the inventories of the junglers, you can see Meteos is going to be going for that Cinder Hulk build here on the Jarvan. Says the team has enough damage with the Xayah, with the Zoe, wants to make sure he can be frontlining there, initiating and not immediately blowing up. And the call from 100 Thieves is, let's go for the Drake.
Yeah, it is the safe play to take in this situation. There's still basically no vision for COG. They are very clearly signaling that they're okay with this lane and they're not really going to do anything. And I'm going to be interested to track that as this game progresses, because when I watched a lot of COG in week 1, where statistically they were just the worst team in the league. Their gold at 15 was bad. They, I think, had 10 kills and 32 deaths overall. They really just lost fairly badly in both games, even if there were a few close team fights in the Dignitas game. But the biggest problem for them was communication and synergy. So we haven't seen that yet because they haven't tried to do anything together. They're literally just laning, and that's working okay for them. But once the plays start, I want to see where the synergy is.
See if a play gets made here in the bottom side. That Brush is currently home to a couple of players, but won't be much longer. Wiggly will make his way back to the base. Going to go ahead, recall, shop up, grab a couple of control wards here on the rec side. Considering people are nearing that level 6 point, you can see solo laners already up to level 7. Junglers now starting to hit level 6. Meteos has the Cataclysm available. Bot lanes will be hitting it soon. I'm looking to see those plays finally start. Both teams have been happy to just say, okay, play the early game very slow. Let's not risk anything. Let's not go for any hyphy moves. But I want to start seeing those advantages being attempted here.
I mean, it's interesting because if the junglers aren't going for plays, the Kale set lane doesn't create action on its own.
Right.
Ruin is playing that very defensively. The Xayah Rakan matchup versus the Leona is interesting because if the Rakan tries to go in, that's when Smoothie's more likely to be able to turn something. And since Smoothie was behind, he hasn't decided to go in either. So it's like 2 of the lanes that 100 Thieves have a bit of a difficulty playing aggressive early without jungle intervention.
Right.
And Meteos hasn't tried to do anything. So we're at a kind of a standstill because Meteos hasn't initiated any plays.
Ruin continuing to just shove up here in the top side. You can see him building up a CS advantage for himself. 81 to 66. Has a couple extra minions alive here that Someday will be able to farm up. Someday with a Mercury Treads rush, making sure that when you're in that melee versus range matchup, especially when you have incredibly limited mobility on your champion's kit, the boots go a long way in making sure you don't just constantly get kited to death. So he's got that bit of a movement speed advantage over his opponent for now, but still going to find himself hurting with those ranged auto attacks.
Exactly. Now that Ruin's level 6 and he's gone lifesteal, I really don't know what Sunday's going to do in that matchup. It seems like Kale is a really good counter pick. But here's what I want to see next, actually. I want to see 100 Thieves go for Rift Herald. They already controlled the first dragon. It's 2.5 minutes before the cloud goes. That's when you take your bot lane, you rotate up. It's interesting because Cody Stunt isn't a teleport bot laner. But I think the correct play actually would be to send both Cody and Stunt to Rift Herald and move Someday bottom lane. Because Someday's not going to be able to do anything into Kale anyway, so you may as well make them start swapping around. But instead, if they can get away with just sending Meteos there, it's fine. But even if we look on the minimap, actually, like, he's getting pushed off it because they didn't send their bot lane there.
Yep, Meteos is forced to throw the flag over the wall, has to go after that one to get away, and the Rift Herald's just going to reset. CLG not willing to try to commit to that one, risk drawing 100 Thieves back in and have some sort of a fight break out. They don't want that. Instead, they'll just waste Meteos' time, and he's still got really nothing accomplished. He's 10 CS up above his opponent, but not making a whole lot happen here just yet. Stixxay there on the bottom side. Stunt going in, looking to make the play with the quickness, but a nice flash away from Stixxay keeps him alive, and a TP comes down to the bottom lane from Crown.
Yeah, that was a good flash from Stixxay. The punish there by 100 Thieves, since Smoothie did disrupt the Rift Herald, was to try that, but just overall, CLG is happy with this holding pattern.
Oh, CLG is not happy about that. Ryoma!
Meteos?
The stopwatch might be able to do it. Meteos! He goes too early! Dinner is served! First blood for Wiggly.
Ryoma did 99.5% of the work. And during the stopwatch, Meteos just needed the flag. He didn't even need the drag. The flag was enough. But he dragged his way into giving up first blood. So that is so incredibly beneficial for CLG. Crown could have gotten basically solo kill, did not. The Rift Herald could have gone over to 100 Thieves if they would have just sent their bottom lane like a lot of teams do when they're trying to cycle objectives. But now, the Crown not only didn't die, but they can keep the Kale versus set lane. It's even bigger. This is Ryoma. Let's watch this. He has Proto Belt, so he knows he can burst. Gets a good sleep, gets the electrocute, Proto Belt, gets the auto attacks, and there he's just trying to get the baby Sheen proc from his ultimate. Oh no!
It's so tragic. Oh, you're question mark pinging that one if you're Ryoma.
Oh man, there's a lot of different ways that could have been a kill.
But
we don't need to go over
coulda, woulda, shoulda. What actually happened is the fact that it's first blood over to CLG. Wiggly's got that extra money now on his Rek'Sai. We'll see what kind of advantages they're able to build with that. CLG onto the Rift Herald. It's Stunt nearby, 100 Thieves contemplating stopping this, but it doesn't look like they have the manpower available. Instead, they will trade objectives. The Rift Herald over to CLG. The second Drake over to 100 Thieves. Mountain will be the element that takes over Summoner's Rift this time. Extra terrain being added, which is honestly really nice for Zoe. Gives you some extra terrain to fire those bubbles through in the jungle.
Very true. It gives you a lot more travel time if Ryoma is going to be looking for picks. And 100 Thieves at this point is really trying to make a play. They know the Rift is going to be dropped somewhere, so they're going to try and at least start to match here. Ruin, though, with the map pressure and Meteos shown bottom lane, this is just Rift top lane. They're going to try and kill the plate before dropping Rift, or maybe just kill Someday.
Looks like the dive could be the choice here. Ulti coming out from the Kale onto Wiggly. He wants to dive through, find the execution onto Someday. But this is how Set outplayed. You do not respect the haymaker, you get smacked.
Oh, man. Big play by Someday. CLG could have just dropped the Rift Herald and gotten 4 plates. That was a possibility. Instead, they are unable to burst before the haymaker comes out. That's exactly Set's wheelhouse, as you mentioned. It's people running into him and trying to dive it. He's not good at creating his own plays. Big turnaround there by 100 Thieves. Not only does Someday get the double kill, it repels the push top lane and they get first turret. We're going to watch this one more time. He'd used the haymaker, so they think, hey, it's down, time to dive, but he's maxing it. So it's only an 8-second cooldown. It comes back up as Wiggly is in the air. And then since Ruin had already used his ultimate for the preemptive dive, he goes down as well.
20% cooldown already on Someday because of the Black Cleaver means it's also reduced to 6.4.
Yep.
It's up deceptively soon, and you must respect it playing against this champion. That's the ability that every set outplay revolves around. CLG don't quite time it correctly, and now both the plays coming out from these teams have been mistakes from the other side.
The idea was right.
Yeah.
They could have executed that dive better and likely gotten a 1 for 0 or a 1 for 1 and then dropped Rift and taken the turret for free, but the execution is wrong. And then Meteos as well. Ryoma made a good play, but was unable to capitalize. Now they're going for Someday again. He does still have W and ultimate.
All right, he's going to bring Wiggly back one more time. He'll get himself away. This is the problem. A lot of times, people want to position behind their opponents because that's the best way to block off their escape route. But with Set, it lets him just grab you and say, all right, we're going this way, buddy.
Yeah, it takes him right back into the turret. It makes Wiggly ineffective, but they are still getting a large amount of gold into Ruin, and that ultimately will be more of the late game. Turret plates are 5-2. That could have been a lot better with this Rift, but now second charge is going to be the majority of this turret. Could be a little greedy, but they decide not to go for more.
They've got Smoothie on the side. In case the Thieves try to collapse, CLG will have 3 bodies to resist that one with. However, backing away means they're not interested any longer here in the mid lane. Stixxay is just going to be shoving up there with the Infernum. Aphelios now with Essence Reaver completed in inventory. He's got the first item fully done there. You can see that Cody's son stopped off to fully complete his Berserker Greaves, also go for an extra Dorian's Blade, so he doesn't quite have the same first item power spike here just yet, but that'll be coming online real soon.
And I'm really interested to see the team fight that will likely happen in 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Kind of going through in my head how each team should try and play it. Because on one hand, COG says, hey, we need to get on a Cody or Ryoma.
Yeah.
Cody has Cleanse, and he's likely going to be positioned somewhere in the backline. If you get too close, somebody's just going to take you even further back and you're going to die. Right? So it's difficult for COG to engage safely. And then on the other side, for 100 Thieves, their initiation with Meteos being a little bit far behind, trying to engage into a Kayle and a Kiting Lucian is a little bit dangerous. But when I try and kind of put everything together, it would be Stunt and Meteos going for Stixxay. That's kind of how their fight should play out the most. But that does make it, again, more difficult for Set. So we'll see how Set ends up playing as we get this Drake now in 45 seconds.
And we're also at the point where there's been a conversation, me and Kobe had a slide about it on this or that this week, with what's better, going for plates or going for Drakes. And when you're the team that gets the 2 early Drakes, your opponents are now in the spot where you start thinking, okay, we can't just let all these slide anymore. CLG's in that spot. Thieves, if they lose one, yeah, it's not that big of a deal. But if you lose this next one as CLG, that means your opponents are on that sole point, and you've got to be so respectful from that point on.
Yeah, and COG should be okay just poking Meteos or Someday from range without hard engaging. That's kind of the way they try and win. So Crown is staying in mid lane to try and get mid priority, and COG doesn't want to cede control of this river just yet, because then they'd have inside track on the Drake. Watching what 100 Thieves is doing, though, is they want to threaten the turret to make COG come towards them.
Stixxay currently with the Crescendum and the Gravitum means he's got some CC potential. He's got some powerful burst with the turrets as well. We'll see how they're able to play around those guns here in the upcoming fight. Ryoma with a Chilling Smite also locked in. Smoothie able to find some CC onto Ryoma, but now the fight's going to be breaking out. Someday looking to tank a lot. He's bursted down before the Haymaker comes through. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but the Thieves are on their back foot. A nice bit of burst coming down onto Smoothie. Wiggly is the one who died on CLG, though, and without your jungler, the objective becomes less appealing.
There's a chance they just reset this since Smoothie is pretty low and Ryoma is going to be able to continue to poke. So this dragon fight isn't necessarily over yet. COD trying to get the waves going, but Meteos knows, hey, I'm the only jungler alive. Let's make something happen.
Ruin farming up bottom. He's going to walk right into this rush. Meteos is going to find him there.
He still has ult.
Flag and drag for the knockup. Ruin looking to outplay this one. Not able
has
to,
ult.
does not ult himself.
Any second now.
And all right, we'll put that one in the same box as Double Lift Flash.
To be fair, I think he was dead either way since his team wasn't able to completely follow through River, and you can't auto-attack in the 1.5 second cast time of your ultimate. So I may have set the expectations a little early, but that was just a smidgen off for COG, which is, I think, the polite way of putting their season so far, where they had a lot of things going their way when they had Meteos' flash down and they have a Gunblade Kayle who can help sustain. They could have gained mid priority while waiting for Wiggly to spawn and then moved down to Drake if Meteos tried to solo it. But instead they split up, Ruin ends up getting killed, and the third Drake of the game goes over 100.
3 Drakes means if 5 minutes from now, they get that last one. It's Mountain Soul, which is that persistent shield that regenerates out of combat, will make their champions that much harder to burst. And it means a solid initiation from Smoothie is not going to mean as much if you can't get through that extra bit of health that's going to be surrounding the 100 Thieves member. CLG will have to pay so much attention to that as we move forward. Stopwatch counts. The front line, the initiators of CLG, the Rek'Sai and the Own, both have the stopwatch. They can go in, drop the aggro. If you look over at 100 Thieves, it's Cody's son who's got one on this Xayah. Makes him that much harder to dive, makes it that much more difficult for CLG to get rid of one of those super valuable targets that you mentioned in the Zoe and the Xayah together. That's really all the damage here on this team, unless you stand in a haymaker.
Yeah, and CLG will need to continue to try and scale up while defending this Baron. There's a lot of golden inventory right now, actually, for both Crown and Stixxay. So they want to try and get those recalls off without losing mid-turret. Once mid-turret goes down, they're going to end up losing a lot more. But Ruin scaling up more and more towards level 16. If he hits that point, CLG still has a good chance of winning. They just would like to prevent the Dragon Soul from happening before then.
CLG looking for that mid priority here now, shoving the wave up. Tier 1 turret still with half HP on the side of 100 Thieves. They'll continue defending that one pretty easily. It's a 2-to-1 turret lead for the Thieves. That's pretty much where their gold lead is coming from right now. Only 1,000 separates the two squads here 21 minutes into the game. 100 Thieves still have that topside river priority. They'll clear out some wards in their opponent's jungle, making it that much scarier for CLG to check into that area of the map. CLG's mid lane turret also still standing, so both sides looking to whittle these down and just get the extra map control that provides.
Yeah, and it looks like everyone got their recalls in before defending the turret. It's always kind of interesting, but hard to pay attention to, the timing of recalls.
Yeah.
I think a lot of times, like, the synchronized recall can be an amazing offensive weapon because everyone resets at the same time and they go and re-attack the map. When you're on the defensive, asynchronous recalls are better, because if they would have recalled everyone at once, they would have lost the turret.
Yeah.
But by desyncing them, they've kept the turret at 75% health, and now everyone has their items.
Especially when you've got a champion like Aphelios with the Infernum, it's super easy to just have one guy clear out the whole thing, as long as your opponents don't have Baron. And one interesting point about Baron that I think I saw in a discussion last week was the removal of the old Mountain Drake, the one that added the true damage to objectives, removed a lot of those 21, 22, 23-minute Baron plays that we saw in Season 9, because you just don't have the damage to safely do it.
And something that exacerbated that was all the Senna we saw.
Yeah.
An AD carry without attack speed trying to do Baron when you got like a LeBlanc on your team as well. It wasn't working. And it's still slow, even though Xayah is a fairly fast Baron killer. But like, this team comp, I'd say, would be a medium Baron team for 100 Thieves. By no means are you panicking if the other team is in fog for 5 seconds. It increases the importance on getting a Dragon Soul or being able to play the game without Baron and, you know, go side to side for picks. So for now, CLG is just trying to make sure they're not face checking anywhere, because that's the only thing that'll really give over Baron is if they over-engage and lose a team fight.
Someday, wandering through his jungle here, CLG has some vision on him. They got 3 guys nearby, but again, this is not the dude you want to pile in on, especially with allies nearby. Almost impossible to burst him when he's building health, when he's got the Haymaker shield. It's so much.
Did we announce that it is Saturday? Was that part of the pregame show, or was that just a... I just want to do a set check-in. Like, it's the first game. I want to give, like, a letter grade
Freak
to the
is
pick
on
so
the
far.
desk. We can't do the puns here.
Okay, it is Saturday, the first day of set.
I accept that so much more willingly.
Okay, I think it's been pretty underwhelming in this game.
Yeah.
I really do like the pick that Ruin has into it. The laning phase was completely unpunished. The only reason Sunday's in the game, actually, is because they tried a 2-man dive. They easily could have killed this turret without giving him 2 kills if they played more defensively. And then we'd be talking about how far behind set is as Kale scales up. So we'll see what happens throughout as they're trying to make the fight happen mid.
Ryoma flashing away. It is his real flash. Smoothie going to be kept alive in the middle by the Kale ultimate. 100 Thieves looking to turn this one around. Nice engage there by Stunt. CC locking up CLG. They're on the retreat now. Culling's going to take Stunt very low. 100 Thieves not finding any kills here just yet, but a nice drowsy there.
Someone's got
on the CLG lines. Crown getting himself out just barely with the flash.
Oh man, that was such a well-played fight by 100 Thieves, repelling the initiation from CLG basically effortlessly. Cody's son didn't have to use all or cleanse, and now 100's very easily going to get this Drake, you would think.
Drake Soul at 24 minutes is a huge power spike here for 100 Thieves. It also means Elder's going to be on the table very early in this game if they get it. CLG, they have to realize what's going on, but at the same time, they know that there's nothing they can do to stop it. Wiggly's not in any shape to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Dragon Soul for 100 Thieves.
Well played by them. Week 1, 100 Thieves, 1 dragon. Week 2, 4 times as many dragons.
In one game.
Improvement. That's the up and to the right type of improvement you like to see. They had an early focus on the objective control. That's where Meteos was spending most of his early time. And 25 minutes in, you see the payoff. Mountain Soul completed. Baron's still up on the map.
You can see all those shields hanging out on the health bars. It'll make the start of these fights that much easier for these guys. Elder Drake spawning 5.5 minutes from now. Remember in Season 9, Elder Drake could only spawn as early as 35. This game, we're going to have him spawning before 31, as 100 Thieves now look to make the pick onto Ruin. A lot of damage coming out there. The ulti does show up, but it's only going to buy him a moment longer. And Smoothie, man, what are you doing coming up there? It's a 1v3. You aren't saving nobody, and that's just 300 gold more for the Thieves.
That looked like tilt to me.
Yeah.
That was just classic. You see your top laner's in trouble. He's living longer than you expect him to live. That's why you poke your head out. You think, oh, maybe.
Could I help? Could I save him?
He's gonna be really mad if I don't help.
Well, unfortunately, 1 down means your opponents have Baron control. 2 down means your opponents feel comfortable starting up the Baron. And CLG says, all right, this is just another one we have to concede. And I talked about mistakes being made early on in the game. The first 2 plays for both sides just being punishes of the other. 100 Thieves are the ones who are going unpunished now. They're the ones continuing, though, to find the weaknesses in CLG.
Absolutely, and 100 Thieves now in full control of the game should look to set up with cannon minions and just kind of poke down at turrets. Watch this one more time. Ruin was just trying to push out the wave, but completely desynced with the rest of his team. Does ult. Smoothie was on a ward anyway, but as he walked towards, that kind of allows Meteos to be in engaged range. 100 Thieves times, flash timers as well. They know Leona has no flash. That's why Meteos was so confident just flash ulting. Smart, kill secure into the Baron.
And now the question is, how much can they get with it? Baron power play. We got 2 minutes left on the buff. They're currently at just the base plus 1,500 that the buff itself gives. Let's see how many of these turrets they can knock down. All 3 of the tier 2 turrets of CLG are still standing. Typically, once you get a Baron buff, those are just free money.
Yeah, and CLG is just trying to do as much split push as possible. This is likely a conceded inhibitor if they keep these lane assignments in an attempt of getting 1 or 2 turrets of their own. Not the worst play if they're scaling for late game, because it does actually give them gold.
Yeah. Well, 100 Thieves are going to take this bottom side inhibitor turret pretty easily. Inhibitor now under fire. Meteo's going to be joining these guys from behind to make sure if there was any sort of a collapse coming from the side of CLG, it's not going to succeed.
You do have to eventually go back to your base, though. That's the thing with these traits.
Can't just let it go all the way. Ulti comes in from Aphelios. It's the Infernum ult, but it doesn't find a whole lot of anything.
Yeah, it looked like the Mountain Soul absorbed it all.
Yeah.
So
that's the power of having that at 24 minutes into the game. Tier 2 turret now under fire. 100 Thieves looking to make even more happen. Sunday's the one who's brought the wave up. The rest of the Thieves will join. Cannon Minion will continue just shooting away at that turret. Aphelios turret's not going to do a whole lot either. And we'll see if they want to go for the last tier 2 in the top side or if they want to continue pushing for inhib number 2. Looks like it is that second option.
I want to see Someday blocking shots for that cannon as much as possible, but it does look like they're just kind of daring COD to engage, which is the correct play.
Dog piling in, 100 Thieves, no fear here. Inhibitor number 2 taken out. That is a successful Baron power play.
It is. The goal doesn't show it because they did trade turrets, but the objectives overall, getting 2 inhibitors, is a definite worth in terms of what Baron power plays are. And because 100 Thieves has all these advantages, I think a lot of it is just about kind of walking around, posturing and pushing COG off of spots. I still kind of want to see a fight to see if 100 Thieves can engage on COG without COG running into them, right? All of these fights have been Smoothie and Wiggly diving in, burning a Kale ultimate during the initiation, and then getting counter-engaged on. Because COG, with now a level 16 Kale, approaching 3-item Lucian and Aphelios, should have a bunch of damage with which to actually cut through 100 Thieves. just none of the fights have played out that way. I think the win condition for CLG would be somehow keeping this third inhibitor alive, hitting 3 items on Lucian and Aphelios, and just not engaging. Just forcing 100 Thieves to come to them until they're at, you know, the triple ranged carry threat that could shred through.
Well, you really can't afford to be 3 inhib with Elder Drake spawning in 1 minute. Being stuck in your base, Elder Drake is such a powerful buff. It's pretty much a death sentence. And CLG will make their stand. They'll force 100 Thieves back. They'll save that tier 3 turret for now, but it's only barely hanging on. The Zoe bubbles, the paddle stars just keep flying in. The poke is coming. Wiggly answering the mid lane push, but that means 100 Thieves do have a 5v4 advantage here at the start. There it is. Someday's going in. The damage comes through. Stun's follow-up is down, and so are 2 members of CLG. Crowd tries to run it away, but Someday's looking to go deeper. He's taken down. It's a double kill for Cody Sun. Crowd looking to outplay. Good lord, man. Ruin's got a triple.
Even with Stixxay getting blown up at the start of the fight, you got to see the power of the level 16 Kale. So Flowers, that's how CLG has to fight.
You can't spell scale without Kale. CLG is online.
Notice how that time CLG didn't try to engage on backline. They just did their best to peel. So they didn't even do a great job of that. Like Stixxay and Wiggly weren't there, but Ruin has his ultimate for a key moment there where he keeps Crown alive for a really long time. Someday and Cody Sun both use a bunch of their spells, and Ruin is just able to free hit down the stretch. On top of that, they're gonna go for Elder here.
Oh, this could be huge. If
they gotta go fast,
gives this one away,
they gotta go fast.
This is tragic. Elder taken very low. That is an Elder Drake for Counter Logic Gaming. 3 minutes now where they have the strongest team fight buff in the game.
That's where you check all chat to see if they say winnable. Because they were down 2 inhibs. Sure, Baron's up in 45 seconds, but they've actually had a window to push out those waves substantially. They still have both of their Nexus turrets, so it's okay if a super minion temporarily crashes. This is where you're trying to rally the troops and get out to Baron, but it doesn't look like the timing quite works out.
Richest man in the game is still Cody Sun, but 100 gold behind him is Ruin on this late game champion. Transcendent on the Kale means he is ready to go. Look at the items. Nashor's Tooth, Rage Blade, Gunblade. More AP coming through now. We'll see how scary this is for 100 Thieves.
One team has Elder, the other doesn't. It's pretty scary.
Yeah, you've really got to respect that 20% execute. It means a lot. We are going to see a Drowsy find its way onto Smoothie. But no further damage going to be coming his way just yet. Baron alive now.
The term I haven't used much, but front to back is the way that CLG needs to play these fights. Kill the front line first, then kill the back line. Don't go crazy and try to get onto Cody Sun with Cleanse or Ioma. If Someday is trying to dive you, just kill him and kite back as much as possible because over time their damage will ramp. They have 3 items on Aphelios and 3.5 on Kale.
CLG looking strong. This is the first time this game we've seen them really in control. They're the ones pushing 100 Thieves back by advancing forward. And they go. Smoothie looking for some sort of initiation, but a nice disengage there from Ryoma with the Sleepy Trouble bubble. And CLG says, come get it.
50-50.
We're on the Baron.
They're forced here. The super minions are pushing down in the bottom lane, so they feel like they have to go.
Super Minion's going to continue pushing up, though. That inhibitor has respawned, but how long will it stand? Fight's going to be breaking out. Stunt is caught out. The quickness comes through, but he is bursted down. Ruin's got the kill, but the inhibitor collapses in the bottom lane.
No one on CLG has TP, so if someone goes back, they have to walk. And that's going to let 100 Thieves start on Baron, even though they're there. Still 50 seconds on Elder, so again, with slow Baron as well, you don't want to commit to that.
This is why control over the map can mean so much. Even though it looks like CLG are the winner of the fight, it's a missed inhibitor. It's a downed turret at the Nexus for them as the consequence. Oh, this one's on a knife's edge, man. I love this kind of League of Legends.
Track this super minion as it walks through, because when that hits the Nexus, CLG has to go back. So they have that much time to do something at Baron.
Here we go. There's still only 4 members alive, 100 Thieves. Stunt has just now respawned. He'll be making his way towards the fight. The call from CLG is stay on the Baron. Elder Drake gone in 10 seconds. The poke.
There he is.
Taking Wiggly way too low. And the super minion is knocking on the 100 Thieves door.
Time's up. Baron goes back over to 100
On the
Thieves.
CLG door.
Yeah, there we go.
It's the 100 Thieves minion. I had him crisscross there, but either way, it's 100 Thieves going for Baron number 2 this game, and that means they're going to be wearing purple for yet another base push.
It's gonna be a real interesting end, Flowers, no matter what happens, because COG has hit some of the item power spikes. You can see how much damage they have. It's actually one of the best possible compositions to play against Mountain Soul, if that makes sense, because the compositions that are like full flank, full assassin are really bad against Mountain.
Right.
The full poke compositions are really bad against Mountain. The best you can say would be the ones with high amounts of sustained damage.
Yeah.
And that's what COG has here. So if 100 Thieves doesn't get good kills on their original initiation, and if COG doesn't overcommit, then they can power through that Mountain Soul and still get kills. But Smoothie's thinking about a flank. I think that'll be a very bad idea.
Well, he just walked into the minions as well, so they saw him there. They know what's up. CLG won't have the element of surprise on their side. Trouble Bubble finds Smoothie, and Meteos is nearby. No, 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 this is not what you want to
like
see.
this.
Flash already, he's trapped
like
in the
this.
Cataclysm. It is tragedy, and no other word can apply for CLG fans right there as Smoothie gets himself caught out.
Big mistake by COG with a minute and 30 seconds before Elder, waiting until the other team pushes in. They clearly have a different idea of how to play the game. They're still trying to push for these flanks, for these strong initiations, rather than just trying to push 100 Thieves back as a united front. They get caught during the flank. Now 100's trying to push for the win.
100 Thieves looking to go in. Sunday's going to be taken low here on the front side. Stasis coming through, but Ruin's exploded. There is no Kale ultimate. There is no salvation. And 100 Thieves will push for the win right now. One pick in the jungle sets it all up. The fantastic start of the team fight shuts the Kale down. And 100 Thieves will take that Nexus.
Mountain Soul, 2-1 start for 100 Thieves. They kept their heads throughout the game. Cody's son carrying from the back. They found the fights where they needed to, and they win.
There you go. I said these teams were looking for their first win where they looked solid. 100 Thieves looking good there. They did lose out on the Elder Drake. That got scary for a moment, but for controlling all 4 elementals, both Barons, and being the team that played cohesively better, to stick it out and make things happen in the end, that's a good one.
You can see some smiles on Meteos, finding pick after pick onto Smoothie whenever Smoothie would try and make a play. So good vision control overall by 100 Thieves, playing a very controlled style. I think long-term, 100 Thieves would like to find a way to play a little bit more aggressive. Had a few missteps here, but ultimately what matters is that they're picking up wins.
Yeah.
And 2-1 is a good start for the year.
And I need to give credit to Ryoma here. 4-0-7 on the Zoe by the end of the game. 11 out of 14 kill participation. And it's his bubbles, it's his paddle stars, the poke that kept CLG off the Baron when they were trying to go for that, when their base was under pressure. Him constantly just finding the ability to get some critical chunks on the CLG members before fights. That's what I think really was the difference maker in so much of this game.
Yeah, and I think if you look over at the COG side, it will continue to be a work in progress. I think they had some ways to win this game. I thought the Kale pick was extremely good. You could see how much team fight damage they had down the stretch, but unable to get any of the normal Drakes before Elder, unwilling to do a 50-50 Baron. I think they really had to just go for a 50-50 Baron, because once that happened, they just got caught flank initiation after flank initiation, and they're just not as clean as a top team is going to be, and that's making them lose these games.
And I'm really particularly looking at Smoothie for this. Both the time in top lane where his top laner's dead to rights, he goes up there, gives away an extra free kill. That gives 100 Thieves the first Baron, and then him getting caught in the jungle at the very end of the game gives them the win. 2 very critical points of the match that Smoothie's gonna have to reflect on and make sure his positioning is better in future games.
Yeah, thinking about Smoothie, thinking about Ruin, who had some really big moments, but also a few with the first Rift Herald in the top lane, with getting caught out when Smoothie died, with getting caught out at the end before using his ultimate. That was a very close and competitive game, but I think the experience and the cohesion of 100 Thieves led them to victory.
And for more on that victory, Avli is now standing by with the bubble bouncer for 100 Thieves.
Thanks, guys. 2-1 to the start of week 2 for you and 100 Thieves. Ryoma, congratulations. This is now your 2nd week playing in the LCS on your new team. So how has everything been so far?
Everything's been pretty great.
Great, sorry. Everyone's been really supportive, even though I had that rough week 1. Everyone's like still just stuck through it, and we worked really hard this week, and I'm really proud of my team.
And speaking of being supportive, I've spoken with some of your teammates, and they've said that you are learning incredibly fast at 100 Thieves. So what's the most beneficial contribution to your growth?
I think just being surrounded by great people, like 100 Thieves, my teammates, my coach staff, like they all help me. They're all really supportive, and they always make sure that I'm always trying my hardest, and they always make sure I'm on point.
And one of your teammates, I went ahead and I watched this week's heist, and it looks like Meteos is really contributing a lot of humor and kind of entertainment to the team, kind of like that mid lane dive on Crown. So I wanted to ask you, what's it like to have that kind of atmosphere for someone on the team?
Will was one of my first teammates that I've actually really talked to, and I thought he was a really great person. He just always made sure because I'm really shy at the start, so he just made sure I got out of my comfort position, and he always he's just a really great guy. It feels good to be around him.
Awesome, well, Ryoma, thank you so much, and wishing you the best of the luck with your next game this week. That is it for us on the stage, but for everyone else, stick around because we're gonna see Team Liquid take on Dignitas.
What? Never mind, I'm fine. Someone like you.
Okay, no. Oh, CLG is not happy about that. Ryoma!
Meteos?
The stopwatch might be able to do it. Meteos! He goes too early!
They're gonna try and kill the plate before dropping Rift, or maybe just kill Sunday.
Looks like the dive could be the choice here. Ulti coming out from the Kale onto Wiggly. He wants to dive through, find the execution onto Sunday. But this is how Set outplayed.
Kill win. Sign ult.
Set dead.
Just kill.
Kill.
Yeah. You got it, Ben. You got it.
Oh, you got these actually.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay, yo, clear.
Take menu.
Ace is coming through, but Ruins exploded! There is no Kale ultimate! There is no salvation! And 100 Thieves will push for the win right now!
Welcome to Assist of the Week, presented by State Farm. A heavyweight match between Cloud9 and Team Liquid looked close until Blabber's Lee Sin kicked Surenfire right into the waiting arms of Niski's Veigar. One primordial burst later, and Cloud9 was comfortably in control.
I'm Randy Diaz, mayor of Seltzer, Pennsylvania. If you love Bud Light like me, you'll love Bud Light Seltzer. It's a hard seltzer from Bud Light. It comes in 4 flavors and tastes great. Bud Light Seltzer. It's unquestionably good. If you don't love Bud Light, you'll love Bud Light Seltzer. It's not Bud Light, it's hard seltzer. It comes in 4 flavors and tastes great. Bud Light Seltzer. It's unquestionably good. Questions? Call us now.
I'm here with Dignitas's mid laner, Froggen. Congratulations, you are the first MasterCard Player of the Week for the year of 2020. I do want to congratulate you, but first, we have to bring out your trophy. So let's bring that in really fast. Oh my gosh, wait, that's actually way cuter than I thought it would.
That looks pretty good.
Did you ever think that you would be an action figure?
No, it comes as a surprise, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is where would you put that?
In my room.
In your room, just sitting right next to your desk. But this is really cool. I actually want to talk about your performance last week because 2-0 start to 2020 Spring Split for Dignitas. You having a crazy performance in the mid lane. So tell me about your games last week and how pivotal you think your role was to that 2-0 finish.
I mean, I just think I did what was required of me by the team. I mean, in my opinion, didn't really do anything crazy. I just played laning phase and then eventually went down to side lanes, and I just happened to like pick up a lot of kills, so felt pretty good.
I feel like you're always so modest and humble whenever I speak to you about your performance, but maybe answer this for me. Do you feel like, I know Spring Split, a lot of people kind of come in feeling a little rusty. Do you think that you're back in top shape?
I don't really feel rusty. I mean, I've been playing League throughout the entire off-season, so I never really took a break, so I don't know, I pretty much just feel in form.
Nice. Well, let's talk about some of the champions that you played last week because Victor, Orianna, both control mages. Right now, it's feeling like a bit of a control mage meta. People would almost call this your meta. So do you agree with that?
No, I think there's many opportunities to play a lot of different things in mid lane. You can do a lot of crazy stuff, so it doesn't necessarily have to be control mage. I think they're usually just a little more safe because they usually do pretty well in lane and then they're strong later on. So it's like pretty safe picks.
With some of the new mid lane talent coming in for this split, do you feel like there may be any innovation? Let's use Jizuki as an example. He usually has a pretty cool champion pool.
I think it's too early to say. So far, I don't think anyone has really pulled out something crazy. It seems like it's a lot of the same stuff going across in mid lane in both EU and NA. So not too crazy so far, but maybe like middle of the split, we'll see some crazy stuff.
Well, let's talk about your mid lane opponent today. You're taking on Team Liquid and Jensen. He also had a pretty good Orianna game last week. So is that going to be a contested pick for you guys?
I don't know. I think he usually likes to play Orianna or Syndra as much as he can. So maybe it will be contested, yeah.
Well, Froggen, thank you, and I'm wishing you the best of luck with that game. And for everyone who is watching at home, don't forget that if you open up your Twitter and tweet at MasterCard Nexus and vote for this week's Player of the Week, you could be going home with one of these cool statues too. But that is it for us here. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Avali. Congratulations, of course, to Froggen. Welcome to the State Farm Analyst Test, where we're getting ready for Game 2, and it's Dignitas versus Team Liquid. Going to take a look at the starting lineups on stage. Now, on the blue side is Dignitas, with Huni in the top lane, Grig in jungle, Froggen in mid, Johnson in the bot lane, support Aphromoo, and the coaches think Card and Invert.
Challenging them on the red side, it's Team Liquid. Impact in the top lane, Fire still in the jungle, mid lane Jensen, Doublelift in the bot lane, supported by Core JJ, with coaches Kane and Dodo.
So a moment that defied a lot of people's preseason expectations. You gotta say that Dig versus TL being hyped was maybe not seen coming.
No, I don't think so.
No, I think TL being like this kind of weak in the beginning and then starting to kind of find their footing in week 2 was pretty surprising because we thought they were just gonna come out of the gate, rushing.
Yeah.
But, Dig's actually able to put a fight now.
And of course, eyes on the man on your screen right now. Johnson, the new bot laner here for Dignitas. He faces the ultimate test in his lane. It's Doublelift and Core JJ. And for fun, let's take a look at how other bot laners contended when challenging in their first year against his lane kingdom.
Yeah, Doublelift has done a very good job of beating people up the first time he goes against them. I think we saw that he had a negative 11 CSD when you go up against him. The KDA is still okay, so he's not necessarily, you can still pick up some kills outside of laning phase, but in lane, you're going to be pushed in, you're going to be down CS, you're going to be down gold.
I think he was always a player you wanted to swap away from, pick a safe lane towards. You never wanted to go toe-to-toe, like, let's fight him in the beginning. You needed to kind of like ramp up and see where you kind of leveled against him.
And that's what I'm curious to see if Johnson can do better, because this does feel like one of the best debuts for a North American AD carry in quite some time. I am really excited to see what he can actually pull out versus Doublelift, or if they continue to play more around the top side of the map, because Remember, Johnson and Afromu were more kind of the assist support with the Senna and type stuff like that.
Sure, yeah. I mean, Ashe Senna, we're not seeing we're seeing a lot of Senna, but not a lot of Ashe in a lot of other leagues. So something to watch for. Now, of course, this is all outside the fact that Froggen, as we saw, was the MasterCard Player of the Week last week, and he faces Jensen, an all-star in the mid lane.
Yeah, Froggen looked like probably the best mid laner on week 1, and by a large margin. And that is something that a lot of teams have to be worried about, considering that he probably is the best team around him that we've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, I will say let's not overreact off of week 1.
That's all I do.
This meta is really great for Froggen. It's going to be very control mage style. There's not that many assassins. And it happens to be the control mages that he's like historically played well.
You got Oriana's in there, right? A whole lot of really good things. And Victor obviously quite nice as well. And so far, you know, he's picking up 5 kills and only 1 death a game.
Yeah, I think it's especially surprising because Jensen also had a great Oriana game. That's kind of his signature champion for a lot of people, I think.
Yeah.
I joked that I want to see an Oriana mirror matchup. Everyone laughed at me for wanting to see that. But I would like to see them on a skill test matchup, hopefully one that's a little bit more interactive. Cassiopeia is a great one. Cassio Victor is a classic matchup that we've seen for years and generally pretty even. It's kind of swapped depending on the meta, which one's more powerful. So I'd love to see one of those control mage versus control mage battles between these two guys.
Yeah, worth noting, Victor is stronger in this patch. 10.2 had a bug fix where if you pick up his Hex Core augments early on, they don't get full mana, so slightly stronger champion even.
You know, one big thing about these control mage matchups, though, is the actual counter pick you can get. Because all of them are pretty safe by themselves, but if you're actually able to be on the purple side and be able to see what your mid lane picks, you can get like that small 5-10% advantage. And I think that's going to make a big kind of, you know, big waves in these games.
Yeah, I think also the loss of Broxah for right now is a big deal because everyone's talking about mid jungle and how important that is. And you can't start building that synergy quite yet. They did have an extra week of practice, which is what I'm looking forward to. And hopefully we get to see an improvement out of Surenfire and the whole team.
Move over to the top lane. I suppose we can talk about that one as well. Impact up against Huni. These have been 2 absolutely great top laners overall. Really, really strong players on either side. Huni actually ended up being, you know, a little bit more supportive for the squad as well. Lower kill participation over in their first weeks of games. Meanwhile, we got to see some decent stuff out of Impact. The Orin came out. That was actually some pretty solid engage. Got them one of their wins as well.
Yeah, and I think Huni kind of moving into not a supportive style, but being able to be more flexible, I think is really important. I know Dignitas for a long time was camp top. It's Huni, you got to play towards him. But I think recently he's shown like he has kind of more flavor in his play style, and he can like, you know, let other people, you know, carry, and he'll just impact the map really well.
Yeah, I mean, during his time on SKT, there were a couple of games where he obviously played that more supportive style. I'm not saying that, you know, Froggen's FLICKR and this whole team is SKT, but if you have a well-rounded team comp, Huni has shown that he is willing to sacrifice for his teammates when they're deserving.
Yeah, I know we were talking about it off camera. We actually saw the Soraka hover from Stixxay in the first game of the day. We're like, which top laner will be the first to bring out Soraka?
Yep.
And unironically, I think you both said Huni.
Yeah, he was the first one to bring Zilean when it was like Spell Thief meta top, and all you do is auto attack. Then it'd be top laner, you don't CS anymore. And that was a style I was very sure, like, this guy is never gonna play the no CS style top laner, but he kind of broke that, and I think he's doing that now.
All right, well, we'll see what comes on through champ selections. We're ready to go into the game. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Here we are, kicking off Dignitas versus Team Liquid. It's a couple of top lane bans here to start things off. Ornn and Rumble banned out.
I hope Lucian doesn't get banned.
You want to see the Huni Lucian?
It's been banned so much, and it is a really good solo lane flex pick here. I was also,
well, hopes are dashed.
I was watching Huni stream last night. He's so good at it.
So, although we lost a fun champion in the bans, we also lost the most unfun champion in League of Legends in Tahm Kench.
True.
So, a little bit of good for evil here in the ban phase. Dignitas also going to ban the set out. We saw it honestly not do a whole lot in the 100 Thieves win just moments ago, but they're not experienced against it. They don't want to deal with it here. That's understandable. Akali, can't have a ban phase without Akali. That one's taken off the table as well. Thresh, the first pick here for Dig.
Yeah, and to be fair, if you want to build a composition that's heavily around engage and dive, Set is a good ban.
Yeah.
Because he does turn that around fairly easily. The Thresh first pick is a little bit interesting. This has been a support meta kind of dominated by Braum, Leona, and Nautilus. Thresh is definitely a pick with a lot of skill expression if Afromu is looking to roam around the map frequently.
Well, that Nautilus that you mentioned is going to be picked up in response. So we've got hooks versus hooks. We'll see who's more accurate for landing those.
And I think Nautilus is a bit of a soft counter into Thresh. The Thresh hook is a half-second cast time. Nautilus hook is a quarter-second cast time. So anytime Thresh roots himself to hook, you can land the Nautilus hook as a counter. So I think draft-wise, Thresh Aphelios versus Nautilus Senna is definitely a compositional advantage for TL.
And with the Gangplank locked in for Dig, that's a lot of damage here on this roster already, just in these first 3 picks.
Yeah, and it's 90% going to be a Gangplank top lane blind pick. So Huni is coming into this match with a ton of confidence. Oh, yeah. It's actually a position when, if you go back in time between the Huni Impact matchups, oftentimes it's Huni trying to carry against Impact and Impact being a brick wall that he's unable to carry through. But Aatrox is a little bit more of an aggressive pick, but still, it's incredibly dangerous to blind Gangplank.
And that brick wall point makes perfect sense to why Dignitas' first ban would be Ornn. If Huni wants to play something like Gangplank, scale into this mega damage threat later on, you don't want to deal with a mega meatball in response that's going to be buffing up his teammates' itemization as well. But Aatrox always a fun champion to watch, as Elise and LeBlanc are going to be banned away. It is bottom lanes locked in for both teams. It is top lanes locked in for both teams. Mid-jungle is the name of the game here in the second half of bans.
Yeah, it's all anecdotal, but Flowers, I was telling you last game, we keep seeing this. We keep seeing mirrored roles. And then bans coming through. So TL should have the advantage for a mid lane counter pick after this one, and I'd expect them to pick their jungle early. The J4 was something that Surenfire showed a preference for, so unless that's banned right here, I think we're going to be seeing Jarvan for Surenfire.
Yep, we still got Jarvan, Rek'Sai, Lee Sin all up. Those have been popular throughout global play so far, just being those level 3 power gankers. They have the ability to initiate. They have the ability to be on the map nice and early. Elise and Gragas, 2 more of those, but they are banned out. And Syndra's the ban. They want to keep Jensen off of a comfort pick in that. Orianna still available for either side. So that's kind of Dignitas saying, okay, you can have Orianna or you can have Jarvan with these comfort picks.
Yeah.
But then threatening to take the other one away.
That's basically what it is. I do think that it's still likely to be the Jarvan, but because there is such a level of comfort with Jensen on Orianna and for Froggen, wouldn't be too surprised. And they're just they're doing the switcheroo. They're going Lee Sin.
All right. Lee locked in for Surenfire. Big playmaker. A lot of opportunity there to really show off, flex those muscles for this kid that's coming into a spot that in the offseason you're never expecting him to even be in because Broxa was signed. Now the visa issues are showing up. This is Surenfire's chance to shine.
It is.
On the big stage. Let's see the Lee.
And they give up the Jarvan and the Orianna for it. So Lee is also a pretty risky pick into Thresh. If you're trying to do any type of insect engaging, there's a lot of stuff Thresh can do with his hook and flay to stop you from being able to get off a proper kickback. I'm trying to think. LeBlanc is banned. Syndra's banned. The Rise is just kind of the generic play side waves, scale into teamfights pick for Jensen. That's what he goes with.
Rise locked in. That means even more damage. Both these sides, plenty of burst potential here between the teams. Plenty of initiation. You've got Thresh and Jarvan going up against Lee Sin and Nautilus. One of my favorite things to see coming out of a Champ Select is both teams having at least 2 champions who can start the fights off, because it means that they both have that much more decision-making power for when they decide they want to play aggressive League of Legends.
It's all about tools, and the 4-time-in-a-row champions Team Liquid, who are playing without their starting jungler, still show the ability to use these tools. If we just think back to last week, they were down pretty substantially to TSM, staring an O2 in the face, and they just started controlling the pace of the game. They have so much experience and so much know-how about how to play lanes. It's why I've been so excited to see this matchup, because Dignitas looked about as good as anyone last week.
Yeah, Dignitas was one of the big winners of week 1, and I think the point you made about Team Liquid versus TSM was fantastic, because you either win League of Legends by being explosive and surprising and just making all the right moves, or you win League of Legends by not being stupid. And Team Liquid won last week against TSM by not being stupid. They were at a point where one big mistake costs you Soul, it costs you Baron, it costs you the game, and everything's over. Many teams, when given that many opportunities to trip up, would have tripped. Team Liquid know exactly where their feet stand and made sure to avoid all the pitfalls.
And when everyone was doing their preseason power rankings of Team Liquid, you kind of look at their roster. Core JJ, an MVP down in the bot lane. Doublelift, an MVP down in the bot lane. Jensen, very nearly an MVP on multiple occasions in the mid lane. World champion top lane. Like, they're just so unfair on paper. It just seems like broken. They have all-stars in every role. Yet, they are in this point of vulnerability right now, where the offseason happens, a lot of teams did group camps, TL did not, right? Surenfire had about 3 days to play with the team before last week. Now it's going to be closer to 10. And they run into this team who actually has also a lot of star power, depending on which lens you look at it through. Aframu, a former MVP. Froggen, been a mid laner for 7 years, was the MVP of the EU LCS back in 2014. Huni, nearly an MVP in certain cases. So if things come together for Dignitas, they can also be a force to be reckoned with, and really looking forward to see them clash for the first time in 2020.
And it's always one of my favorite things at the beginning of a split, when a team does better than you're expecting them to do, like Dignitas did. You want them to stay like that for as long as possible, because it feels like every time a split shakes out by the end of it, you're always going to have either 2 or 3 teams that everybody's looking at as like, okay, they could legitimately win this. The more teams you get in that pool of these guys are serious contenders, the more fun the whole thing is.
Yeah, and no one aside from maybe Huni or people within the Dignitas organization consider Dig a serious threat to win the LCS.
Right.
And still, after 2 games, it's still, you don't say that because a lot of it was like, well, can they make playoffs? But if they can put up convincing wins against TL, if they can continue to carry on, they can change that narrative fairly easily. And every matchup in this game is interesting to me, like the Huni versus Impact history, the Froggen versus Jensen, both being powerful Danish midliners is interesting. But Johnson versus Doublelift is the thing that draws my eye in this matchup. Because not only do we have Aframu versus Doublelift kind of lane matchup new partners, we have someone who was one of, if not the best solo queue players on the server last year with about a 65% win rate, 4 accounts in the top 20, and a guy who looked really good in his first 2 games, going up against a guy who's won 6 of his last 7 LCS splits as a dominant bot laner. So if Johnson could pop off this game, man, that would be exciting for me, just in terms of what the LCS would mean for the rest of the year.
And we throw the words rookie and veteran around pretty frequently talking about players, but I think the raw numbers say it all. Doublelift with his 429 LCS games. Johnson, you just scratch the 4 and the 9 off. He's got 2. So
absurd, the experience.
Not quite comparable between these two, but like you said, it's Johnson who was popping off last week, had a really good first impression on the LCS, seeing if he can keep it up now. And in the jungle, I already talked about how for Surenfire, this is a really cool opportunity for him. Brox's misfortune is his chance to show what he's got here on the LCS stage. And Grig is another player who, I mean, last year he was on TSM that had a lot of troubles, didn't live up to expectations. There's a constant jungle swapping between him and Acadian. And when you look at this Dignitas roster, Huni, the history behind him, Froggen, the history behind him, Aframu, the history behind him, all 3 so well known. Johnson's the hot new rookie coming in. Grig's the guy that flies under the radar.
Yeah.
So this is your chance to pop off if you're him too. Both junglers, they got something to prove, and I love that.
Everyone kind of auditioning in their own way. I want to pull us back to the game right now, though, because this type of vertical jungle split is TL's bread and butter. They get their jungler on their side of the map, and they try and make that kind of vertical split down the middle of the lane. So, like, this side, this whole side is TL's territory. And that allows Doublelift and Core JJ to go to work as much as possible. What Surenfire didn't do, though, I don't think, is farm the camps substantially. He did counter jungle the Krugs, which will hurt a little bit, and then Core JJ goes in to make vision. So in terms of like Johnson v Doublelift, sometimes you're just not allowed to try because of the way TL plays the map.
They play around the fact that they have that bottom lane that stands out so much. I mean, you mentioned they were both MVPs, but I feel like the conversations are always, okay, when we're ranking the bottom laners and the supports, these guys just stand out so much above everybody else. There's almost no one else competing for #1. It's like back in 2016 when you went into an international event knowing SKT would win it. You were just thinking about, okay, who's the runner-up?
Yeah.
They're the old SKT of North American bottom lane. You just don't compete with them.
Yeah.
But who knows? Maybe Dignitas will challenge that. 2020, it's a brand new world, brand new decade. Maybe Dignitas is the team to step up. Checking in here across the lane, seeing where the farm's at. It's pretty even, honestly, across the board. Biggest advantage being about 10 for Impact there in the top side over Huni's Gangplank. But remember that advantages over Gangplank aren't quite as honest as they may seem because of his passive gold generation, because of the fact you can get so much extra money with the barrels, especially once you get rolling with items, so you can one-shot those waves. We'll see. Grig's farming up his prompt here. We'll see if Surenfire can make it happen here in the mid lane. Sonic Wave Resonating Strike, that's a flash of the Froggen.
Both summoner spells burned by Froggen, and something that I notice in TL games is how much better they are than other teams at attacking flashless players. So Froggen now, you're going to time that. 10-13 is going to be when his flash comes up again. I wouldn't even be too surprised to see if CoreJJ roams to try and get something happening there with flash cleanse down. So even though that doesn't result in a kill, in a slow early game like that, very valuable to get both summers.
And of course, if you don't pay that back, that just means that you're wasting the opportunity that you bought yourself there. So we'll see how well they cash in as Grig will clear out that control ward. Notice how he places the flag over the wall after the first auto attack, gives him the opportunity to only have to use one spell if he does get collapsed on. Just an extra safety measure there for all the Jarvan solo queue players looking to pick up a couple of tricks.
And it's still in range to give you extra attack speed, so you kill the ward faster too.
Everything about it just makes the clear a little bit more effective. Obviously, it doesn't make or break the game if you do it, but it helps. It can get you out of some sticky situations. Fire, here you go. Looking to return to mid. There comes a little bit of combo in the bottom lane with the CC. Unfortunately, Doublelift is so far back underneath the turret, it's not like he can follow up and go in on that, but I like the attempt coming out there as Hooney's going in. It's also going to be a play here in the mid lane. Jensen's going to be taken down. First blood goes over to Dignitas.
Amazing Orianna ball play there by Froggen. As the flashless player, Jensen flashed backwards, still didn't make it out of the shockwave. Have to watch that one more time, but that completely turns the tides of that lane. They might go for more.
If Aphromoo hits a hook here, nope, all right, they're not going to go after it. That's too risky.
Yeah, can't wait to see that replay. I want to see if Froggen, I think it was just a shockwave position behind Jensen rather than just comboing off of Grig. No, Grig was just standing behind him, which is enough. So he eat onto Grig. Grig was behind, so when Jensen flashed backwards, he still got tagged by the other half of the shockwave. Fire didn't really matter that the Q missed. He wasn't going to be killing him anyway. Good play.
And that's one of the moves you can make when you know that Team Liquid is one of those teams that's going to look to punish a flashless player. You're saying, all right, Froggen, push up. We're just going to make the gank happen first.
Yeah.
And Dignitas pulls it off.
Big roam up, good for the mid lane, getting there first. And now Grig is level 6 against a flashless Rise. As soon as Froggen's ultimate is back up, they can go for a repeat on that game. Oh, and a very early swap by Dig. So check this out. Drake is still up. This is rare. A lot of times, a team will take an early Drake around 6 minutes and then lane swap to go for Rift Heralds. Hooney knows he has a teleport advantage and knows Doublelift has already burned TP. So Dignitas is going straight for Rift Herald at 8 minutes on spawn. This is something the TL can't match.
Dignitas onto the objective now. Control ward in the pit just to make sure it's not warded out. Aphromoo hanging out on the side of mid lane here just in case somebody moves over. CoreJJ wants to go check this. He knows
really
something's up. Level 5 here on the Nautilus. Remember, the ultimate is not available. Rift Herald is taken down to 2K. The eyeball gets procced one more time. They do want to smite this one away. Grig's able to secure it. Impact making his way down into the fight. Nice lantern, keeping Grig safe. And that was clean by Dignitas.
And Captain Flowers, that's so good for Dignitas. Not only do they get the Rift Herald, Hooney didn't even have to burn his teleport, so CoreJJ and Doublelift took 25 seconds walking up towards top lane. Hooney's going to have his GP ultimate up in 45 seconds, so he can help protect the wave if TL tries to crash anywhere. That's going to be probably 4 or 5 plates worth of advantage based on that lane swap by Dignitas.
And I love seeing teams play proactively like this, especially in the face of one of the best teams, if not the best team in the league. Sometimes you see teams get a little scared. They have cold feet. They don't want to try to make a move they normally would because, oh, if it goes wrong, it'll definitely go wrong against this guy. But Dignitas are playing comfortably. They're playing confidently.
And I think more teams need to do that against Doublelift specifically, actually. Him and CoreJJ are usually so good in lane, and Team Liquid is so good at just setting up the map to play around bottom side. Say you don't care about bottom side, right? Make Team Liquid adapt on the fly in that sense. Temporarily, Johnson sacked about 10 CS, but he got it back because Doublelift had to run up towards the rest of the map, and now Dignitas has a 1K gold lead because of map.
It's another interesting conversation around, like, you know, do you win League of Legends by playing smart or not playing dumb? Do you win League of Legends by playing your style or shutting down your opponent's style and trying to resist that as much as possible? We've seen different approaches. We've seen them both work in the past, but Dig seems to have come into this with a solid game plan.
Yeah.
They know what they want to do against Team Liquid. It's working so far here. 10-minute mark just now being crested, though. It's a 700 gold lead, 800 gold lead or so for the side of Dig, and we're going to see if they can keep this momentum up moving forward. As you already pointed out, and worth pointing out again because it's 3 minutes further than it was then, Drake is still up. This is a late first dragon.
I'm getting kind of giddy because Dignitas is doing all the things that I want them to do. Hootie took 2 plates off bottom turret. That means Rift Herald Charge will kill from there. Normally, it's really hard to get the 4th and 5th plates on turrets because of the resistance. So they've swapped back, they're dropping, and they will get first turret off this push.
Here we go. Barrel's gonna farm up those minions. Impact has already been forced back. You can see he had to use the World Ender already to escape. And there she goes. Shelly makes sure it gets rammed down. First turret gold, Dignitas.
And I love it. Look how much slower it is for TL to take these last plates. Because they've been here and the turret bonus armor MR has been building up so much, that turret is at 370 armor unless they reset. So on top of all the stuff they're already getting, they can get Drake after this too.
Diggs looking to take 2. The turret hasn't gone down. That was not coordinated properly. Grig goes in. He gets too far ahead of himself. He thinks, let's lock this guy down and then make a play after the turret. It's only 11 minutes in. That last 10% of the turret takes a hot minute to kill, and Grig gives over a freebie.
They did so much well.
They were so close.
I'm not going to dwell on the negative there where Grig decided to use Cataclysm instead of taking Drake. Because you can see they did get a lot of map advantage. And Hooney's even able to come up here and salvage top turret, but that is a missed Cloud Drake because of Grig's misplay.
Dignitas still enjoying over a 1,000 gold lead. 2 turrets to 0, having taken both of them out there in the bottom side. Hooney farming up. He's got the Sheen, makes the barrels that much more effective. Withering all the minions down to 1-hit range, and then bada bing, bada boom. The barrel explodes, and he cashes in for about 200 gold there. Schernfire still yet to get himself on the board here this game. The only kill and only death on the side of Dignitas being Grig, so at least he's getting involved as we'll see how Team Liquid respond to Dig's impressive early game.
Yeah, and the gold between Doublelift and Johnson, even though the CS is about 20 off, is actually relatively close because of the first turret bonus. He's only down 100 gold to Doublelift. Who's also gone Dark Harvest on Senna. We haven't necessarily talked about that. It is more damage late game, but you're losing some of the utility that the Glacial Augment has. Soul check-in, for those of you who are very curious, he's only at 16. So another thing about... Ooh, that's a little risky, Greg.
Yeah.
Another thing about Senna Souls is if you're not laning against anyone, it's harder to get Souls.
Oh, Schernfire. This is the kind of a play we were looking for. Hooney's got no way out. Chooses not to try to waste the flash there. Doesn't see any point in it. Schernfire makes the moves.
And this is where I want to see more proactivity out of Dignitas. That was a good play by Schernfire, but they burned a lot top lane, and that's either mid-turret plates or Cloud Drake that can be going over to Dig, as Hooney will be able to respawn with the ultimate up. Aframu with that hook down means he can get aggressed on.
No hook there for Aframu. 1 plate taken. Top side, that turret is going to fall. Of course, there are still 30 seconds left before the plates go away, so Jensen gets some extra money on that one. And that's the sign, though, for Dignitas to go after this Cloud Drake. Is this the latest first Drake we've seen so far in LCS over the course of last weekend now? Because that's a 13.5-minute Drake 1. That's pretty slow.
That's normally the question I ask, but I usually press the talkback button and say Jat for stats, and then they'll tell me.
I'm posing the question to the audience so we can share a thought process.
It's late.
Okay.
That's what I know.
All
I'm
right.
not sure if it's the latest. And it will mean that this could be a game where both teams end up scaling a lot into the late game. I mean, Hooney is going to need a bunch of items. We've seen the way Orianna and Aphelios can scale, especially once you get Hurricane and Infinity Edge. It's set up to be a doozy.
Well, I was just told by stats in my ear that, yes, this is the latest one. Because, see, they're part of the audience,
intuition.
so they were listening.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're there with us. We're all here in spirit watching the game. As you can see, the turret plates, it's coming up 6 for Dig, 5 for TL. So even though Dig did have that advantage early on with the Rift Herald shoving down the bottom side, it all comes out pretty close here. And 14.5 minutes into the game, it's 500 gold separating Dig and TL. TL doing a good job making up for that lead that Dig was building.
For sure. And everything we observe about Team Liquid in the early season is going to have to be taken with a grain of salt because they are still playing with Schernfire and not Broxa, and junglers are incredibly important in the way a competitive team works. With that being said, even just last week against TSM, you could tell that the way TL plays the map is still amongst the elite. They're incredibly good at keeping CS high on side lanes while minimizing deaths. So with this game approaching 15 minutes even, let's see if Dig can keep up. because TSM was unable to keep up. They had the large lead, they couldn't secure Dragon Soul, and it went from there. Now, TL has set up good vision around the Rift Herald, and Dig is a little bit slow in trying to get involved. Look at how little they see.
You've got Impact waiting over the wall there. Dig does know that he's right around the area, but Team Liquid will manage to secure Shelly number 2 for themselves. Dig have priority over the mid lane. They have a Demolish ticking down on that turret, so they should be able to take this one out before TL's in position to respond, so at least it's objective for objective. So now the question becomes, what does the value of that Rift Herald mean for TL? Can they get a good use?
I could make an argument that right now, that trade is in favor of Dignitas because the expected value of a 60-minute Rift Herald is breaking mid. If your mid gets broken while taking it, what are you doing?
You just traded the expected value for an actual outcome, which isn't always the best.
Yeah, but the Rift Herald can still get 2 turrets in the right situation. So we'll have to see what the play of Surefire's Rift Herald is from there. Another thing, actually, just like a nitpicky thing.
All right, little tiny thing. What do you got?
I don't like it when Lee Sins pick up Herald because
you don't get the ward for your
trinket slot
to hop to. Yeah,
to hop to. So you're unable to do insects. I do like it if you had just used all of your trinkets anyway, because the Rift Herald actually resets the cooldown of your trinkets. So you should use it, pick up Rift Herald, use Rift Herald, and then your wards are back. So that's nice, but for now, don't like it.
Ooh, double lift. Getting caught out there. Flash follow from Afromoo. Oh, baby, that's the setup.
That was sweet.
That was real slick between Johnson and Afromoo. They root him with the Gravitum. They follow it up with Afromoo and double lift. He said, I don't care if you got 429 games. Get in the ground.
First death of the game for double lift. And unfortunately, the kill doesn't go to Johnson. They really would have wanted him to be able to get that item edge. But let's just watch this once again. Has the Gravitum, lands the ult. That's a guaranteed root.
Oh.
Afromoo has flash too, bro. So if you're going to flash away while rooted.
Support's so easy, bro.
Yeah, he's going to get you. Now with double lift in the death chamber, they're trying to make a play top. Double lift does have TP, though, if he wants to match.
Krieg and the rest of Dignitas pushing onto this tier 1. The last one standing on the side of TL. But Dig will not overcommit to that one here just yet. Summoner spells, they're ready to go. Dignitas not going to find any sort of a hit there from the combo from Greg. Instead, just going to back away here. Drake will be live in 40 seconds. It is an Ocean Drake. With Cloud already having been taken, that means we're going to get either a second Mountain Soul for the day, or we'll get the Infernal Soul. Huni, oh, you hate to see the barrels happen like that.
Yeah, probably a mind game there where he thought Impact was going to do the auto, so he tried to preempt the parlay. Is always a little bit of a survival game against an Aatrox in these side lanes, and if the map kind of stays like this, just like watch what line the minions end up hitting on both sides, because if it stays like this, then generally speaking, TL is going to be able to get inside track for this next Drake. Because you just saw Dignitas had to go catch those waves before resetting. But they do really want to start controlling this Drake game since they have the Orianna at level 13 with some pretty good items to try and control this zone.
Speaking of items, I also like the Executioner's Calling. Pick up nice and early on Huni's Gangplank. Make sure you cut down the healing of the Aatrox either in the side lane or in a team fight. Team Liquid not going to contest this Drake. That one's taken down, and it looks like it's Infernal on the Rift. The jungle burns away. That means we're going to get that Luden's Echo-esque Dragon Soul if either team's able to claim it, and more damage will be coming online as this game goes forward. Considering both top laners are damage heavy, that's really important for both teams.
Yeah, Infernal is an explosive Drake Soul for either one of these teams. Going to be something that TL definitely wants to prevent from happening, and it's actually quite normal that a team will forego the second Drake in lieu of side lane pressure, which is what Jensen was able to get there, because if he can get to a point where he can 1v1 the GP or the Orianna, that opens up everything for TL. And here's the Rift Herald. There we go. One turret onto Impact, so they're trying to power him up, and the question will be, how much can you get on the second turret with that charge?
And Team Liquid last week in their game up against TSM, remember, they were down Drakes in that one as well. TSM was on Soul Point for so long, and TL were able to hold it back, stop them from getting that one. Oh! Man, that was fast. Woo! She was dashing away. You saw her just starting to sprint, but luckily Huni was ready. Oh, that's way close, especially since even at the lowest amount of HP, she takes off like 60% of the turret's health. That's saving quite a lot there for later on. Grig's going to lose a third of his HP here on the top side. Face checking that brush towards Jensen, but now Grig and Froggen, they've got the opportunity to hit this tier 1 turret, knock that one down, more money in their pockets, but the gold is still less than 500 away. This is such a close game between these teams.
I'm really enjoying this, even though it's low on kills. It's been a high-level game in terms of the objectives they're trading, not taking any foolish fights. Both teams do have a lot of initiation tools, but they need to set it up properly, and for the most part, they're TL's bouncing waves and kind of trying to stall the game out, so that's what's happening.
So even though the plates were pretty much even between the teams, and TL is down 2 turrets, they're farming better. Even up against the Gangplank gold advantage, you've got Impact with more CS. If you look at the mid lane, Jensen's got some more CS. Doublelift's got more in the bottom side. Even in the roles that it doesn't mean as much with jungle and support, they've got more. And that's why the gold is so close despite the turret advantage for Dignitas. TL is one of those teams that when you look at them against other LCS squads, a lot of times they will just passively win because they farm better.
Yeah, and in terms of like farming better, there's so much that goes into that. So much of what TL does is they pick really, at least in this game, they have very strong side laners, but initiation attempt.
There we go, it's Grig initiating onto Doublelift. He's gonna be bursted down, the damage is there. Where's the follow-up from Dignitas? Doublelift is exploded, that's gonna be a 1-for-1. CoreJJ barely looking to get himself away from this one. Impact gonna be tanking up 3, make it 4. Hooney's able to find him here on the side, still looking to grab a little bit more damage. Barrels won't be able to find him, and that's just a 1-for-1, but it's jungle for AD carry, and Dignitas feel good about it.
Wow, that could have been so much more. It looked like TL was incredibly low, and then Jensen still clears the wave. That's such a TL thing to have happen, if that makes sense. Like, that was a fight that I think for a lot of teams, they lose 3 or 4 people. So Grig goes in, he's a little bit early on top of the GP ult, and they burst him down. But look how low everyone else is. Like, the shockwave, probably a little bit wasted. CoreJJ always getting out with a fraction of health. And then Impact actually making this escape, leapfrogging Hooney on the way out, having all of that just result in a 1-for-1 when it looked like Dignitas had the big jump. It just keeps the game close. That could have been a moment where TL gets wiped, Baron goes over or something, but it was not.
Aframu also just used the flash there to try to flash hook Schernfire in the brush. Important to keep track of that summoner, especially on a champion like Thresh that's a very big playmaker, so Afro won't have that here for the next 5 minutes. Third Drake is coming online about 60 seconds from now. Dignitas with that ever so slight gold advantage over their opponents. Doublelift sitting on 1, 2, and 0 here on the Senna. Has 1 lethality item, Serrated Dirk in inventory, so working on the second one means he'll be very effective dealing damage to a team that honestly has no armor outside of a Ninja Tabby on the Gangplank and the Chain Vest and Ninja Tabby. Obviously, the Jarvan's going to be getting tanky, but the rest of them pretty easy to burst through with that Senna damage, especially, as you mentioned, with Dark Harvest playing a part.
And he's going to have his 40th soul off of that red buff, so his range increase is now at 50 beyond his max range that he starts the game with. Still just 1 Dark Harvest stack, so not the greatest use of the stone as of yet. But Third Drake is a big form of contention right now. You can see the side waves consistently pushed, but mid priority has been for Dignitas the whole game.
3 seconds till the Infernal comes up. Dignitas seem to be looking to threaten Team Liquid away beforehand. You can see Jensen is off in the bottom side of the TL jungle. He can Realm Warp into the fight if need be. Level 13 on that rise. Very scary. Level 15, excuse me. Read the number wrong.
Yeah. If we see a fight, pay attention to CoreJJ's Stone Plate. He's incredibly tanky right now, so he might look...
Oh, Schernfire down to 25% HP. You don't want to be sending your jungler into the pit like that. Grig and Hooney putting in the work on the Infernal Drake. That one's going to be secured, and Dignitas are on Drake Point. This is where Liquid were last week as well. TL with control over the mid lane. They have priority, looking to push up into that tier 1, but the Gangplank ulti comes down. Infernal Chains only find their way onto Aframu. Not really the guy you want to initiate on here, but the GP ult is enough to save the tier 1 turret, give Dig the opportunity to get in position, and man, Schernfire can just not stop getting chunked out here.
It's a hard world out there for a guy in his third
rough,
LCS
man.
game, which is where Schernfire and Johnson actually are both positioned. And yes, Flowers, we have been here before. It's soul point for Dignitas with even gold in the game. So the power of these 3 Drakes is actually really small compared to what these 3 Drake symbols would have meant last season. The Infernal Drake is 4%. Whereas last season, the first Infernal was 10%.
That's a lot.
It's a big difference. So it's not like Dignitas is super powered up here. They need to have the same type of play for the next moment that Infernal comes up for in 4 minutes, where they will have to deal with the Stone Plate. You know, Schernfire is going to do his damnedest to not get chunked out by Frog and Shockwave. That's the thing to clinch this. But Dignitas is going to have to run that play successfully again to actually get the payoff.
But if you do get that 4th Drake on the side of Dig, all of a sudden those 4 Drakes become worth so much more than they were last year because of those Infernal procs, because of the fact that you get that much more front-loaded damage to blow up the Team Liquid lineup that, let's be honest, aside from Stoneplate Nautilus, there's not really a tank. GP ulti summoned up there. Dig looking to chase down Doublelift and Core JJ. Jensen and Impact will join up. Hooney's over the wall, looking if there's an opportunity to go in here. Team Liquid will bring in the cavalry, and the fight's going to break out. Turret placed down. Core JJ walking himself away. Redemption also going to be used now.
This is awkward.
Rig locked up. Impact's off to the side. The fight's breaking off in 2 different places at once. Core JJ looking to find the initiation. Gargoyle Stoneplate is used. Schernfire into the stasis. Core JJ taken very low. Schern going to be kept alive. Afromu the first to die. Core JJ going to follow him thereafter. It is 1 for 1. Supports are out. And the Shockwave finds nothing but air. Team Liquid, their jungler is very low, but they've gone even on the fight.
Oh, what a fight that was. Doublelift walking out of it alive as he kind of meandered into the enemy jungle to try and retreat. And what does keep happening at the end of these fights is Jensen will be there to push a side lane. Level 16 Rise now, 3 full items, 300 CS at 27 minutes. That's going to be the carry for this TL team if they end up winning.
Well, you've also got Hooney to answer him, which a lot of times you see these Rises get really scary when there's no answer in the side lane. Gangplank at least has the ability to blow up the wave. But you had to make me a liar, man. Right then, right there. Well, Jensen makes it happen. I don't know what I'm talking about. That Rise just kaboom blows him up.
He answered in a way, it's like, Jensen, surprise, you won 300 gold. Like,
that was...
he won the Hooney contest where he gets the Hooney.
Oh, man.
But Hooney didn't die in week 1, caught out there. He has no MR on GP. You actually can't match that Rise with that GP. Hooney learned that the hard way, but now with Baron up and Hooney dead, I mean, maybe TL just turns straight for Baron. This is that championship mentality.
One mistake can be what shifts the game when it's this close the entire time. Team Liquid now, with that kill, with the turret that followed after, they're 1,500 gold up. Did I say 1,500 gold? I meant 2,000 gold up, and they're pressuring bottom lane in him. Froggen makes his way back into the base. He's 2 levels down on this Rise. Jensen's level 17. Afromu's coming in from behind. This is a pretty big pick to make. Nice escape coming out from Jensen. Afromu doesn't want to chase this one down alone. But that means Team Liquid are now onto the Baron. They recognize the investment in the bottom side of the map made by Dignitas. The GP ulti not available. You can't just fire that into the pit here. And TL have ported Rise in with the teleport.
Senate teams are slow at Baron, though. Look how slowly it's going down. They might contest.
Aphelios drops the Infernum with the Moonlight Vigil. Here we go. Grig gonna be knocked out of the pit. Taken down. Doublelift's able to find the secure. Core JJ tries to run away. Nice hook onto Schernfire. It's gonna find 1 pick, but Dig needs more than 1. Core JJ still walking away, and that is a win for TL.
It is, but look at this timer, Flowers. 30 seconds on Infernal Drake with their jungler dead. No way he can make it to the Infernal Drake by the time it spawns. Dignitas going to group that. This could be one of those situations where they're trading a Baron for a permanent soul on the other side.
Impact and Doublelift both have teleports ready to go if they decide they want to make some sort of a move for this. Impact threatening that top lane of Dignitas, looking to barrel down. He takes out the tier 2 turret. Team Liquid now with a 3,000 gold advantage. But Dignitas, they're camping this pit. They know what they want. They're here for it, and they're going.
It's theirs.
Drake is burning away way too quickly. No way for TL to contest this one. That is Drake's soul. 29 minutes in for the side of Dignitas. Froggen makes his way back to the base to protect the second inhibitor turret, and he'll keep that alive.
We got ourselves a game. I was really looking forward to this one.
This is fun.
Sure, it's only 5 kills to 5, but we are at such an interesting point where the team that got the Dragon Soul is completely behind in pressure, and the question will be, can they even get these fights? Like, Jensen's about to finish his death cap, and there's no one who can match him 1v1, arguably even 2v1 if he plays properly. So how much is this Infernal Soul really going to matter? We'll have to see.
And it also brings up the question, if Team Liquid can continue building a lead over the course of the next 5 minutes, and Elder spawns, and Dig don't feel like they can fight for that, well, now you're in a really bad spot because you're potentially giving away that incredibly powerful buff to the side of TL. Baron power play, still only pretty much the value of the Baron itself. 1 minute left to play with. Jensen's going to be split pushing. We've seen the Rise be the win condition. Already level 18. Cannot level up any higher. Look at the items in the inventory. Working on the hat now. Already has Leandries and Rylai's. The slows, it means he's never getting off you if you're alone with him in the 1v1.
And for now, Dignitas is just trying to wait out the extra 50 seconds that this Baron power play has against Team Liquid. I do want to point out the Bloodthirster on the way for Johnson. Very surprised we're not seeing a Hurricane. Has some absolutely absurd synergies with the way Aphelios' kit works, but going with the defensive option in Bloodthirster, definitely kind of slowing down what he's going to do. And Dignitas is just completely on the defensive here for another 30 seconds.
Bloodthirster will, the shield from Bloodthirster will have you survive about half of an extra Rise Q. So.
Yeah, right? It can maybe help with poke from a Senna or something who once the RC is completed, which it is now, like an auto Q from an RFC Senna is about half your health, so I can kind of see it. 65 stacks of Senna Souls, 1 stack of Dark Harvest for Double Lift.
The Dark Harvest not really paying dividends here so far in this game as Grig tries to go in. Can they find the initiation they're looking for? Doublelift's going to get himself away. CoreJJ now the target. Realm Warp's coming in, and that means you got to be careful. Grig is left for dead, flashing over the wall to stay alive. Nice sidestep away from the overload from Jensen. Dignitas disengage, and TL play that one well.
Yeah, CoreJJ, even though he was flashless, does have a stone plate, so he's incredibly hard to kill. I think it would have been better for Grig to ult Doublelift and just go flash for the next time, but understand why he tried to ult the flashless player. Now TL continues to push.
Tier 2 turret falls as the Baron buff dissipates. Team Liquid now still sitting on that 3,000 gold advantage. It is 2.5 minutes until Baron. It is 3 minutes until Elder Drake. And Team Liquid seem to be feeling very comfortable with where they're at in this game. The extra burst damage from that Infernal Soul, as you already mentioned, not enough to blow up CoreJJ through the stone plate. And that means that Grig and the rest of Dignitas need to find these initiations onto valuable targets. But Jensen, he's got the Seraph's Embrace and a ton of items. He's practically full build here on the Rise. Doublelift on the Senna is a much more vulnerable target, but does still have the flash available. And everybody else isn't really worth trying to blow up. You've got to get either the Senna or the Rise.
You really do. The Rise is going to be incredibly hard. I got a number for you. The number is 842. That's the amount of AP that Jensen currently has.
That's
a
a number.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Doublelift. These numbers are less impressive. 70 souls, I know people always want to know that. 2 stacks of Dark Harvest, double what he had the last time we checked in. But overall, it is a lot about this next Drake that comes up in 2 minutes, the next Baron that comes up in 1:15, but whether or not the side lanes are pushed. Because TL is in a position where they actually don't want to just 5v5 the GP Aphelios Orianna, so they're doing everything they can to push these side waves and avoid initiation. So far it's worked out, but one mistake could mean the game.
All right, Dignitas, let's see what you can do here. Mid lane inhibitor turret being attacked, down to about half HP. Dig don't want to overcommit. Jensen is in the bottom lane. The inhibitor is exposed. And for those of you who want a translation of that AP into raw damage, if he hits his overload on a target marked with a spell flux, it'll do a little bit over 1,200 before magic resistance on a spammable spell. Very, very scary to have to deal with this guy in a side lane. Yeah. Dignitas doesn't seem to really have much of an answer to that. You can see Hooney's build, still no magic resistance on the Gangplank, wants to go with a full damage approach, has full CDR, has the big damage crit items, has another cloak in the inventory to continue working towards that. But man, is this scary. If you mess up even once, Jensen takes the game.
Yeah, no one building any MR don't really have the greatest windows to do so because of the way they want to team fight, but it's not even about like can't side lane against him. Like you can just look at waves. If he ever sees you, he goes for you. But Baron's up. They will have to 50-50 this, and they still probably lose their inhibitor. This is a difficult call for Dignitas.
Let's see if they stick with it though. Grig is in the pit, the Baron down to 1/3. Grig half HP, damage over the wall coming in from Doublelift. Froggen is rooted up.
They're committed. I mean, Jensen just took the inhib, so...
Inhib is gone. You have to fight for this if you're Dignitas. CoreJJ gonna be there on the front line, having a flash away. Stoneplay keeping him alive. Nice ulti coming down onto 2. Shurnfire gonna be taking low. Froggen on a rampage. CoreJJ gone. But Jensen is still in the base. Impact's being chased out. Dignitas has to fall back. Their base is under pressure. Hooney's made his way back. It is a 1-death trade for an inhib on the side of Team Liquid.
TL takes those. It's more power for Jensen, it's more inhibitor power, and the Elder Drake is up. While everyone on Dignitas is on reset, Jensen gets the jump for it.
Remember what I said, if Elder Drake comes up and you're not in control of the map, is this a bad thing to take the Dragon Soul this early? And it looks like Dignitas will now have to contest for this. If you can't deal with Ryze, I'm pretty sure EQ with Elder Drake just kills anybody.
And Grig's Stoneplate is on cooldown, plus he's half health. This is the same thing we just saw. But actually, Team Liquid says it's not worth trying to 50-50. It goes over. I mean, Shurnfire is low, double is in base. They're just rushing the Baron.
All right, they're trading Uber buff for Uber buff. Team Liquid going after the Baron, but Dignitas not willing to concede. It's Hooney in the bottom lane. Could he be ready? It's Infernal Soul with Elder Drake. It's gonna be explosions and lasers and explosions and lasers. Oh. It is secured by Shurnfire, who is immediately destroyed. Trade for junglers. Griggs over the wall, but he's taken down. More damage coming through. CoreJJ trying to walk out of that Gangplank ulti. 1 for 1, 1 super buff on each side. What a game.
Wow. Sometimes I talk about risk tolerance. You know how risky it is to put your whole team in a pit when the other team has Infernal Soul and Elder and a level 17 Orianna?
And a Gangplank.
And you know what happens?
You get Baron.
Baron! Like, that was the risk that they took, but they get the payout. They deny Baron from Dignitas. It's going to be incredibly hard in the next 2 minutes for Dig to actually get a fight with the way Jensen has master manipulation of these side waves. And it looks like TL, as weird as it sounds, just keeps kind of stacking their advantages, even though they're not the team with Soul and they're not the team with Elder.
The Elder will despawn 15 seconds or so before the Baron power play does. Dignitas would like to try to find a fight in that window, but I highly doubt Team Liquid will give them one unless Dig pulls off something just absolutely crazy.
I don't know if they can
Grig
get
and
him.
Aphromoo coming in for the collapse, but Aphramoo's health just evaporates. Jensen walking away, but a nice shot comes out from Johnson, and the damage comes down. Jensen is out of the picture for 60 seconds. Yes, it's a 1-for-1 in a 4v1, but you take those if it gets rid of the Ryze.
Yeah, are we sure Aphromoo was there? Because he's not there anymore.
He was a faint memory
him
in the top lane.
Yeah, and that was what I was saying. Aphromoo was too early to that play, and Jensen knows how powerful he was. Nearly got out. That could have been just a mega hero moment, but it just kind of adds to the stall. Once Jensen is down, the split push does stop. Let's watch this again. I mean, it's not that complicated. It's EQ, EQ.
EQ, EQ.
Yeah.
EQ, EQ.
Yeah, he only needed the first two because he's done the other work, and then Froggen got enough damage right before the Realm Warp goes off.
Must be so easy to be Ryze. Your alphabet only has 2 letters in it. Either way, it's a push coming up from Dignitas here in the mid lane. Devil is going to be forced to flash away. CoreJJ under pressure now. Impact's taken into the Resurrection. Guardian Angel coming out there, but double lift. Wham, bam, that's the shot you need. Grig will now be slammed into the ground. And as Dig try to punish TL, they are the ones who overcommit.
Wow. Elder Dragon is now gone. I wonder, actually, how much TL can get off of this. These are very long death timers. There is an exposed bottom lane. This is at least another inhib, but there's a chance they go for the game with how tanky CoreJJ can be in keeping these minis alive.
I mean, you've got Jensen back. You can blow the remaining members up so easy. The Gangplank ulti is used, trying to clear out the waves. Team Liquid, they're just soaking it. They take down the inhibitor turret. Inhibitor now the target. Dignitas has to pull off the defense here. Team Liquid rotating down to the bottom side. They know they've got another wave right there. They'll walk this one in. It's 2 waves. Inhib now the target. The Realm Warp used wonderfully for that. Jensen making full use of the Ryze kit here. Aphromoo finds a hook, but it's only onto CoreJJ. Grig going in, he's able to find the Cataclysm. Onto 3, damage going through. Jensen shut down. Oh my goodness gracious! It's a double kill for Johnson. listen, it's a team fight for Dig. Doublelift's looking to make some kind of a fight, but Grig will keep him busy. Stasis coming out, and D-Lift is the one man standing on the side of Team Liquid.
From one side to the other, now we're wondering if Dig can end, because Huni has been escorting that wave in the mid lane, and everyone on Dignitas is still alive. If he can keep those minions there, and they can stop this Doublelift recall,
protect the VIP minions, the name of the game for Dignitas.
Aframu's looking for him. If he can stop this recall, I think the game is over.
Aframu has to stop it. He doesn't get there in time. Doublelift makes his way back to the base, and how far will Dig go? It's 7 seconds on Core JJ. It is 8 on Schernfire. The Dig push continues. The game ends here, one way or the other. Nexus turret's under fire. Core JJ and Doublelift looking to stop him. Damage coming through. Dignitas members, they've targeted the Nexus. They'll take it down. Team Liquid falls to Dignitas.
And Dignitas stays undefeated to start the year. Flowers, that was a back and forth battle. Dragon Soul, Elder Dragon, you were never sure if it was gonna be enough. Ultimately, it was.
What a slugfest. It looked like Team Liquid were the ones getting the punish on Dignitas for trying to push the base too hard. But TL says, no, we can win the game right here. They go for the final inhibitor push, and as they're going to take that third inhib, Dig is swift, they make the strike, and that's exactly what I was talking about when I said I want to see these teams play confidently against Liquid. That was the Chad play right there. It was time to put up or shut up, and Dig put up.
I mean, you could see TL was going for the jugular there when they realm warped in to try and get that third inhibitor. If you get the third inhibitor, right, with the split push that they had, the game was going to end one way or the other. It really did come down to that defining moment. And 41 minutes of Dignitas trying to get that big all-in team fight, and that last one was finally Cataclysm into Infernum Ophelio Assault with a Shockwave.
With Infernal Drake Soul.
Yeah.
It was just pop. You saw Jensen was the first one to explode in the fight, and that is so critical because we saw what he can do if he's left alive for any amount of time. It's exactly what Dig needed, and damn if you are not elated as a Dignitas fan seeing that one, seeing them take down TL. As you already said, though, at the beginning of the game, taken with a grain of salt, Brox is not here.
Right.
But a win against TL is still a win against TL, and that bodes very well moving forward.
Yeah, just going through the season, this is still an incredibly new roster. So
yes,
it's a win against TL. They only have to play them one more time throughout the year. That one will probably be with Broxa, but it's still a great sign.
You're halfway done if you're Dignitas, but let's go ahead and send things down to Riv. He's ready with an interview with the Dignitas jungler.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am joined by Dig Grig as they dig down deep and take down Team Liquid today. An undefeated spring record. But just go over the end of that game or even the whole game quickly. What were the communications like? It seemed super intense.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty hard to deal with the Rise at the end of the game. So he was just constantly splitting. So we realized we had to like push him out so he can end the game and then just look for a team fight. Honestly, they ended up just making a mistake at the end of the game and taking a front-on 5v5 with us. So we were able to win it and end up getting the win there, yeah.
God, it sounds so much easier when you say it, Greg. Looking at how you're doing, we know last year and for a bit you've been plagued with the wrist issues, but it seems like you're feeling great. Can you talk to us a bit about that?
Yeah, no, I'm feeling a lot better now. You know, it's happened to other pros as well. So, you know, players like Mickey X, FLICKR, and they've all managed to come back. So that was pretty encouraging for me. So yeah, my wrist is fine now. So it's good, yeah.
It's great to see you're getting back into form. Greg, you've been on many teams back from TSM, Echo, Fox, and it keeps going back before that. Do you notice any differences here with Dignitas? Obviously, you guys are undefeated, and that always feels good. It's hard to find the errors in wins, but what's different about this team that you think's making it click?
I think Huni's definitely a very interesting player to play with. He's super commanding and puts the team together. So I think that's a player I haven't worked with someone like that before, so that's one difference. But I mean, you know, the teams I've been on have also been fun before, so this one's really fun as well, and yeah, it's going well.
Greg, thanks for taking the time. Congratulations on the undefeated record for spring, and we're going to throw it to the State Farm analyst desk to break that one down.
Thank you very much, Rislin Bislin. Welcome to the State Farm analyst desk. This was a hype game.
Yeah.
Shout outs to Mark Z, who called that team
just like I thought it would happen.
Will lose and Dignitas. Woo, woo.
Oh, that's right. They're an owl now.
Yeah, they're an owl. Who could have predicted this?
I did, but not like this. This was a very strange game. Lots
knew
of
it was
back
gonna
and
be like
forth.
this.
Dragon Soul. Other team gets double Baron.
Yeah.
Last second kill to be able to finish the game. It was really insane.
Yeah, it was a little fast. And when I mean fast, I mean it was not fast at all, and that was an extremely slow game.
Sure.
That was a really big buildup of all the Drakes that, I think the first Drake was something like 13 minutes.
Yeah,
14 minutes?
14 and change.
Yeah, so it was definitely like a really slow Drake game. I do appreciate a lot of the macro. I think Dig had some really strong swaps in there. And I don't know, the bot lane matchup that we were talking about wasn't as volatile as I thought. I know Dig first picked that Thresh, so they had a strong matchup. But eventually we got into this like swapping position where Dig is just constantly swapping away from Doublelift over and over again.
Yeah, Doublelift had I think around a 10 CS lead.
11 CS lead, but it was like only like a 33 gold lead.
Right, it was keeping in line with what we had seen, at least about the CSD, about debuts against Doublelift. But the fact that they were able to offset that, like you're saying, with the swapping was really good to see. As well as, while they were doing that, they were still getting all the dragons so that they could get the early soul because they only needed 2 more, and they continued to control and had a really good job getting mid priority before going for those dragons.
Yeah, and this was a really interesting game, I thought, because the swap at 8 minutes is not crazy nowadays.
No,
8-minute swap
common.
is pretty standard, but usually during this time, we see a dragon dead, so the swap, like, well, you know they can't take a dragon when you swap. Anyways, once we saw the swap, I think 3 pretty strong reasons. 1, Dig is swapping away from Doublelift, who's known to be a lane player. Pretty good idea.
Yeah.
Second one, they're playing against Gangplank. He has a pretty disruptive ultimate. When you try to swap, he can give you so much tempo by just deleting all the minions, keeping your turret alive. And then third, they're playing against Senna, and I did not realize how painfully slow Senna is at taking these objectives. There's that clip we just had where Nautilus and Senna are just whacking the turret, trying to take it down, and they can't. And you see Dig on the bot side took 2 turrets before they could take 1.
Yep, so the early game, it ended up still fairly close overall. Gold was pretty neck and neck despite the dragon difference and those swap differences, but we had some big fights here. Jensen splitting bot while TL sets up for Baron. You mentioned Senna killing objective slow. Also kills objective slow up in this side of the map.
Finds the side lane, arrives in the side lane. What do you know? NA is dealing it.
Yeah, we're in NA.
But what's really important here is when Dig contests, look how long they spend on Core JJ. Both Huni and Johnson, instead of following up on where Johnson landed his ult, Doublelift and Jensen get super low, but they get caught up on Core JJ. Good job by Core JJ presenting himself as a target. Dig deserves a little bit of criticism for focusing on hitting him so hard. They could have kind of just tried to run past him and get the actual carries who were low, and Baron was low, and so it would have created a tough situation for TL to peel off at 800, 400 health or to finish the Baron. But, I mean, good job for TL staying focused, good job for Core JJ distracting.
Yeah, a couple of I think interesting points there is the first time we saw Jensen split in the bot lane, didn't have TP up to join the squad, and so when he got the inhibitor at the first time and no one really contested him, there's actually no threat on Baron, right? It's just the Senna Aatrox when it happens. The second time he has TP, that's when they actually send the Thresh and the Orianna down. TP's topside, now it's 5v3 on Baron. They get the Baron that time around, right? And so you have to make sure you're actually tracking, because Ryze is the objective killer. Like that has to be part of the squad, which means he has to burn that 6-minute cooldown in order to make those come through. Very fortunate for Dignitas that they managed to pick off Grig both times to set up their other objective takes. That kill right there from that replay is why they got the Dragon Soul. The second one's how they got Elder Dragon. We do have one final replay of the last fight of the game, which was a doozy.
Yeah, I mean, this is the point in time where you think it's all over, but a huge purple ultimate from Johnson sets up a monster wombo with Grig, as well as Huni landing a barrel, blowing up the front line. Yeah, everyone just blown up right at the beginning, so there's only a couple people left alive. Doublelift does his best to try and turn this one, but there's just not enough support from the rest of the team.
Yeah, at this point, like, Johnson is just way too strong, and this is actually, his purple R initiation actually caught out Doublelift in the mid lane. I think it initiated like 2 other fights, so
yeah.
I'm gonna keep calling it purple R because that's just the way I know it, but I'm telling you, that's a good skill to follow.
Gravitum.
Yeah. That is the skill to be using to catch people. It's just like the Varus, but longer range, and it feels better.
Yeah, really good skill. I mean, as you mentioned, it picked up Doublelift earlier in the game, which set up some of the other parts of this one. Definitely close one, though. We were kind of taking a lot of time going back and forth, looking at each of these plays. There were several times where it might have looked like, oh, Team Liquid just like gave away a dragon, but it's like, well, it was a 4v5 on the map, and you know, a lot of times like they got what they could. They got like a top tier 2, and they forced the Orion on the other side of the map. Like there are a lot of really tight calls.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the goal graph was back and forth. There was even that play where Surenfire had a good insect kick into Froggen when they were pushing down the mid inhibitor turret. So like everyone at different points in that game stepped up and looked really impressive.
Yep, I like both teams, both very strong squads. And if all that action has got you amped, join us here tomorrow at the LCS Studios. Get your tickets at riot.com/LCS tickets. It's time for another break, but when we return, it's Cloud9 versus Immortals. See you there.
A strong week 1 performance from both mid laner. Who will be the differences in this showdown?
Wait, not a strong performance from the jungler?
Wait, you were playing last week?
There is. Hooney's going in. It's also going to be a play here in the mid lane. Jensen's going to be taken down. First blood.
So that's nice, but for now, don't like it.
Ooh, double lift. Getting caught out there. Flash follow from Afromoo. Oh, baby. Rises get really scary when there's no answer in the side lane. Gangplank at least has the ability to blow up the wave. But you had to make me a liar, man.
Looking. I'm on Rise right now.
I'm walking.
Yeah,
Go. Right there, boys. Right there. Let's go.
Keep moving.
Let's go. Let's fucking go. Send him the push.
Congrats, Kim. You got your own car with your own insurance.
No more driving that old hand-me-down.
Did you trade it in?
My parents handed it down to my little brother.
You ready?
Yeah.
Surprise!
No. Not Beige Betty. You guys can't do this to me. Seriously?
My car is like a rite of passage.
How do you expect me to drive this?
Just turn the key and yeah, it's just,
Some of this?
it's automatic, dual cup holders.
Go with the one that's here to help life go right. State Farm.
Every click.
Every frame.
Every press.
Every sound.
They're playing aggressive.
I'll take mid. Every advantage.
When the difference
Between winning and losing.
is measured in milliseconds.
Everything.
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 Everything counts.
The Alienware Legendary Battle Station.
So happy to have you back here for Game 3, where we've got Cloud9 versus Immortals. Let's go ahead, waste no time, and look at the starting rosters here for game number 3. Selecting blue side, it's Cloud9. They've got Licorice in the top lane, Blabber in the jungle, Niski at mid, Sven and Vulcan bot lane and support, with coaches Reaper and Westrice.
Cloud9 has looked like such a good team so far. Squaring off against them on the red side, it is Immortals with Soaz in the top lane, Smithy in the jungle, Aika in mid lane, Altek and Hakuho in the bot lane, and Zabuchin and Goduan in the coaching role.
And Immortals have a tall task going into week 2 here because, as you said, Cloud9 are looking like they picked up right where they left off back last summer here in spring.
Yeah, I mean, maybe even better. Sven and Vulcan looked incredible in just 1 week. They looked like the cleanest team in the LCS. I mean, their first game was a sub 25-minute victory over TL. Yes, there'll be that asterisk there because of the jungle, but then you also look at their Golden Guardians game, just playing side lane so incredibly well, bouncing back and forth, coming in, killing Keith 5 times. I think at one point, Keith was 0-5-0 because of how well C9 was bouncing around the map. Like, it looked to me like a bunch of teams were in week 1 form, and then Cloud9 was already a good team. So if they can keep that up coming into week 2, they're gonna be scary.
And going up against Immortals, this was a team that before the split started, a lot of people had them pretty low on power rankings, but
yeah,
in week 1, they got a surprise win over TSM, so you can't go counting them out just yet. There is a lot of experience, a lot of veteran experience on this team.
Yeah, Altek just kind of went into his, time chamber and then just found his way back into the LCS. He was just seemingly gone for about a year, boot camped in Korea, and his Ezreal game, a champion a lot of people had forgotten about. He found just the right situation to pick it in and was a big reason that they were able to beat TSM in that 60-minute game. I mean, looking at some of his numbers, 538 damage per minute, 35% of his team's damage, a very high percentage for a lot of the AD carries. Looked solid and gives you a little bit of hope for Immortals going forward.
Yeah, and I like that they picked it into a game where it made sense. You're not just... So many times we saw Ezreal throughout history as the pick for, I don't know what to do in bottom lane, I'm just going to sit there so we can sack this lane and farm from range. But they picked it against a team that had Rumble, and Rumble has pretty much no way to ever close distance onto Ezreal. Yeah. He can get the first tick of the equalizer off on you and you just E out of it, and oh, okay, I don't care anymore. So really like the adaptation there, making sure they were playing into the situation. Let's start off the draft now. First ban coming out from C9 is Soraka. They don't want to deal with any of that bot lane or top lane Soraka tech that's new age these days. Also banning out the Lucian and the Set. Immortals ban out Braum. I'll give you one guess. Close your eyes if you haven't seen it already on what thing they banned out. Otherwise, hint, hint, it's Akali, and we'll see what the last one is.
I thought you were going to predict the final ban. I'm like, oh, what's Flowers going for? There's a lot
no,
of
I'm just making it Akali's always banned, Joe.
Yeah, it's true. 100%. Lucian as well, falling to the ban phase. Rumble, even something that Immortals was good against last week, also going banned. And the first pick, Tom Kench, that is a little bit interesting to me, but just with how good Sven and Vulcan looked on Aphelios, Tom Kench last week, they'd be comfortable doing that. I think they'd also be comfortable doing Senna Tom Kench.
Yep, you can also put Misfortune in there too next to him because he's able to keep her safe as well. It just is an on switch for a lot of AD carries that are otherwise really worried about vulnerability and positioning. Speaking of positioning, nothing to knock you out of your position like one of those big casks coming in from the fat man. Gragas locked in for Immortals. Smith, you'll be piloting it.
Yeah, Gragas has just this incredible win rate in the LEC, actually. And I do know, especially with Soaz having a lot of connections, Aika coming from the French league, also Zabuchin being a French caster, would, I think, look a lot more to the LEC than maybe a lot of LCS teams and determining what like a jungle power pick could be. Because we've seen Gragas fall through a lot of pick ban phases just today, but a very early lock-in here for Morris.
And there's the Senna locked in for the side of Cloud9, so we are going to see Senna TK there in the bottom lane. Also making sure they pick up a jungler before the jungle bans are able to come through, pinch that pool really hard in the second phase. They want some AP in there, also a powerful level 3 ganker once again with the Elise. And back over to Immortals, what's it going to be to complement the Thresh? We'll see if we get full mirror picks in the first 3 here yet again.
Yeah, probably Aphelios, but it has been a different type of bot lane. Cassiopeia was actually a bot lane pick for Altek in week 1, so it's flexible. This very well could be their bot lane locked in.
We'll see. I do like the prevalence of flex picks, though, when teams like to use those and confuse their opponents, make them second guess on what they want to be banning. But we do know that neither side has a top laner. We may see some top lane bans. We did already see the Set banned away, Soraka banned away. There's a top lane ban coming out in the Ornn. Immortals not wanting to deal with that infinite scaling if Cloud9 wanted to pick.
Yeah, Cloud9, when they try and round out the rest of this composition, I do wonder where they're going to find their damage, because specifically objective damage. Like right now, their Baron take is just so super slow. A lot of teams picking Senna haven't necessarily put it with high DPS mid laners, but I personally would like to see that change, whether it's in the top lane or the mid lane. Maybe we'll end up seeing a carry pick out of FLICKR up top, but that's yet to be said.
Cloud9 will respond with a top lane ban of their own here. Renekton taken away. Although they have the Elise themselves, Renekton Elise is sometimes one of those topside wombo combos that you can just absolutely destroy the enemy top laner with. They clearly don't want to play it this time around. They don't want to open up their opponents to be able to lock that one in either. Aatrox, all right, it's all about top lane. Both sides are just saying, all right, whatever, focus that top half of the map.
Yeah, Soa's going to be pulling out a new pick. He was a 2-time Aatrox as of last week. We could be getting some carry versus carry stuff up in that top lane. That would be exciting.
What's it going to be, Cloud9? One more to go. Do they want to look towards another one of the champion pools? Is there an 80 carry they want to ban out, maybe? Or are they confident that Cassiopeia is going to the bottom side? It will be a Aphelios, so they don't want to have to deal with that. Him being another one of those champions is very popular as of recent.
Yeah, don't want to say, hey, we're sure that it's going to be Cassio bot again. It's smarter to do it this way. Now we're going to get to see a little bit more finality on what this composition could look like. They do need physical damage somewhere.
Well, if you want some physical damage and you've got a Gragas on your team, there you go.
You know, I'm liking these Immortals drafts. They're giving us diversity. We got the Trundle in week 1. We got the Cassio bot. We got the Zoe Ezreal poke comp. And a Pantheon. This is good. This is good.
So this Pantheon Elise works very similarly to Renekton Elise.
Yeah.
Because it's point and click stun. Elise follows up with a cocoon. Wham bam, thank you ma'am. They're bursted down. Adios, 300 gold.
About time we see some Pantheon in the LCS. It was basically perma pick ban in the week and a half of LPL that we saw, and then it hit NA and just nobody was touching it, which was just really strange.
A Karma.
So I was excited about the Yasuo and the Pantheon. I'm not as excited about the Karma, especially... Immortals did this last week, where they picked a champion the patch before it got buffed. So they did it with Trundle between 10-1 and 10-2, and now they're doing it with top lane Karma between 10-2 and 10-3. Compositionally, like, the Cassio does look like it's going to be bottom lane, pending a last-second swap, which they could do. The comp doesn't look bad for Immortals. Yasuo Gragas is a classic mid-lane duo of power.
Yeah, if you look over on the side of Cloud9, they're also very AD heavy.
Yeah.
Senna, Pantheon, Gangplank. Of course, Gangplank has the magic damage from his ultimate, so that's a little bit not AD, I guess. But the main AP threat here is Elise. If Elise falls behind the curve of the game and you've got some Ninja Tabbies and an Hourglass with your Gragas, you feel pretty comfortable initiating into a squad like this pretty much all the time.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen such varied games today. We saw the first game with COG where we got the Kale versus Set, like, super late game. We had that amazing back and forth, like, meta composition team between Dignitas and TL. And now we get this where the only player to play Cassio bot lane in the LCS pulls it back out again. We get the Yasuo and Karma coming out of solo lanes. And we see our first LCS Pantheon. I'm excited.
And with how good Cloud9 looked in week number 1, if Immortals wins this, I think this is the one that changes the minds of a lot of people who are doubting Immortals.
Yeah.
Because, yes, they beat TSM. Yes, that was a surprise. I think you could comb the depths of the internet and not find a whole lot of people who think TSM are doing real hot right now. TSM, Immortals played better than what people were expecting. TSM also played worse. So let's see if Immortals can now step up and take down a team that everybody else is hype on, because that says a lot to me.
Yeah, and I am very hype on C9 after week 1, to be completely clear. Like, the expectations for this team got set very high for me after seeing their performance with the 24-minute win over Liquid, and then just the way they manipulated side waves against the Golden Guardians. Adding on top of how clean and effective their bottom lane looked. So I'm just expecting a high level of execution from C9 if they're looking to carry through. And that's why, as you mentioned, it would be very impressive if Immortals pulls out a win.
And as we wait for the action to truly break out with the minions, let's go ahead and check in. We got a sideline report with Zabuti.
Thanks, guys. Here was Zabutin. Rough week for Immortals, little shaky. What was the difference made coming into week 2?
I mean, for week 1, we had exactly 2 days of scrim, so it was borderline playable. So the win has to be put on the players. The staff borderline didn't do anything beside the draft. We're still trying to find our identity as a team. It takes a little bit more time than like 6 days. So we're kind of heading games. The draft might seem a little bit weird for some people, but I mean, it's kind of like in the process of finding how we want to play the game, and let's hope for a win today.
And now that everyone has had more than those 2 days of practice, how's everyone gelling together?
I mean, it's pretty good. As I say, it's a slow process. Sometimes it clicks in a day, sometimes it takes a little bit of our time, but I'm not too worried about like this thing clicking eventually. It's just time is what it takes.
Thank you, Zop. Throwing it back to the guys for some action.
All right, we got the invade from Cloud9 here at the blue buff of Immortals. It's a smite fight for the level 1 buff. Or is he just going to lose all his patience? No, they've got him stuck there with a half bar of patience at the very edge of the ramp. That's FLICKR able to get to level 2. This could go very bad for Immortals. Damage coming through there. Flash force out from Hakuo, and that's a successful invade from C9.
And he's sticking around for the Gromp. Xmithy still has his smite. I like what Xmithy's doing because he could easily get level 2 off of here. Liked the early play, don't like to stay for the Gromp by C9. Yeah, and he ends up backing away. Wow, that's what you can do a little bit with Tahm Kench or Braum as you try and do those early level 1 invades to get pressure, but overall well played.
Cloud9 expending their own heal in that one, so it means that they will be down that combat summoner. If Xmithy wants to get involved in a bottom lane gank early on, they'll have a bit more damage in that one, but it's even scarier for this side of Immortals because of the fact that Hakuo doesn't have that flash. Mid lane here, Ica versus Niski. Niski taking control of the lane early on. Pantheon, we remember him back in the Worlds days where he was just pick ban tier. And by pick ban tier, I mean banned the entire time except for one pick during the play-in stage because he was just that strong. Obviously been toned down since then, but still a very powerful duelist.
Yeah, and incredibly reliable gank support. The thing you'll want to do on Pantheon, and you can see it when you're kind of over his head, when he's fully stacked on his passive, it means his W will have 3 auto attacks afterwards, which will nearly full stack his passive again. So you wait until you're full, you W when you auto 3 times, and then you have a choice. You can either auto again and get an empowered Q, or you can just Q and then get an empowered E, which will be 3 seconds of directional invulnerability.
Which is a lot.
Really, really hard to trade back into and great for gank assist.
So, oh no, FLICKR! That is not where the Cocoon wanted to go, brother. I agree, guy in the audience. I agree.
I heard somebody else be like, what?
Yeah.
Like, how do you miss that Cocoon? How do you miss that Cocoon?
It's, I don't know.
Was there a juke that I missed?
I was trying to come up with something clever to say I don't have anything. That's a personal error there on FLICKR, not planning the Cocoon on that one. Means Soaz is able to walk away pretty effortlessly, and no real summoner spells, no anything expended in the top side there.
Soaz did actually walk a little irregularly. I just watched it back. It looked like he was just juking permanently, which is something you should probably do. Most people are, don't think to do that, but still, what? How do you miss that? All right, I'm not on that. It was a good gank attempt.
It happened, it's done. We must move on as bottom side Xmithy, although he lost that starting blue, he doesn't feel too bad. He's still able to not get double crabbed, so he grabs the bottom side Scuttle Crab. You can see FLICKR farming up his chicken camp. He's level 4 compared to Xmithy's 3. Barrel rolling in there, trying to steal away some little chickens if possible, but won't be so. Niski trying to trade there with Ica, throwing out the wind wall to try to block a spear in trade, but Niski wisely saving it until afterwards. Finding a really good trade onto Ica here. Ignite drop down, nicely done! Solo kill for Niski.
Yep, Pantheon's pretty strong. Now, Ica was confident there because his support was in River. So he's thinking, all right, if this guy goes in, it's fine. It's not fine. It's still Pantheon. He's very strong. But yeah, a misplay by Ica there, flashing a little bit late, still got flash followed by Niski and not respecting the Ignite. So watching this, he's just trying to get his wave into the turret. That's all he's trying to do. That's the 3 seconds, rather is trying to track his spells. Yeah, the empowered Q post-flash, very well played by Niski.
It's like one of those old Spike TV shows where they ask who would win between the Spartan and the Samurai. Well, we don't need a 30-minute show to figure that one out this time around. It's definitely the Spartan early on in the lane, so to say. As we've got the serrated Dirk on Nisqy as well. Lots of extra power coming out from that one to make sure you've got the armor penetration through the lethality to do even more damage with those spears. Also, keep your eyes on Nisqy now that he's got the level 6 to see if he gets involved in these other lanes. As a mid-lane Pantheon, it's so easy to be all over the map.
And that's the scariest thing about this composition for C9 is Pantheon ultimate, GP ultimate, and an Elise jungle. That's some tower dive right there if they get any type of pressure down bottom lane going with the Senna Tahm Kench. And then after that, they're going to have the Tahm Kench ult to go with all these globals. So this isn't a team fighting composition by C9. This is very much an early game skirmish. Let's run over the other team. And the solo kill for Pantheon is a great start.
Infernal Drake first up here for Cloud9 means we will not see the Infernal Soul here again this game like we did in the last one. Cloud will be up next. Nice early Drake take around 6 minutes as we normally see compared to the last game where it wasn't taken until around 13. But Immortals hanging on here in the bottom side. Only a couple CS behind their opponents. The big story of this game so far, chat, is mid lane. 57-35 in the farm. Not only did that death cost him because he died, it cost him so much presence in his lane, and Ike is going to be trailing for a while.
Yeah, still has cleanse, doesn't necessarily matter since he's just getting pushed out anyway. And once Nisqy has mid priority, we saw last year he was very nearly the top vote getter for mid laners. Very good at playing with an advantage for mid lane. They can crash either side with this Pantheon Elise pressure. Hello.
Okay. I was going to say, that one. There's no way you miss 2 of these. Blabber finds some damage onto Xmithy there, but considering the solo lanes were coming to collapse, they don't want to seek any more violence here just yet. Nisqy goes right back to farming though, and Ika's just got to get very familiar with the terrain underneath this turret.
Yeah, you can see Blabber really trying to play around this Pantheon. But it is difficult, though, because the Gangplank can't get priority over the Karma. So anytime they do an invade, they have to worry about Soaz roaming down. In the meanwhile, it looks like they're all just prepping for this 8-minute Rift Herald. Both bot lanes recalling to match up.
I hope this one's a bloodbath. We'll see. Xmithy, level 5 here on the Gragas. Blabber the same, so smites are equal. But remember that Xmithy not having the level 6 ulti upgrade is way different than Blabber not having it. Much more important there for the Gragas. Vulcan not level 6 here either. Soaz coming in from the top side, but the fight's going to be breaking out. Gangplank ulti providing control. Damage coming through. Nisqy looking to grab the lockdown there. Hakuho and Altec on the run, but they're both going to find their way back to the spawn platform in a body bag. And C9 win themselves a fight. They don't even lose patience on Shelly, and they'll pick up the Rift Herald.
That was really nicely done by C9. So many times when a team is set up around an objective with 4 people on one side and 1 on the other, it's like, are you getting collapsed on? Or can you be the ones that do the collapsing? And C9, incredibly decisive, say, there's 4 people over there and a Karma behind us. Let's just go. The GP ultimate plays just a little bit behind Immortals. Because Sven landed that route, it times great with Nisqy's ultimate, so they can just run down both bot laners for Immortals and pick up that first Rift Herald. Beautifully done.
Not only do they get them, but with all those summoner spells expended, that is all 3 combat summoners for the Immortals bottom lane. If there's a return visit from Blabber, or Nisqy, or Licorice's ulti, or pretty much anything, those guys are in a real rough spot. Again, Hakuo still not having the box yet on the Thresh. We'll see how they want to play around that one as the top laners have gone into the bottom lane now. Licorice continuing to farm up, building an ever so slight advantage in farm over his opponent. It's even more worthwhile because you're Gangplank, you have the extra gold coming in. Looking back towards the mid lane, you can see Pantheon doing what Pantheon does. Every item is just a myriad of swords. Sword, 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 sword.
Yeah, how many long swords are in his build? There's got to be...
It's like 4 per lethality item. It's a lot.
Yeah. He likes swords. Either way, Pantheon Ultimate coming up soon. Rift Herald on the way. The question always is, where do you end up dropping this first Rift Herald? The ideal is they could actually make a play happen, get the first 2 plates down, then drop the Rift Herald for the turret. But good control warding by Immortals there. Lets them know Blabber's on the way.
But will they be able to send anyone to stop it? Nisqy once again getting the better of Ica here in the mid lane. Xmithy shows up. Remember, it's so easy to get your last breath off on Yasuo.
It's just 1v2ing.
But Nisqy doesn't care. He's so far in control of this mid lane. Ika's done a pretty good job of trying to catch up some in that farm department, but Niski's just so far in control. There's only so much you can do.
Yeah.
Top side, though. Rift Herald still not summoned up by Blabber. They're doing what you were talking about. They're taking down the easy plates with their personal damage and then waiting to use Shelly for the next 2 because her damage will always just take 2 of them out. Boom! There you go. More money in the C9 pockets. Look at the gold lead. Last game didn't have this kind of a gold lead till 30 minutes in, and now Cloud9 will take the first turret. A couple more auto attacks should do the trick, and that's going to put them up almost 4,000 gold over Immortal.
Look at those nice guys playing around Sven. Everyone leaves so he can pick up full gold. No jungle or support greeting to get their own items. It's the right call in this situation as well when you have that type of early game lead, giving Sven as much power as possible. But they're likely set up just right for this as well. They can do their resets, they'll get back on the map, and now they'll move toward Cloud Drake. They're just so clean this game.
Let's throw back to what we were talking about when we were first introducing this game. Sven and Vulcan looking like such a big upgrade in the bottom lane for Cloud9, and Sven just seems so much more comfortable on this team than what we saw him on TSM. He was part of the TSM roster that just clicked, part of the import with Mithy there, as Altec's nearly taken out. Niski can't quite find the kill, but Sven just seems to be in his element here in these first couple weeks.
Yeah, and it's twofold, right? Like the C9 last year was actually very good. They were second place in both regular season splits.
Took Liquid to 5 games.
They're going for Soaz.
Soaz, are you getting away from this one? Well, he got licked and he got sticked. And that'll be all she wrote. Blabber grabs the kill on that one, at least up to 1-0-2.
Damn. That was they just make it look easy. Other teams have such a hard time making early game plays happen. C9, already 2 Drakes, 1 Rift Herald on their way to getting a large amount of plates. But to get back, as long as I don't cast a curse, the clean play, to get back to this, like, they're also playing around Sven. Last year, C9 didn't play around Sneaky. They were so much a soul lane team. Like, we must play around these soul lanes, and then Sneaky will be there in team fights. This team is like, from the looks of it in 3 games, an early game team, however it works, right? Whatever is the best place for us to go is where we will go. It's not necessarily like they're camping Sven or camping Niski, but they're just making these highly efficient, aggressive plays, and they're 5,000 gold up.
That kind of malleability is awesome because it means that you can adapt to each and every game instead of always being pigeonholed into this one strategy that teams are able to figure out and play around. If you can trust every single lane to step up when need be, but also to play weak side when need be. Not every player can do both. Some people are very inclined towards one or the other, as we'll see Licorice going for the trade here against Soaz. Root comes out, Licorice eats the orange, looking for more barrels, and he forces the flash out of Soaz.
And we saw what happened the last time Soaz's flash was down. TK came down bottom and they dove him. So that type of aggression in the solo lane, very beneficial to be able to set up more plays. It's the only flash that's actually down on Immortals right now. And it just gives another thing for C9 to add to, like, what is our next play going to be?
And remember, because we are now on 10.2, it means we're on the patch where the Cloaks of Agility have been nerfed. You can no longer just grab 2 cloaks early on in the game for Yasuo to have 100% crit whenever he feels like it. So that sort of a build for both Yasuo and Marksman has been removed from the game. And that means that we are going to need to see the 2 real crit items before 100% crit comes online for Ica, who is still behind this game, as Cloud9 will once again go in, steal things away, and Vulcan just hops over with a blast cone as Blabber secures the red.
That was well played by both sides, actually. Smithy knew there was something afoot, didn't have vision, but by aggroing the red will then go towards the next closest thing.
Yes.
So the red is actually his ward, if that makes sense. And it let him know something was in the brush. Once C9 was spotted, they just pulled the red back to make sure they'd win the smite, get it, and now they go for their second kill.
Fun tip that's actually a really good tip for solo queue jungling as well. That's one thing that I remembered back however many seasons ago I first learned that. When you think you're going to be counter jungled, you shoot the whatever creep camp it is, you shoot it. If something seems wrong, if they're not walking towards you, if they run the other way, it's not the AI messing up. It's the fact that somebody's trying to set up a trap.
Absolutely. Now with the second Rift Herald, where do they go next? Well, they tried for the flash of Soaz. Rare misplay from C9 so far this game, actually going in a little bit early and without any type of space to cut people off.
Vulcan hanging around the jungle just to make sure that Immortals doesn't try to steal back the red that they lost there in their own side, but Niski will pick that one up for the side of C9. Duskblade done means that much extra burst for this Pantheon. It was Phantom Dancer, the rush for Ica. Pretty standard Yasuo stuff. Makes him a bit more survivable here in the fights. Couple that with his shield, and maybe he'll be able to survive if he goes in, but it's still very risky when Cloud9 is up 6,000 gold. Third Drake spawning here in 1 minute. Herald summoned up in the mid lane. There's no more plate money available, but honestly, they're so far ahead. They just need the map control now. Take down the tier 1 turret. There you go. A couple more auto attacks should seal its fate, and that one's gone.
Try and get Soaz while he's in transit.
There we go. There's some damage coming out from the barrels. FLICKR knows how to play this. When he throws down the ulti to the side to cut off the escape route that Soaz may be able to use, Soaz is forced to run down the long hallway. He might as well be walking the green mile. There is no way you're escaping that gangplank there. Hakuo trying to get out. The damage comes in. Senna's almost able to take him down. Altec grabs the return kill onto Niski, and Immortals finally gets themselves on the board.
Yeah, misplay by Niski there. He used his E. It's directional invulnerability. His E wasn't facing the turret, so the turret just killed him as he was trying to do that dive. So good stopwatch by Hakuho to buy a lot of time during that dive, but Immortals is on the board, even though the Mountain Drake is likely gone soon. That's where they're TK ulting. Vulcan says team.
Where's
team's getting kills.
Where's everybody at? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, they did manage to grab a kill onto Altec, and with the Cassiopeia down, I'd be willing to wager that we are not going to see any sort of resistance on this Drake from an Immortal squad that are 6,000 gold behind in 4v5, and that puts Cloud9 at Drake point, 18 minutes into the game. This could be a 24-minute soul.
This could be real fast. I mean, 23 minute with the 5-minute respawn timer on the Drake coming in, even faster. One thing that Ica did do is he's been able to pick up a lot of side lane farm. The one way that Immortals could think to try and get back in this would be get it fast. Very well done. He's about to reset and start healing.
That's true.
Everything C9 does just feels so practiced. Like,
it feels really clean, this game.
Yeah.
I am impressed so far. We'll see how swiftly and efficiently they can close this game out. Take another look here at how they caught Altec.
Yeah, sitting on a control ward. The Vulcan was already on the next play, but Blabber and Sven said, hey, wait a minute, we'll pick this up. No harm for us.
Definitely some for Altec. 1 and 2 on the Cassiopeia. He does have the Archangel Staff complete, but it has not evolved into Seraph's Embrace. The shield could be really big going forward. He needs 70 more mana, so he should hopefully have it before the next team fight breaks out. We'll see how far Cloud9 wants to push their aggro in this game. They will definitely be the ones deciding when and where the fights happen for the long foreseeable future.
Yeah, they definitely want to continue to get picks. Their Baron damage is actually quite slow, so a lot of the acceleration is to kill someone outside of a turret, then go for the turret, and use kind of the Mountain Soul and Elder Dragon, if need be, to be the endgame things. It's very much an early game composition that does need to succeed early. It succeeded very, very well.
With flying colors.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that like the Baron will necessarily be easy for the champions they play.
Still trying to just fight over this vision here. Dare Immortals to come out and mess with them. Senna ult comes through, GP ulti doing the same. Look at Ica's health bar. Just Gangplank ult and Senna ult did that.
Yeah, that's something Immortals gonna have to worry about.
2 buttons. 2 buttons.
2 buttons, and it'll only get stronger as GP and Sven continue to pick up items. Sven really close to completing his Muramana, which will really up his damage. But as you can see there, they didn't win the fight, but they got everyone on Immortals low enough that then they were able to take a turn.
And sometimes that's all you need to do.
Yep.
Winning the fight doesn't mean killing the enemy team. It just means controlling enough of the map that you can get something out of it. Top side, it's Vulcan with the Abyssal Voyage. C9 again, using these tools so well, making sure that they're taking advantage of the pick, not just to keep Senna safe, but to bring everybody around the map, control objectives. 5 turrets to 1, 6 kills to 1, 8,000 gold lead 20 minutes in.
And I'm so happy to see them use their globals and their gold advantage to continue to accelerate the game. Like, it's not just grouping 5 mid and saying we have a gold lead, let's kill you. It's just making these somewhat uncounterable map plays to get advantages. A lot of the other teams in the LCS only end up getting second-tier inner turrets, at least in the past, after first Baron, right? It says, well, we need the Baron minions if we want to push the base. Well, you don't if you're really clean and executing at a high level, which is what C9 is doing.
2 minutes until that potentially final basic Drake spawns. Cloud9 very much aware of that. Also sweeping out some of the vision around the Baron here. One of the ways I guess you could throw a lead like this is giving away a Baron to your opponents for free when you didn't mean to, so they want to make sure they're not opening up those doors for Immortals. Because honestly, with a lead like this, 20 minutes into the game, Immortals is pretty much waiting on a Cloud9 throw. There's not really a move that you do where you're saying, okay, this is our opportunity to go in and we can win here. It's how do they goof up? Because you need a big goof.
Yeah, and if C9 overdives, Immortals actually has a fast Baron, the Yasuo Cassiopeia would be very quick. They're just a long ways from that world. Mountain Drake up in a minute 10 and 1, kind of dangling middle turret that C9 is going to be going for.
I feel like they're in another galaxy from that world. That's a real hard one to imagine from this game state. See if that tier 2 becomes a target here, if they're just drawing attention to it while they wait for the Drake to spawn. Niski doesn't want to be the guy who overextends himself down here. Would rather have his ranged allies come around and help that one. You can see Sven in the mid lane is going to keep pushing that one up, pressuring multiple locations at once. FLICKR is in the top side. He's got the teleport ready. He's got the gangplank already. He can be there at a moment's notice.
Yep, just getting as much poke in as possible. This is the one point in the game where C9 doesn't need to be accelerating the pace.
Tanky supports also all going Gargoyle Stoneplate Rush these days, recognizing that it's making them just so incredibly durable in the fights. You can see that being the first item completed on Vulcan's Tahm Kench, as Niski continues just making sure these waves are shoved up bottom side. Mountain Drake, T-minus 10 seconds. Niski with the flash, the damage is there, and the artillery fire from a long way away means C9 has this soul on lock.
That was just cool to watch. Just the straight line of everything coming in with the CC locked. Karma, who went Ninja Tabby, yes, because they're basically all AD, but that also means you're more vulnerable to the CC chaining. It's a tough spot.
Mountain Soul secured by Cloud9 now makes it even that much harder to punish this team if they go too far, if somebody gets caught out. Extra shielding makes them so much more durable. It's now Elder 6 minutes from now. That'll be around the 30-minute mark. Baron is on the table. All of the turrets except that bottom lane tier 2 outside of the Immortals base have already been claimed. And this is where we hit a point where I think you truly get to see how well does a team use an early game lead, because this is where we see so many teams stall out.
For sure, and C9 in week 1 had the fastest average game time of any team. It was 29 minutes roughly. You'd hope to see them be able to close this one before then. They'll also have a chance to get an Elder Dragon before 30 because of how efficient they've been with things. So if it does come to that, you could see it happen. But I'm kind of expecting them, especially with the way they're pushing these side waves and how much threat Niski has. Niski will be able to push a wave in. If Immortals comes to look towards Baron, then they can put a GP ult with the Pantheon ult and just kind of dive in to kill Immortals, and that should probably do it. But we'll have to see if they can execute.
Worth noting, Immortals does have the items to make a recipe for a potential miracle turnaround in a fight. You've got Xmithy with the stopwatch to throw in a cast and then buy himself some time. Both carries now also on 2 items. Yasuo with the Infinity Edge Power Spike. Leandri's fully completed there for Altek's Cassiopeia. But will it be enough in the face of an over 10,000 gold deficit? Cloud9 wants to say no, as Niski, Vulcan, and Blabber will roam through the jungle here, clearing out some vision along the way. They see the blue trinket placed down there, steal that red away, give that one over to Sven. There we go, pick up a soul as well. What's the soul count on Senna?
Yeah, last I checked it was 50. It's at 52 right now, so nothing extreme. When the other team runs away from you constantly, it's really hard to farm souls off of them. But as you can see, every cannon will be an auto drop. If he's last hitting the minions low percent. And look, Immortals is kind of exposed to mid lane. This could be it.
Vulcan going in. Immortals are now separated. Altek under pressure from FLICKR, but it's going to be so much damage coming through on the back end of the fight. Sven grabbing a killing spree there onto Hakuo. Double kill for him. Altek's gone. Man, Immortals just lost 3, and Sven counted them all up.
Yeah, I was ready to go into this whole spiel about, I'm going to do it anyway,
All right,
Maybe
go
like,
for it.
hey, like
We
the
got
vision
time.
line is way out here. It's getting harder and harder for Immortals to do stuff. The only way they can get Baron vision is if they get mid priority. But C9 was just ahead of me. The instant Immortals went for mid priority, C9 jumped in, right? They knew all of the possibilities beforehand and just completely decimated the Immortals.
Baron now the target. As you said, this thing's slower than molasses for this team comp to take. You pretty much have to put 3 guys in the dirt and then have a flawless health bar state for your own team to go get it.
Yeah.
But sure enough, they got it.
It's like, how is this game only 26 minutes in? Like, it feels like C9 has just been stomping on them for like an hour, but it's been only 26 minutes. We've said it a lot, but C9 looks good. They have Baron now. Now they can break the base. After Baron, if it's not over, they'll have enough inhibitor damage to be able to go get Elder Dragon. Gotta feel good for C9 right now.
Looking phenomenal. Let's see how fast they finish this one off. Red buff picked up there for Sven. 5-0-3 on this Senna.
Yeah.
Just popping off, man. Popping off.
RFC completed, 61 souls, so not only does he have the additional 75 range from his soul collection, he's going to be getting the extra 150 range from the RFC.
Oh, here comes your initiation. LCKR caught out. Nice pickup there for Immortal.
Smart play by Ica and the team right there. They could even try and get that turret if they were willing to trade a little bit more. I think Ica's going to stick around and get it, so always good to try and kind of catch LCKR doing janitor duty on waves. Weren't getting that kill anywhere else.
Well, that does open up the opportunity for Cloud9 to take the tier 2 bottom, though. That is the last tier 2 turret on the map that was standing for Immortals, now gone. Baron power play is currently only at plus 1200, which is under the value that taking the Baron itself gives your team. So Cloud9 needs to get a little more out of this for it to really feel worthwhile. Once LCKR respawns in 10 seconds, he will have TP to be able to join this fight. Hakuo nearly taken out. The damage and the range are so oppressive from Sven in these trades. As the bottom lane inhibitor turret falls, TP is channeled, and Cloud9 will utilize the last 70 seconds of this Baron to push hard in mid and bottom lane.
Yep, fun fact, Senna autos do not get blocked by Wind Wall because they are not projectiles, so it makes it even harder for them to defend.
With Smithy rooted up, this could be bad news here for the side of Immortals. They will disengage properly, but they have already lost inhibitor number 1. Number 2 now the target. Baron enchanted minions in 2 lanes. The cannons just harassing Altec there in the bottom side. As you'll see the mid lane inhibitor fall here in just a moment. And that is 2 inhibs taken out. Plus 2,000 now on that Baron power play clock. And that means Cloud9 are feeling good about the state of this game. Elder spawns in 30.
Yeah, what were we saying before that Baron happened? They'll use the Baron, get inhibs, and that'll open it up for Elder for them to be able to get that.
Yeah, you predicted that pretty well.
Every move in this game has kind of been like clockwork for C9. Like the very first play of Sven soloing Ica, that's the individual outplay, right?
Niski soloing Ica.
Yeah, sorry, Niski soloing Ica. But from there, it's every other play just kind of rolled off. It's like, okay, he now has mid priority, so they might just win here.
Hakuo will find himself CC'd, but they don't have everybody else nearby, so they don't want to go in. They're still waiting on 2 of their members to come into this fight. Xmithie's going to be forced to stasis here very early. Vulcan's going to be drawing all the fire. But speaking of fire, the artillery once again will rain down on Immortals. The damage is there. They are gone, gone, gone. Cloud9, 5 for 1.
There it is. Immortals tried the desperation play. They were tired of C9's just perfect play around the map, tried to make something happen, unable to kill Sven and Vulcan as they go for the all-in initiation. And that, Captain Flowers, was a rout.
Elder not required in what I believe is the cleanest game we've seen so far in these first couple of weeks. Cloud9 smash Immortals.
And as I was saying before they got that final fight, is everything in that game was just in sequence, one play rolling into the next. The mid play into the first Drake, into the Rift Herald that they can get, into breaking a turret, into a turret dive bottom lane once the top lane was gone, into the next Drake, and so on and so forth. Like the global usage, the early lead, and just not making those mistakes is what is separating C9, even though it's only 3 games, what is separating C9 from the rest of the league right now. I can't wait until they play Dignitas, because they played very well today as well. But there's a difference in the way these teams approach the game. C9 is picking champions that have an advantage from minute 1 onwards that will not have an advantage at 30 minutes if they do not make plays. But they have been making the plays in this game, and that was impressive.
Cloud9 looking so good here in these first 3 games. Deathless on 3 members, Blabber, Sven, Vulcan. Not one of them saw a black and white screen that entire game. So well done by this team. 4 out of 5 champions on Cloud9 in that game had a global or semi-global ultimate. And it just played into how seamless it made their communication and their plays look.
Yeah, there couldn't be a spot on the map where Immortals could go. And it's really interesting, too, because when we're looking at this C9 team before the season, we're saying, okay, Sven is gone, Sneaky is gone, Zazel is gone. That's like the shot calling core. How are they going to look after the first 15 minutes? Pretty good so far, right?
Yeah.
Their boot camp has been solid. I think Vulcan is proving to be such a great addition as well. They look super good.
Well, in the wake of that super good looking victory, let's go ahead and send things down to Avli, who's standing by with Cloud9's top laner.
Thanks, Flowers. Cloud9 is looking super good because they are remaining undefeated with this victory. Now, Licorice, with week 2 and TSM and Team Liquid still looking a little shaky, people are now looking at Cloud9 as the top team. So do you see Cloud9 as the clear number 1, or is there a threat in the league?
I mean, I think right now, the only team that looks super threatening to us is Dignitas, because they're also the only undefeated team. I think if we beat them, we'll be like the clear number 1, but until then, it's like, I think we're stronger, but it's hard to say for sure.
Now, a lot of people are looking at Dignitas and Froggen as the main menace. Do you agree with that, or is there something greater?
I mean, I think they had a really strong start. I think that like they're shaping up to look like a strong team. I think that a lot of teams will pick up as the play goes on. But right now, they're probably our number 1 opponent.
And looking at you and Cloud9, you entered the team as a rookie on a team full of veterans, and now you are the longest standing member. So what's the team like for you personally now that Sven Skaren and Sneaky are no longer on the roster?
I mean, with the new guys, it's been good. Like, we started early, we boot camped in Korea, we worked on team synergy because we like came in as like a new team, like a lot of fresh players, and like not having those old guard there like really changes the team dynamic. And so far, it's been really good. So I'm really proud of my team.
Do you feel like you have a little bit more weight or clout when it comes to team decisions?
I don't know if I'd say that. I think, like, at the end of the day, I think Reeford is like the big boss. And like everyone just gives their input, and I think we just all work really well together.
Well, your next match is going to be against 100 Thieves. Now, they've been having a little bit of difficulty in the early game, but they somehow pull off the win in the late. So is that something that you take into account when you prepare for them?
Not really. I mean, I think we play a pretty clean game right now, apart from me dying right after we got Baron. Like, we closed out the game really cleanly. And I think as long as we play like that, we should win tomorrow as well.
Final question for you. I saw that you guys banned Set on your side. I believe Someday broke out the set for today and had a pretty good performance on that. Is that a champion that you are a little nervous to go against in the top lane?
I think with the new champions, it's kind of just like, it's like this wild card effect where when we look at ourselves, we are a really strong team, and if we play standard, we like win most games. So if we just don't open up the set that like might randomly like 1v5 a team fight, then it's just easier for us.
Well, Licorice, thank you, and congratulations again on the win. And for everyone else, stick around, because after the break, we're gonna see Golden Guardians take on Evil Geniuses.
Warwick, are they typing?
Yeah, they said better jungler will win no matter what.
Oh shit, so
I hate that bug.
Yeah, I mean, that's nothing new.
Finding a really good trade onto Ica here. Ignite drop down, nicely done!
Right. Yeah, go flash, bud. Yes, no flash, I can still. Son, I'm on Karma. Nice. Karma no flash. Yeah, okay.
I'm on the Rift hill. Rift. Fed! Grabbing a killing spree there onto Hakuo. Double kill for him, all tech's gone. Man, Immortals just lost 3.
They're all dead.
Oh. No, my stopwatch!
I didn't even see on my screen.
I died, man. I'm 1-2.
You got your own car with your own insurance.
Thanks, Steph. No more driving that old hand-me-down.
Surprise!
No, I'm not gonna get a date in this.
We had a lot of great dates in this car.
No, ew.
When you're chasing greatness, just remember, it's not about what you say, it's about what you do.
Hello and welcome to a special mini edition of This or That.
Part 2.
They have asked us to do an intro for Golden Guardians and Evil Genius. Let's see what they've cooked up. 3 slides for this one.
Yeah, a little
and they'll all
bite-sized
be
dose.
match specific. Number 1. Who will win lane?
Baby.
The Italian Stallion or the Golden God?
So we got to see some good play out of both these guys, particularly on LeBlanc in week number 1. We saw Jizuke absolutely pop off on Monday Night League, carrying Evil Geniuses, going up against 100 Thieves all over the map, left, right, and center, pop, 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 like a bunch of balloons in a needle factory, blowing people up. Golden Glue, he had a good game himself on the first day. Unfortunately, that ended up being a throw to the same team that these guys beat. So just based off LeBlanc performances against 100 Thieves, a very common metric all players are measured on, I'm gonna go with the Italian Stallion. Giddy up.
Well, that's a great analysis and all. You know how a lot of mid laners win mid lane?
How is that?
Jungle diff.
Okay,
and Jizuke has former MVP jungler, Sven Skaren, who admittedly did have a bad opening game. So it is possible for Sven Skaren to have a bad game, but Closer is also a jungler that has really impressed me. So when you even bring in the jungle diff part to the who's gonna win mid lane, both of them, I think, have really good partners to rely upon, but I'm gonna give the slight edge to Jizuke and Sven Skaren.
All right, so we both went with this on number 1. Let's hit up number 2. What do we got?
Keith, make brief. Is the roll swap worth or actually not worth? To me, I think Keith actually did pretty well in the first week of LCS, roll swapping over. Yeah. As a whole, that lane isn't that strong though. As far as what I thought it was gonna be, I actually had lower expectations for Keith, so I was like, hey, that was pretty good. And he just roll swapped over. Ah, man, this is a real tough one for me. So break the ice.
So see, for me, the way I'm looking at it is from the perspective of what is the path to consistently playing LCS right now for these players? So when you're looking at a role like AD carry or mid or jungle, honestly just not top of support, these are the ones that people usually want to import more for these big name like League of Legends Hollywood stars from other regions. Come in, have them carry your team, get to playoffs, go to Worlds, hopefully don't lose in groups, yada, 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 whatever. But if you want to be an LCS player, it is more realistic if you are not in that double lift Bjergsen Jensen tier of players to get in there as a support because it's less populated with these superstar players.
I don't think the question is the swap worth for Keith or not? Because
I'm looking at it from Keith's point of view, man. Who's gonna think about Keith?
Okay.
I'm thinking about Keith. And for Keith, I think this was a smart career move. I say worth.
If we look at it for the lens of Keith, is the roll swap worth? He's in the LCS. Hell yeah!
Hell yeah!
All right, next slide. Golden Guardians, win condition. Is it Haunter? Is it Closer? For me, boom, it's Closer. This guy was all over the place. He's creating action for the team. I think he has to be a big part of Golden Glue winning over Jizuke, which we went over in slide number 1, because mid lane right now, trying to transition is gonna be a very big deal. Plus, trying to get control of the neutral objectives nowadays. So I think it's gotta be Closer. Top lane is still an island.
Yeah, that's what I was going to include is some data that I saw on Twitter from, I can't remember who exactly it was that did the poll, but they polled a lot of pro players about which roles you think are the most and least impactful. Mid and jungle were far and away most impactful. This is not where you want to rely on your game carrying win condition to be. That, however, is big time, and we already talked about how that dude's the one who really caught everybody's attention in week number 1. Gotta go with there.
All right, I think that does it for us. Is that all 3 slides?
We're done.
Let's get into game.
See you there. We might be there. I'm not sure.
Are we casting it?
I'm not sure. We'll find out.
Nope, it's us. Thanks for the intro, though, Kobe and Flowers. I'm Julian Pastry Time Car, excited to bring you game number 4 alongside the OG Evil Genius, Isaac Azael Cummings-Bentley.
That's true. Spent quite a few years on that team myself.
Well, now we get to watch them play League. Let's get a refresher of the rosters, though, competing on stage. On the blue side, it is Evil Geniuses. In the top lane, Kumo. In the jungle, Sven Skaren. Mid laner, Jizuke. Bot and support, Bang and Zazel. And their coaches, Arian and Artemis.
Fancy new intros loading up on the red side today. It's going to be Golden Guardians in the top lane, Haunter. In the jungle, Closer. Mid laner Golden Glue, bot and support going to be FBI alongside Keith with coaches Nero and Choo-Choos.
Now, turning towards that jungle matchup, we've got the Summer Honda MVP squaring up against the Summer TCL MVP, who actually had a pretty stellar week 1, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people were really calling out a solid performance from Closer. They didn't pick up some wins, but he had some incredible performances. In particular, his quad buff start against 100 Thieves, taking all the buffs across the map against Meteos, and a lot of people have got their eyes on this jungle matchup. If you want to prove yourself in a new league, you're coming from a smaller region, you are the reigning MVP there. What better way than to take down the reigning MVP of this league?
And I think as expected, these two players on new teams, and of course moving teams away from Cloud9, Closer in a brand new league, so of course on a new team. I think you can look to these players to be the people that get things going, especially in these early weeks while you're still figuring out exactly how your team wants to play and where your strengths are. Junglers always have influence early on in the game, and they're both clearly very capable of getting things done early.
And I think that's one of the interesting things about watching pro junglers right now is that as you get later and later into the game, their individual role becomes less important because they are so underleveled compared to the solo laners. They spend so much time in pro playing around lanes, playing around vision, and that means that while they are an incredibly important part to get their laners ahead, they're often not the ones who can then push you across that finish line, unless they're on a big playmaker, something like a Lee Sin or a Gragas who can really have an impactful ultimate to take over a team fight. They have to dominate that early game and then put the trust in their teammates to be able to make good on the advantages that they have earned for them.
And I think for EG's last win that we saw, it was Jizuke, really kind of reaping the benefits there. Golden Glue certainly has shown that he can get leads, but I think for Golden Guardians in general, it has been closing those games. There's been more of the difficulty, but still, things will start in Champ Select. We've got Elise and GP banned by Evil Geniuses, and Akali and Lucian also starting to become a mainstay of the ban list as well.
Yeah, they've been pretty much banned every game. Rumble, another one that you are expecting. EG going to be banning that out. Set has been very high priority in the LEC and also in the LCS thus far, so you are expecting Set to kind of rise in priority. Senna going to be taken off the table, so I'm looking already at things like Aphelios, looking at Set, champions that have been very, very popular for those early picks, but it's actually going to be the first pick Tahm Kench, which I can't say I love, simply because you are grabbing this and then, seeding lane control in the 2v2, very likely bot lane. You're giving Golden Guardians more options to be able to actually pick for a winning 2v2 there. It does kind of, I think, tip their hand a little bit that they want to play with one of those more kind of defensive marksmen who don't have, their own kind of safety in that kit. With Aphelios taken away, I'm already thinking, hey, maybe EG want to play something like the MF, who can really benefit from having Tahm Kench alongside her.
Well, there is Aphelios and Nautilus. I assume the support there for Keith. Although there are some options if they do want to be flexible with it. Still haven't really seen that champion flex around too much, at least lately. So we'll see what EG want to pick here for number 2 and 3. Sadly not expecting that one, as fun as it would be. But LeBlanc, that both these mid laners have played, is still around if they want to take it now before it could potentially be snatched away or banned up. Sona would be a spicy one if they take it.
So Sona top is actually gaining a lot of popularity, and it is going to get locked in. So there is a possibility that this is going to be Sona top. That is what I'm expecting. You also have to remember that it can be flexed around. There was a period where there was a lot of Sona Taric. Sona Tahm Kench was the other kind of option there. So there is a possibility of that being flexed, depending on what top laners are picked, depending on how comfortable they're going to feel in that. But regardless of where it's played, a Sona with an incredible amount of gold does scale very, very well. And one of the most underrated things, something I was talking recently with Kobe about, is the incredible amount of move speed that you get. This AoE move speed from that Sona E, starts at something like 25% flat move speed, scaling with AP. Does get very, very powerful. But Fiora going to be picked in here. This is a great matchup into the Aatrox. You can go mid or top. You can try to follow the Aatrox around the map and be able to look to fight it there. The other reason I really do like the Fiora pick is that if you are going to play a Sona comp, no matter what lane the Sona is in, Sona at some point wants to group and walk around in this death ball. Fiora is a really good answer to pull people elsewhere on the map, right? Unless Evil Geniuses draft hard engage alongside that team fight kind of 5v5 death ball, they can't actually force fights, and Fiora can pull you apart on the map and really start to exploit the weaknesses that can show up in those side lanes.
Yeah, I've seen Haunter actually have pretty good games, so excited to see him on a fairly dominant carry Is Talia also going to be banned away alongside J4, so Jungler's getting targeted now.
Yeah, we are expecting it to go to Haunter, but it's a possibility that Golden Goop could play it. Remember, we have seen this even a while ago. Huhi played it actually in the mid lane in the LCS a year or two ago now.
Under them in the academy playing support now. Maybe he taught it to Golden Glue.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where you can actually just follow your kind of lane matchup around the map, right? You can follow this Aatrox wherever the Aatrox does go, try to get advantages there. Jarvan going to be banned out, banning out one of those AD junglers that is very heavily prized. We could see Golden Guardians do something like they ban out the J4, they take the Lee Sin themselves, try to push EG towards more of that magic damage where they may become a little bit one-dimensional in that consistent DPS.
Yeah, I think it's part of why Talia and Elise has already eaten a few bans. Gragas also in that wheelhouse, so another AP jungler also taken away.
Yeah, Lee just makes a lot of sense, right? If you're going to ban out J4, Lee Sin, Gragas, those are kind of some of the top picks. So Lee Sin's still available. They are going to be grabbing that up for themselves. And they will have what we're expecting to be Golden Glue's picks saved for last. Rek'Sai does make quite a bit of sense here alongside as a good answer to that Lee Sin. It is kind of considered a pretty preferential 1v1 matchup. You can actually unburrow, interrupt the queue fairly easily there. Has a lot of early game pressure to match that of the Lee Sin, and put alongside that Orianna does give you a little bit more utility as you get into later stages because you can act as that kind of shockwave delivery system. So this is very much looking like the Sona TK bot lane. So this should be Bang playing the Sona alongside Zeyzal's Tahm Kench. Does make sense why they picked that Tahm Kench early if they were thinking about going for something like this. Definitely will not be the Ashe getting picked in here.
No.
Syndra, considered a pretty good matchup generally into Orianna. Fairly skill-based, but this is going to be an interesting one because when you look at Evil Genius's composition, this is something that has to 5v5 generally to win. It's not a composition that is going to dominate through side lanes. You can answer split push utilizing the Tahm Kench ultimate to try to get odd number of fights and try to collapse onto those plays, but Golden Guardians have a much more well-rounded comp. They can potentially 5v5, but they also have that split push win condition. So we'll see how well Closer can play around Haunter's Fiora, because that is going to be a really big deal. And Kumo has been exploitable during his short time in the LCS. He has not been turning in the most impressive laning phases. If Haunter can get a big advantage there, Golden Guardians can look to avoid the 5v5, avoid that Sona strength in the later stages of the game and try to peel them apart.
I do like that Golden Guardians are at least staying consistent with this draft. They effectively counterpick both solo lanes and they're going to try and play early game, which is what we've seen from them using Closer's early game strength as a jungler to kind of get them somewhere and then hopefully a big enough lead to take over the game. That has at least been what they've looked to do in their first two games, despite not picking up a win yet, but certainly well set up to pick up their first win here up against EG. But EG are playing something that we might have expected to see last season. We haven't seen Sona TK for quite a while.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because we have been hearing some talk about Sona as a top laner, in solo queue. Soraka as a top laner has gotten a lot of popularity, and I've actually been expecting to see Sona as an answer. It's kind of funny because you take these two champions from the support role. Sona has always been a great matchup into Soraka, and you can actually just do the same things, in those solo lanes. But seeing it here in that bot lane for Bang, very interesting, and it could be a bit of a kind of meta-defining moment here in the LCS. If this succeeds, you can see more teams going that way, and I think a lot of people had enough Sonateric last year, so maybe not hoping it's going to succeed.
Well, I guess we'll see, but EG and GG will move out onto the Rift for our last LCS game of the day. Certainly something I think Zeyzal probably feels comfortable here. He's played a lot of Tahm Kench in his career so far.
Yeah, most of those LCS pros have played a lot of Tahm Kench.
He had to do it.
It's become such a staple. No matter how low the win rate gets in solo queue, it's such a good competitive pick because of how well coordinated you can be with the team. Utilizing this ultimate moving around the map is such an important part of pro play, and it also allows these incredibly talented carry players to play more aggressively and get more out of their champions, knowing that they have this kind of get out of jail free card.
Well, to maybe shed some more light on the draft, Riv is standing by with Irene.
Thank you, gentlemen. I am joined by the coach of Evil Geniuses. If you could just give us a little window into the Soraka Tom. We've been seeing a lot of, or I'm sorry, the Sona Tom. We've been seeing a lot of Soraka and healing. Is that kind of to get healing on the map and have a strong bot lane?
Yeah, I think so. It's similar with the Soraka, but I think Sona should be much more stable, and also I think he has some CC, so I think it should be much better at mid-late game.
And is there anything now with this Sona Tom pick on the other side that scares you, that Fiora late game? Is there anything you told the players to watch out for?
Yeah, so I worried about just Fiora split push, but I think we have Tomken, so I think about just cover the death side first, and we can play out whatever we want.
Perfect. Irene, thank you very much. Best of luck to the team. Back to you.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You know, basically what I talked about in draft, you know, you do always have to be concerned when you're playing, you know, 5v5 comp that doesn't have incredible siege about your opponents being able to have win conditions that aren't that 5v5, and that's why he's going to be worried about that Fiora and the threat that that can bring. You know, and it's going to be a lot on Zeyzal to be able to actually answer those side lane plays and for Svenskeren to keep Haunter down in the early game so that he can't just completely run over Kumo in what is a good matchup.
Done. Golden Glue will proc Electrocute there. Jizuke now hitting level 2, trying to keep these minions away from his tower as he trades a bit of damage back with the ball. Junglers are now on the same side of the map. Looks like they both pass from right to left. So we'll see if maybe Kumo or Haunter gets an early visit at all.
You can also see that I think a lot of these players are expecting this to be more of a farm style game. Triple teleports across the map. You know, people looking at relatively defensive lanes, playing more for priority to try to get advantages for their junglers through that rather than looking for straight up aggressive 2v2s or 1v1s. You know, Golden Glue, Jizuke, both taking teleport, Bang and FBI both taking teleport here too. So both teams feeling relatively comfortable, I think, you know, to scale towards the later stages of the game and just play around that.
So far, the early part of the laning phase has gone well for Haunter. Kumo will pick up a lot of farm here though.
Yeah, this is pretty much a no fun zone for Aatrox. It's a really tough matchup as we're going to see Svenskeren coming up for Golden Glue, but he's playing to the side that Closer is on, so this is good positioning from him, and we'll see if they are going to go. Closer's here.
Now they know. Oh, actually pushed them back. Good flash there from Golden Glue. The TP's come in. Closer going to look to try and shut this down, but no follow-up, and kind of a waste of cooldowns there from Haunter.
Yeah, I don't think the Q actually connected from Closer, so that was going to mean they probably would not have lethal damage. It is actually a trade of flashes, but it's a flash off Golden Glue, so Svenskaren's going to be happy about how this gank worked out. Yeah, he's down his flash, but he got the mid laner's flash and the top laner's TP, so that is a very worthwhile play, but you know, it's not the end of the world for Haunter because he did actually get his base, and because he had fully reset the wave, he really doesn't lose much off this besides, you know, maybe allowing Kumo to have an easier reset himself. So, you know, most of this lane is going to be Kumo on the back foot. Aatrox does struggle in this matchup. Fiora can both poke you down utilizing the vitals, and also the all-in becomes very difficult because Fiora can simply save the parry for your Q3. That sweet spot damage is very, very easy to parry, very telegraphed, and without that, it's incredibly difficult for the Aatrox to actually win those all-ins.
Oh no, Closer gonna lose it to Kumo.
Did not
have smite. It's a few seconds off. So Kumo gonna roam down and take that Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, that feels really bad. Not only is that a lot of experience, but it's also the gold lost there for Closer and the time spent to actually clear out that camp, so pretty frustrating. It gives away the fact that he is going to be up on the top side of the map, so they can expect that he would be over on Krugs now, and you know, as a result, you're seeing Svenskeren move up to that side. He knows he needs to cover Kumo right now because Kumo has not actually bought yet, and if Lee Sin is up here, Kumo could be in a little bit of a dangerous spot.
Also, while we're tracking the 6 TPs in this game, both mid laners did TP back to lane, and Bang is also TP'd back to bot lane here as Haunter going to get pulled in, loses that trade to Kumo as he finds the skill shots and the sweet spots, but again, Fiora not too worried here. In fact, Haunter really not that interested in doing much other than farming. He's actually gone Cull second.
Yeah, and I think it speaks to what they're expecting the game to be, right? 6 teleports, you're going for an early call, you know, you're looking to scale, you're looking to get advantages. Fiora can win early, but you know, you're pretty much guaranteed to win late. So, you know, is looking to play around that. Haunter knows, though, he's in a dangerous spot. This is a lane pushing in. He wants to reset it, but Rek'Sai is actually tunneled behind him, and now he has no parry, so they should go.
Yep, there's the chain as well. Haunter gets out, but now he sees Svenskeren. Gonna have to flash. Oh, flashes late, gets knocked up. Kumo flashes in, and first blood on the table. No blade over. Not enough sauce on that blade to take down Haunter.
Yeah, just barely not enough damage there. Remember, Kumo had not spent his gold, so missing the extra AD that he potentially could have had to secure that first blood. Either way, they're going to be able to push in the wave. So farm denied here from Haunter. Haunter has no teleport because it was spent mid lane, so he has to hoof it back up to the top lane, and you know, is going to be set back as a result of this. But Golden Guardians making a quick play down on that bottom side. The investment of that top lane gank means Closer can take the time to actually grab this dragon and start stacking that up for the squad.
The next one will be Cloud as well, which is always fun. But I think the thing I like about it is that it means the soul will either be Ocean or Infernal, which at least for most people have been kind of the highly prized ones.
Yeah, I think those are the two that are the easiest to get immediate benefit from, right? You know, you don't have to have any specific type of comp. You know, people talk a lot about, well, Mountain Soul is great if you have tanks. You know, Cloud is really great if you have someone who really needs that move speed, like, oh, you have Casimir, Singe, or Mort, or whatever. But when you have Infernal and when you have Ocean, they're just always good. Generically really, really strong. And, you know, that is going to be a win condition for these two squads who are looking to play passively, are looking to scale. And you can see that through the item buys. It was an early tier purchased up here from Bang. He is looking to scale up, have enough mana to really become that essentially walking fountain later on in the game that Sona can be with a lot of stacks of mana. You know, and Sona, especially in this new season, can sometimes do that even more, and he is actually playing Presence of Mind. So, you know, not only are you getting the flat 500 mana once you have those 5 kills or assists stacked up, but anytime you are getting kills and assists in the fights, you're getting this massive injection of mana because it is a 20% return of your mana bar. You have a tremendous amount with the Seraphs, plus that 500 flat, plus your base. And, you know, even Lichbane, you're getting more flat mana, so you can get ridiculous amounts of mana return to Sona in these team fights, and that's one of the things that makes it where you can just kind of have what feels like this infinite healing.
Always nice to have. The other note, of course, is that I haven't seen Sona TK since last season, and that lane operated very differently. Of course, the support items have been changed again, so there isn't any CS sharing happening like there might have been. So Bang's CS number is his CS number. His support is not sharing with him. So FBI doing well on that front, but I don't really expect Sona to be a particularly robust 2v2 laner. But doing just fine as Golden Guardians have rotated up for this Rift Herald.
You mostly just don't want to get exploited, right? You know, it's fine to be a bit down as far as the farm goes because you are looking heavily towards scaling with that early tier and you're just trying to play stable. But there is going to be a contest here. EG is moving over. Jizuke has...
Oh, what a flash shot! Into top lane by 3! Closer! Low forced to flash out. FBI with the counter ulti, but just to try and keep them away, and EG take full control of the arena.
Oh, a great combo there from Bang and Jizuke, but not quite enough damage to actually take them out. And there's a nice little trade there from Haunter. You can catch the parry stun over onto Kumo. But he does know EG has control up on this top side of the map, so he has to be scared about a return gank here, about EG coming up in this side of the area, and it will be EG grabbing that Rift Herald. So they could actually drop this top lane, and with Haunter being put behind by the early gank, with the Bramble Vest rush here from Kumo, things can get a little bit more tricky, but it's now Keith roaming up to the top side, looking to try to get a little bit of safety for his top laner. You can see he runs straight up the top, and Keith actually ran all the way up there just to drop this pink right in that brush. So, you know, giving additional protection for Haunter to make sure that what is this potential win condition for later on is farming, is getting experience, is really playing that safe, and it's a real bro move there from Keith.
He's been learning the role, helping out Haunter there, who certainly is expected to, I think, carry a lot of the mid to late game burden. Wanting to play the side lane on Fiora. Golden Glue currently in a 1v2, as Zeyzal and Bang have decided to occupy mid lane for a short while. But doing just fine, as mostly just farm being traded back and forth. Still almost 10 minutes in and no first blood. As you mentioned, with the 6 TPs, we're expecting more of a slower early game, and it certainly has been that. But the Cloud Drake will be spawning in 1 minute and 10. So we'll see if GG can stack that up once again.
Yeah, you can see it is likely going to be the Super Soaker build here from Jizuke. You know, already has that first component. Going to be working towards that. That's something that is getting very, very popular. The Hextech GLP, people just really liking the control. Seeing it a lot on Orianna, especially alongside Phase Rush. This is airy, so it is more of that kind of little pokey and a little bit more utility later on with the additional shielding, but still the slowdown going to be very helpful. You know, EG is going to want to have long team fights where you are actually getting the most out of the healing and the shielding and multiple rounds of those to kind of, you know, poke down your opponent, engage them, reset, look to heal back up, and then force fights around objectives. So I do think it makes a lot of sense kind of going for what is going to add more control here.
Looks like just the standard vision clearing being done by Golden Guardians here. Trying to make enough space to take this second Drake for themselves. It'll be up in a little under 20 seconds. FBI and Zeyzal still doing battle over the wall thanks to that turret that Aphelios was able to place over.
My one concern about this build here from Kumo is that it's so incredibly defensive that, you know, when you go into the team fight, you're not going to have a lot of threat. You know, this is much more just kind of focused on surviving, and perhaps he feels that's all he needs to do. If he can just survive and hold the wave, that he's going to be successful. But when you're stacking this much armor against the Fiora, with an early Ravenous, you can actually just heal up off the minions, and so much true damage coming out of Fiora's kit that the armor becomes largely ineffective later on.
Pretty interesting here. EG actually dropped the Herald mid, and I assumed they wanted to use it to retake control of the Drake pit, but they're actually just committed to try and siege him.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to be happy just kind of getting some damage down on this. Is Golden Glue. They have to flash here.
Oh, good ult from Bang. That's going to be first blood.
That was terrible from Golden Glue. I think that was pretty obvious that he needed to flash. Bang just kind of walking up as easy as you like. Didn't even have to flash for the Sona ultimate. You get shockwaved in there. You got to use your summoner. You got to get out of there. As soon as Sona ult hits you, you're going to be absolutely dead, and he was.
Yeah, I think just maybe expecting to live, and clearly did not. Yeah. As Bang was able to nail him there with the crescendo, as the Ocean Rift does now take over. Haunter at least got some free time, so he's picking up gold and farm in the top lane, but the Drakes will be split as well. Watch this again. A great shockwave here from Jizuke.
Yeah, this was a great shockwave, but he has tons of time. And
yeah, he's walking.
Is clearly just walking straight towards you. Perhaps he thought, maybe I can hit him with Scatter of the Weak and save my flash, save that summoner spell, but a Golden Glue just getting too greedy there and does get punished, gives up that first blood. Not only did the turret plate then go over to Jizuke, it is also that first blood gold, so getting this Orianna online, and Jizuke was a real difference maker for EG in their win last week on LeBlanc. He was taking over the game, so it's a guy that you have to be worried about getting that early lead.
He's up almost 800 gold individually in the 1v1, and actually POP has already been completed. Pretty cost-efficient item, but certainly a good spike early on for the Ori.
Yeah, he's going to be feeling really, really good about that. We have the Seraphs already bought up there from Bang. He's going to be stacking up this Archangel, looking to transform it into the Seraphs, and Warriors through. So a lot of these major completions are already coming across for EG. They are a little bit ahead of the curve as far as that goes, but Haunter still going to be pretty happy about farming it out here on this top side. Because of some of this pressure from the jungle, because of the fact that he lost his flash and TP'd mid, he is down a bit on farm, but he has almost cashed out this call. Off of that, he will have the Ravenous buy, which is where you really can start to shrug off a lot of that Aatrox harass. And it'll just be a question of, can he play aggressively enough, and does he have the vision to actually allow himself to push into the turret and start to look to poke away at that turret? Or can they actually dive Kumo and then get onto that turret? Because Fiora kills turrets insanely fast.
Patch here onto Zeyzal, perhaps he will flash away. Keith still ready with the ulti, but no follow-up there from either side.
Yeah. A good little force of the summoners, though. They get the exhaust, they get that flash, and they don't want to overcommit too hard because of how effective EG can be in these long fights. If you don't have lethal damage, the Sona starts to heal you back up. Tahm Kench denies a lot of those kills. Jizuke was roaming up as well, so I think it was smart to play that patiently from Golden Guardians, and there is that Ravenous Hydra buy from Haunter, so yeah, I mean, if they can get him some alone time on the turrets, you really can crush them, because not only can you use the E auto attack reset, you can actually get the bonus damage from the E, the crits onto the turret. That works. The Q allows you to actually hit the turrets with that now too, so you have so many ways to actually get ridiculous damage down that you can shred through those places very, very quickly.
Bang and Zeyzal continuing to play pretty far forward here. Bang clearly confident in his ability to pick people off with the Sona. As we've actually got the mid laners moved down to bot lane, as here's that free time we were talking about Haunter really wanted with the turret. There's actually still that bit of bonus gold on the table. No turrets have been taken out. Another good shockwave, but Jizuke was stunned this time around.
Yeah, still a good little trade. It's not that long cooldown, but they're going aggressive. Zeyzal has no sums.
Trying to force a fight. Ulti there from Bang, maybe a little early, but Keith's actually going to be the target. I think they've got enough to take him out. He will go into stasis. Ulti from FBI, not enough, but Keith able to flash out of the way. Kumo has DP'd him, but Keith is going to go down. Golden Glue, Scatter the Weak, doesn't get it down, and Ulti will shut down Sven.
This is actually really good for Golden Guardians because Haunter didn't join. He just takes that turret for free on the top side. That is first turret, solo gold onto Haunter in what was a 1-for-1 trade in that mid lane. Yeah, Keith goes down, but you kill off the jungler, you get more gold on the Fiora, you now have teleport and flash advantage on your top laner who's your win condition, so Golden Guardians very, very happy about this play. They knew that there was no summoners on Zeyzal, they knew there was no teleport on Jizuke, so they had the confidence to go for it.
Also gives him control of the second Rift Herald, so it'll be Golden Guardians splitting this objective as they do take it down. And with that first turret going over, thanks to the sequence of play that just happened, you have to think they'll be able to get one extra turret with that Herald, so watch this one again.
Yeah, here it is one more time. Hook onto Zeyzal. Early stopwatch to buy time. Bang does drop his ultimate, but it is just defensively on the Nautilus. And Keith utilizing his stopwatch as well as the flash to kind of back out of there. Keith does go down, but Golden Glue just lights up Svenskeren. And this is one of those punishing things. When you are so many levels down as a jungler, there's an incredible amount of gold and power in each level. It's just the base stats that you gain, right? You're missing thousands of gold of stats for being down those 3 levels. And the level 2 ultimate from Syndra means Svenskeren is just going to get erased, and they come out on top in that play.
More than enough for that kill there as they do trade. But the Rift Herald still in the inventory of Closer, who's looking to drop that somewhere, maybe bot lane. Although mid is always a priority for teams.
Yeah, so EG now going to try to actually force Golden Guardians to fight them at this dragon. They're going to say, you need to come to us or we're going to stack a soul up, and you're going to lose that way. But the side lanes are already pushing, and EG is really slow to actually pull the trigger on this play. You can see top lane already shoved in, bot lane pushing in, you know, and it's going to be Kumo having to respond. Now because of this, kind of wasted the parry a little bit there. Did get the stun, but you know, because of this, you have teleport advantage on Haunter, and now EG may lose priority.
Very sneaky. They land on Jizuke. That's a clean kill for Closer. Kicks away Sven to make sure he lives. Forced to flash. I imagine Safeguard was not back up. But again, they get another TP and get a kill.
Yeah, new Bang had ultimate too, so he did want to get out of there. If you get ulted up, you will go down, just as happened to Golden Glue early on. But a great play here from the jungle mid.
Oh, the hook does buff
Nice
it through. Still getting chased down though. This looks like lights out. Svenskeren able to pick up Keith.
Still, Rifttail dropped on bot side. That's the tier 1 going down. If you push one more wave as Golden Glue, which he should do, they have vision on basically everyone around that mid lane. Now this can threaten a lot of damage on the tier 2. You still have teleport advantage on your top laner Haunter. So, you know, this is what Golden Guardians want to do. They want to spread the map. They want to force EG into tough decisions. EG just wants to group up 5v5 and say, come at me, bro. Fight me at this dragon. But Golden Guardians is forcing them to respond.
I think Jizuke will be there in time, but Haunter and Kumo still duking it out. Time control is ready. Haunter, though, kind of losing the 1v1 already. Chain is out. Here comes the Abyssal Void. Haunter procs his ultimate. He's got to get away. A decent parry. Does have his flash, but getting chased down, slowed by the empowered auto by Bang, and that'll be a well-deserved kill for the Sona.
Yeah, really nice response there from Zeyzal and Bang coming in, utilizing that empowered power chord with the E, slowing him down so Haunter could not get out. Haunter was unable to actually land an effective parry, and he had no minions to heal off. Keith hooks in, and he's just going to probably die.
Oh, Golden Glue just demolishes Svenskeren. Shockwave catches Closer, but that's not bad. Bang the next one, but he does get devoured. Golden Glue in the front lines. No flash. He's got to get away. He gets exhausted. Good scatter of the week to keep
Kumo's
himself
coming.
safe, but
They
they
gotta
still
run.
want to keep chasing. That's a great flash ult from Bang. Finds 2. That's 1 dead. Keith's going to be the next target. See you later, Nautilus. As Kumo even gets the knockup, FBI, no flash, gonna have to run, gets out from under the chain, gets the root as well, and they will survive, but these two teams just fighting blow for blow.
Yeah, they're going right at it, back and forth, but you can see how EG starts to really control the fight in the extended play, right? You know, the longer this goes, the better it looks, and Keith going in here, looked like it was going to be a one-way trip, just go down immediately. They spend a lot of their burst to take down Svenskeren. This shockwave largely avoided by Golden Guardians, which gives them the confidence to go in. But remember, a lot of your cooldowns are down. The ultimate from Golden Glue actually got denied by the Devour from Zeyzal. Then EG says, all right, you no longer have lethal damage. If you cannot burst someone 100 to 0, you will not kill them through the shielding and healing of Sona, as well as the shielding of the Orianna and the protection of that Tahm Kench. So Golden Guardians just biting off more than they could chew there. You've got to be really aware of how much damage you have left in the tank. Can you 100 to 0 someone? If you cannot, you need to disengage from that fight and play it slow.
Man, it's too low here. In a 4v3, Golden Guardians cannot defend. So they will lose that turret and maybe the Drake soon after as well.
Yep.
GG goes to the area pretty easily, and in fact, Golden Guardians will just give it up. So that is going to be the second Drake, the first of the Soul Drake series. That Ocean will go down. Still a little while to go. That's kind of what happens when you split the first few Drakes. There's not as much pressure unless the game drags on a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, they split back and forth on those first two, and then that third was delayed a long time. So it's going to be some time, and you know, Kumo has held up very well in this side lane. Their Tahm Kench response was great on that earlier kill to take down Haunter and punish him, and it looked like Kumo was just straight up winning that 1v1 anyway. You know, the straight 100 to 0 all in is difficult at this point, because when you're hitting that Bramble Vest, it's reducing so much of your healing, right? You more have to kind of wear down the Aatrox and heal up off the minions utilizing the Ravenous Hydra. you know, until you have more items coming through, you know, until you have the Triforce and maybe even an item on top of that, where you can just kind of shrug off a lot of that Aatrox damage.
Honza has about 1,200 gold to go and spend and is recalling, so
we'll have Triforce.
I think
then
we'll have enough.
Yep.
See if that does change the texture of the matchup at all, but still looking pretty comfortable in the side lanes here. Doesn't seem like time to panic, certainly on either side, but Golden Guardians at least maneuvering themselves into a position where they want Honza to be. Gold, regardless, though, still staying close. It is really all those turrets. That's the big lead here for Golden Guardians, but the total gold lead is actually only 1,000 between the two teams.
Yeah, I mean, that's what those extra kills will do for you, right? You know, those were very big for EG, and you can see that Bang as well as Jizuke scaling up very, very well. That Archangels has transformed into the Seraph, so the shielding is now there. Additionally, for Bang, makes it harder to take him down. Jizuke on 2 big items, and you know, it's not time to panic for either side, but for Golden Guardians, they have to be worried about the Ocean Soul. The Ocean Soul, on top of all the healing and kind of shielding and defensive abilities that EG has, will probably make them unassailable. So, you know, they have a while, but this 3rd dragon coming up in 3 minutes, it starts to get pretty scary if you give over 3 dragons, because then one pick, one missed 50-50 means you give over Soul and you probably lose the game. So Golden Guardians have got to get themselves in the best possible position to either delay this potential dragon or get a pick and then take it themselves.
I think we are going to see a lot of this map positioning, though. Looks like Golden Blue is being told to go off and catch waves as they push the other side lane. Honza is perma in the side lane here. He's actually going to try his hand at a 1v1 on Kumo. 1 level down. Decent parry. Keeps moving forward. Has not committed the ulti just yet. And Aatrox with his ultimate cooking. Too much right now for Honza. As you've mentioned, more poking him down at this point as Bang finally finds an airball. Oh, it goes through the shockwave key. Little too far forward. He's going to pop the stone plate and FBI is going to blow up the Rek'Sai. Bang kicked in. That's the devour though for Zeyzal. He's going to save Bang, but Keith right there with a hook ready to go. Bang getting low for Jizuke. Just too powerful. Finally, Golden Blue's able to find the 2nd kill.
And they're going to head to Baron off this. This is Bang down, that's Svenskeren down. They are pinging onto it, running over to this area. We'll see if they can catch it, and without Sona or Rek'Sai, this becomes very, very difficult, but I don't think they can actually commit to it. The res timers are too short, so Golden Guardians will just get some vision off it. They will get a little bit of kill goal, but that was a well-played fight from them, and did cost a fair number of resources, did cost the flash off the support and their jungler, which is a lot of their playmaking ability.
I think the big one for me, though, is Haunce's TP. You know, he TP'd into that fight to try and maybe win it a bit harder. Going to be a little bit trickier for him to really pressure the sideline, especially given how long bot lane is.
Yeah, he may have to play topside now with Baron up and allow Golden Glue utilizing that TP to play on the bottom side. But let's watch this one more time. A lot of it is about the scatter. Ooh. So the scatter actually came down. Bang had buffered his ultimate, so what happened there is Bang presses ult as he's in range, but during the animation of Bang's ultimate, he is actually knocked backwards by Golden Glue, pushing him out of range. So that is what Golden Glue, I think, was actually going for on that turret dive, where it kind of looks silly. But then we saw Closer come in with the kick flash, very nicely done to pull him back towards Keith, who could then follow up and kind of train down Bang. But even there, we saw how close EG was to actually surviving and stabilizing in that fight, where they can start to heal up and turn around.
EG have also just committed to running 5 in the other lane. They're ignoring Hauncer for now. They're going to take down this mid-tier 2. In fact, the only 2 towers they've taken so far have been both in mid lane.
Yeah, but I don't think Hauncer has enough time, right? You know, he's not actually going to be able to get to that turret. So all he really did was push up the wave a little bit. They trade their tier 2 for that. But Hauncer is going to have to be able to get into a position where he can actually start to win this 1v1, where he can start to really pressure towers, and he's not there yet. Great shockwave on Keith.
Yep, over the wall. Ulti out from Aphelios. Does get a big stun there, and that's going to be a kill against Svenskeren, eating every Syndra ultimate, but Kumo's here. Going to try and turn the tide to the fight. Hauncer, though, has made it in.
This is great. That's a big pick for Golden Guardians. Keith may want to reset, but the dragon is just about to spawn, so I think they're just going to run straight over and try to take it. Jizuke critically is fairly low on mana. Kumo has no ultimate, so Golden Guardians should be able to take this dragon, and that means it extends the clock so much on their split push game plan on avoiding EG's 5v5 and really being able to spread out the map, because that is another 5 minutes now that EG will have to wait for even the potential of taking a Dragon Soul. We're sitting at 2-2 at this point, and that clock is always ticking on Fiora. It's kind of scaling in the background here.
2,000 gold up now for Golden Guardians, and I do like that EG seem to be very aware of the situation. And they have the Tumken shot, which I think is why Hauntzer didn't extend too far down after they dipped out of mid from taking the tower. But also just EG are very confidently saying, okay, just everyone get in the lane and start pushing, because you have to give Fiora the least amount of time possible to kill your base.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing Svenskeren really get picked on here. You know, you are going
What are you gonna
standard damage build as Rek'Sai, and he's so damn squishy. Tahm Kench is not really positioned with him because he's, you know, really focusing on defending the main carries, the Sona, the Orianna. So anytime Sven gets hooked, if Zeyzal's not there to devour immediately, he basically just dies to Golden Glue. And Golden Glue and Keith are actually comboing up very well alongside FBI for the follow-up damage to really burst down Svenskeren time and time again. And we are seeing Golden Glue now, you know, out to a really strong set of items. He's sitting on Death Cap, Ludens, plus double Spell Pen. This is incredibly efficient, amping all the spell damage that he already has, and it does mean Syndra can hit that lethal damage with her combo very easily.
It does feel like Svenskeren's chance of survival is just dropping a negative every single fight. Jizuke, though, does get a top lane outer turret, so a bit of counter pushing there on a side lane for EG this time around, but now it's Golden Guardians that are pressuring the tower. 4v4, actually 4v3 as Svenskeren is going to roam back in.
Hauntzer looking to pressure the base as well. You know, he's all the way up here. If too many people respond, we can see EG continue to pressure, get pressured rather in that mid lane, but with the minions dead, Golden Guardian is going to have to play it safe, going to back off, and just continuing to try to establish more vision here. You can see just how important, you know, mid lane priority has been for these two teams, trying to get the shove, trying to clear out any wards. You know how badly Golden Guardians are really trying to avoid any potential TP flank when, you know, look at all these pinks in this area, right? This is actually to clear out any deep vision from the opposing team to try to stop any potential TP flanks coming through. You know, everything really is about, it feels like, trying to avoid the 5v5, trying to deny vision and control this mid lane.
And not that they really needed to, but of note, Hauntzer has just been sticking in the one lane here in bottom. His TP will be up well before Kumo's is. Bang, though, looks for the flash ulti and does miss. Hook now going to land in onto Zeyzal, who has used the Devour, but this time Hauntzer, again, doesn't have his TP, is willing to stay in bot lane. EG need to find something. They will maybe catch Keith, but the kickback in onto Kumo is going to grab the shutdown, and now it's a 4v4 with Hauntzer in the bot lane.
All they have to do is buy time. They just need to stop EG from getting back to the base, and Hauntzer will take the inhibitor, so they just need to push this up, harass EG on any potential recalls, don't commit to anything. You do not need to fight, so it is going to be the retreating Tahm Kench ultimate trying to get back to the base, but I think it may be too late. He could potentially commit to this. We'll back off and play it safe for now, though.
So shoving down mid. Jizuke going to get follow flashed on Keith, looking for it. No ulti, though. And the GOP will keep him alive. Good shockwave back. The stone plate will keep Keith alive, but only barely, as Hauntzer does finish off the inhib.
Yeah, that is such a big turn of events for Golden Guardians. Being able to get that kick. Again, closer. Really nice kick back onto the Aatrox, and now they're on the Baron. And guess what? There's still the threat of this Fiora on the bottom side. Fiora is on vision, but has teleport. Golden Guardians are going to be able to get this Baron. There's no way that EG can even contest at this point, and Golden Guardians are playing a fantastic game.
Yep, no vision here. They do have a wall, but they'd have to blind TP for the Baron, which doesn't really sound like a very attractive option. No Tahm Kench shot was already used, and with Hauntzer having too much pressure, it is a nice run of objectives for Golden Guardians. Pick into inhibitor, into mid tower, into Baron.
I'm really hoping we're gonna get to see a replay on that missed Sona ultimate. You know, it kind of looked like Bang didn't get the full distance on his flash before the ultimate went off. I'm not positive about that, so I would like to be able to rewatch that one more time. We'll see if we'll get that replay, but you know, Golden Guardians now on the Baron power play here. Lots are going for actually a fairly defensive build. It's actually building towards a Spirit Visage as that third item. That is pretty interesting here. So I think he's feeling like he may have to actually commit to a fight. You know, look for that 5v5 to actually close out the game, and maybe feels they're going to be in a spot to do it. There is a lot of magic damage coming out from the Sona plus the Orianna, so that would make some sense there. But for now, they have pressure on that bottom side. They have the Baron buff, and let's watch this one more time. So did Bang actually get full distance? He is going to actually look for it. We'll just kind of watch, yeah. So he did, but that was actually just pretty far away. You know, was pretty optimistic. Maybe could have tagged someone on the very edge of that, but that does sometimes speak to one of the things that we talked about last year when Mage just kind of came into the bot lane, is that sometimes you saw that players weren't fully comfortable, didn't know those ranges as well as they would on the standard marksman champions, because if they put thousands and thousands of games in on your Caitlyn's and your Xayahs and whatever, how many games does he really have played on Sona? Probably not that many.
certainly not. And certainly his earlier ults did look better, but that was always going to be a very difficult ult to hit for the most experienced of Sona players.
And it's a costly one.
Yeah, and it kind of feels like EG getting desperate when maybe they didn't need to. I mean, now they're behind the Baron, their inhibs are down in bot, they have super minions crashing everywhere. Like, now this looks bad, 5k down, but before that, EG were playing a fairly controlled game, just letting the Sona scale up and answering the map movements nicely, but Golden Guardians just broken to open up that one little misstep.
Yeah, I mean, they were in a pretty good spot, but you could feel that maybe they're a little bit too worried about the Fiora, right? And Fiora taking over this game, but it's going to be engaged on this top side.
Keith again, into Stone Plate he goes, fairly tanky. Good ult there, finds a triple root for FBI. But I think Keith's gone here, yep. Kumo going to get the finish off. Haunter in the meantime playing PvE.
Yeah, I mean, he knocks down that turret. It is going to be that flank here from Zeyzal, but he's by himself.
Got ulted as well by the Rek'Sai.
I don't think you win this.
He's going for it. He wants to kill Spenskeren, gets exhausted. 1v3 goes Haunter. As the rest of your team tries to fend it off, make it a 1v4. Haunter flashes out of there. And Golden Guardian's going to finish up the top in him.
Yeah, when I see Sven ulting in on Haunter, the level 12 Rek'Sai diving on this level 17 Fiora, it's not the fight you want. And when no one came in the belly of Zeyzal there, they just weren't going to have enough damage to actually kill off that Fiora. So well played by Haunter to actually force them back, survive, buy time for another inhibitor take, and another dragon going to be grounded up here by Golden Guardians. They just feel like they are in full control, and it's funny to look at the scoreline. You know, when you talk about this game, it feels like Haunter has had a really big impact, and the Fiora is really kind of dictating, I think, a lot of how EG is playing this game. Haunter's 0-1 and 0, right? You know, it's not like the scoreline is really showing you the impact that it has had, but it's been a lot about this pick, and I think it was an intelligent one. You know, anytime you see these Sona-type comps, these kind of solo lane or really kind of gold-heavy Sona picks, you don't want a 5v5, and I think Golden Guardians have done a great job of finding ways to avoid it and finding ways to take fights on their turn.
Yep, certainly seems like this is a strategy they're comfortable with. As the other side of the 1-4, the 4 have been playing well also.
Yep, very
but, we are going to have to converge in mid lane at this point because there's one more inhib to try and take out. The third Drake also went over. Haunter actually continued his run there and just decided to solo that one.
Yeah, really all Golden Guardians need to do is wait for the supers to actually push in on these other sides, right? And a lot of it is actually just about the super minions coming in on the bottom side, which you can actually see them pinging down into. You know, it's about this, it's about these waves up here, because once those arrive in the base, EG is going to have to send members to clear those out or risk losing what is their last Nexus turret. And once that happens, then the rest of Golden Guardians closes in and takes the triple and hit.
I think EG know that they need to find something sooner rather than later, so they will use that Sona speed to try and force a fight. But again, Golden Guardians know they just have to be patient. Bottom inhib does respawn, but there's still 2 super minions there for them to deal with.
But now they walk in, right? You know, you see Rek'Sai on that bottom. You walk forward, Rek'Sai walks up towards you, you walk back, let the minions do their work. So they are trying to slowly choke them out of this game, but EG is doing a pretty good job of hanging on thus far. You know, they have not lost any damage on this mid lane inhib. The bot lane inhib has respawned, so they're really kind of just staying in it.
And looks like they won't need to rush forward right now. There is Baron to play for in a minute's time, so looks like it's time to recall and reset. Move their vision back around this top half of the map. FBI will take down the Scuttle. Cobra's going to donate it to Closer. That's very polite. Well, no one's going to get it.
Oh, I wonder if they're trying to actually hold on and kill it a little bit later, closer to when the Baron's going to be up. Because I think they may want to have that active. So they were just allowing it to reset. I do believe that may have been intentional. Give her the gold to FBI and really just delay so that it's up for a longer period of time while the Baron is active.
I mean, they're not in a rush, right? The super minion's still streaming into EG's base. Haunter is still a nuisance with his teleport ready in this bottom lane. It's actually stealing the enemy red buff as we speak. So Evil Genius is going to have to find something around this next Baron.
Yeah, but I mean, it's all about the force, and really they don't have a great comp at forcing, right? This is one of the struggles we've seen from a lot of teams in the LCS this split, is when you draft these types of compositions, you're somewhat dependent upon being in a position of control where you're the one forcing at the objective and they have to come to you. When they don't, you either have to do some sort of flank with the Tahm Kench ultimate, or you have to look for a flash Sona ultimate, which puts you in a very vulnerable spot. And Golden Guardians have played very well around that. They have allowed Fiora to get space to do her work on this bottom side, and as a result, they're in great control.
And Haunter now feeling like he can take this 1v1 a little bit more aggressively. PK will bring Bang in as well. So Haunter's actually in a 1v3 again, but he's a little low this time around. Will get shut down, but that is going to mean Baron for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, the whole squad comes back and does take him out. We'll see if they can get there in time. I think there's no chance.
Yeah, all right.
I mean, they're just going to go mid lane. They don't even know, right? You have no vision in that whole area, so trying to go over there blind is really, really risky. So, Golden Guardians trade the top laner. They do get the Baron. Nice trade for them, unless EG can really make something happen. Well, they're +1 members on the map, and they are going to try to really get the most of this. Remember, this is Lichbane Deathcap Sona. Look at the damage on the tower. You are going to be able to shred through this very, very quickly. So the inhib tower is gone. If they can get an inhib here, or perhaps even more, that does mean a lot.
Yeah, they are going to get the inhib. Golden Blue was actually looking for a pick with a flank instead of clearing the waves.
Yeah, and Kumo down to that bot side. They should get that outer tower also. So, you know, EG getting a lot of gold back off of that. They get the kill on Haunter. They do get mid lane turret as well as inhibitor. They get the bot lane tier 1. So it was a good move. You have to be decisive, right? If you actually get into this position where you're in decision paralysis, you will kind of lose on both sides to these types of comps. So we'll see where they're going to go with it next. And, you know, as far as Haunter goes, the Spirit Visage makes a little bit of sense if you want to go for that 5v5. But as far as the pure 1v1, it really doesn't help you much at all versus Kumo, right? You know, like, if you had gone Death Dance or something, your 1v1 is way better. Same thing with Bloodthirster, or even, you know, some sort of Last Whisper type item to complete that. But because he has gone for this, he is going to be weaker in the 1v1 as a result.
A little awkward on timing, though, as Golden Guardians will start
this
again.
Is Soul,
this is the Ocean Soul, Drake. EG are going to have to challenge. The reset was a little awkward. Sven, though, might just go ahead and take it. Does get it. 3 apiece now. I suppose he's got to get up a bang and find the ulti onto one, but closer. Beautiful stopwatch as Keith's found the flank. But I think he's maybe not wanted to flank there. Just going to get CC'd down in the stone plate. He goes to Jizuke, zoning them out with the ball as Keith will flash, but still fall.
This could be game. They could actually run it down mid and look to end this now. They steal away, smite away that Ocean Soul. Svenskeren down 2 levels against the Lee Sin. He's the one who lands the smite, and EG are looking to end this.
Yep, Zazel put the Super Highway straight down mid lane, and EG are at least going to pressure here. 4v4 as Haunter returns. But EG still have it. Gonna look for the shockwave. They're fighting onto FBI. Close looking for the kick. Just gonna shut down onto Jizuke. Closer somehow picks him out of the crowd. Svenskeren low is gonna fall, and Golden Guardians still stay in this game.
Yeah, now it's turning around. They can TP for this. Both the Soul laners have TP. The bot lane are gonna TP as well.
Oh, wait, they're still going. Closer gets shot down. No, EG are going to keep chasing. We've got a base race on our hands.
Oh, EG could actually win this potentially. They still have the Lichbane damage here. This is turning really, really crazy.
There's only one Nexus tower. I don't know where the wave is, though.
Aphelios is going.
Haunter dead. Keith gonna have to buy time. FBI, he's the one that has to win for the team. TP back in. It's going to be canceled. FBI, open Nexus. What a dramatic finish, but Golden Guardians will pick up their first LCS win of 2020.
One of the craziest endings to a game I have seen in a long time. Golden Guardians looked like they might be in a position to lose that game as EG was barreling down mid lane. Then they get a couple kills. They TP to look to end the game themselves, and EG just turn around and try to end the game again. And we're almost able to pull it off. That was the slimmest of margins, but credit to Golden Guardians leaving FBI in their opponent's base. They knew he would have the damage to finish it off solo. They bring back the 1 member. Golden Glue comes back to help defend. Haunter buying some time for the Syndra to get back to base and hold on for their first win of the split here. And what was a really interesting game against EG.
I love how much trading happened, basically, even towards the very end of the game, with the bases almost getting traded. Kind of a complex one. Like a very, you don't play 1-4 like this, especially very often. But I think navigated well by both teams. Golden Guardians just, I think, it practiced it a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that it really is split-seconds decisions, you know, that actually end up deciding the game. This was incredibly close. I don't think EG made the wrong call to try to end the game because, you know, they had been getting peeled apart. There was still the potential of the Soul going over in the next track into their opponents. So they had what they thought would have been, you know, damage to end the game. There was no flashes on most of the carries from Golden Guardians. They were very close to taking down Aphelios, and he survived and healed back up to full almost instantly. And then the game, of course, at that point is then done. But, you know, if they're able to land lethal damage, if they're able to actually take out one of those carries immediately, if FBI died, the game would have been over, right? So it is those really, really small execution errors or really execution success on the side of Golden Guardians that made the difference.
Lots of little things certainly added up, but
Crazy
Golden
game.
Guardians did take the game. For more on the win, though, Rip is standing by with a man from down under with the backdoor. Take it away.
I am indeed joined by FBI. Golden Guardians with the golden defense as they take the victory. Walk me through those few last calls. That seemed so intense, FBI.
It was pretty chaotic. I think we just lost the Dragon Team fight, so everyone's kind of like, oh. But I think we managed to stay calm. Like, it was kind of just quick thinking. Like, me and Grayson just thought about TPing into the base fast. I'm glad it worked out, yeah.
Absolutely amazing. Talk to me a little bit about that bot lane. Sona Tom Kench, one of the coaches actually tweeted, we know exactly what to do against this lane. We play it in your practice. So what was the kind of idea to stop the Sona Tom Kench from your eyes?
I don't think there's anything really you have to do in lane versus Tom Kench. It's kind of just like we're both scaling, but we've had experience playing versus Tom Kench like in previous metas, so it was like it was just like farming, you know. So
Just make sure you don't die.
yeah, just make sure I don't die.
And I want to talk to you a little bit about all the Oceanic players coming over. How awesome has it been to see Ryoma, King, Fudge? Have you been able to hang out with any of these players and kind of show them around?
Yeah, for sure. I'm really close with Ryoma, and I'm really happy he got the win. Played pretty well. And yeah, we're all just like good friends, and hope we will succeed.
Awesome. FBI, thank you. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Congratulations on the win. And we are going to throw it back to the analyst desk to break down that game.
Thank you, Rib, and thank you, FBI. Exciting game there.
Yeah, exciting.
Certainly, a couple of missteps, but a really fun game to watch. Nail biter at the very end, and Golden Guardians pick up win number 1.
Everything from that Ocean Drake onwards was just like, what? This one started with this is after they go for the FBI pickoff, and now that they've left him in the top lane while Hanser recalls, this was actually a really smart decision, knowing that they didn't need to recall everyone to stop this push from the side of EG. Hanser dies, but you see him laughing. He knows as long as Aphelios is still on the other side of the base taking it. The sketchy part was when FBI dropped to like 20% HP and almost died.
Yeah, I think Hanser's job there was correct. It was just to run in and die and buy some time. I think the double TP was pretty sketch, as you saw. Like EG was just about to run it down mid instantly, but luckily they saw Baron buff, so they got one recall and were able to defend. But that was a really, those were a lot of plays that were being like thrown together sporadically. And I thought EG is the team that should be able to do well in those situations because they're like more coherent, like they've been together a bit longer, and they've been in those late game scenarios a few more times.
I think you can see one of their weaknesses though about getting too hyphy, like when they chunked out FBI underneath the double turrets, Jizuke's in there, and then he's dead. And so now you don't have an Orianna to help shield, and you can kind of, I think, slow play that with Sona and Orianna. You have so much shield and shielding that you can kind of just sit in front of their turrets and hopefully chunk them down.
Yeah, so the siege play didn't really work. I do want to focus in on the Sona Tom Kench lane. Specifically, Prala, you were talking to me about your attempts last year, actually, at trying to get Sona Tom Kench to work with your team.
Yeah, so on 100 Thieves, we actually played the Sona Tom Kench, the Sona Taric, because it was such a meta bot lane. And we actually had so much trouble like getting through the early game, and eventually we finally got that, and then we had to figure out mid-game team fights, and it took us so long to figure out how to play it, it started getting out of meta. So seeing Bang start to play it now, it's pretty refreshing, and I'm pretty sure like Zeyzal has a big impact on that, because on C9 I know they played so much Sona Taric because they're always on weak side. So seeing them pull it out again, honestly, I'm not that happy to see Sona back, but I'm happy to see Bang play Sona now.
It's cool to see the development of his skill set on a champion. I hate Sona Tom Kench.
Yeah, not my favorite.
I do like that it's like a cool strategy, but it was one of those things where you saw Svenskeren die in one of those replays. That shouldn't really be happening with Ori TK. It should make Syndra's life really hard, but I think on 3 separate mid lane 4v4 occasions where that should be their strong point. The Fiora is the problem. It should not be these 4v4s. They actually ended up trading 1-for-1 or even lost out on them because someone would get bursted by Syndra. They did save someone once, but that indicated a really poor communication. Maybe he should have gotten more MR just to be a ball delivery system. I'm not exactly sure exactly how they wanted to address that problem, but there's no way you should be dying in those 4v4s.
Yeah, I mean, I will say like the Sona Tom Kench team comps are very special because it's more of countering what the enemy does. So in this one, like they want to survive bursts from Syndra when they fight. So yeah, Rek'Sai going in and dying very quickly is obviously they're not super comfortable. He's too far away from Tom Kench, doesn't understand Sona's healing yet. And same thing with Ori flashing in later. It's like, yeah, they want the fights to be so long. And then on the other side, they want to end like very quickly. They want to disengage and get out. They don't want to have these long fights.
Yeah, and of course, the overall fight sort of plan is a lot of 4v4s, right? Golden Guardians had a plan from the get-go. They saw the blind Aatrox, went FLICKR, and then from that point on, the entire game was, okay, 4 people on one side of the map, 1 person on the other. Hauntzer, never join us, basically ever. We will try to find the kite back. And I know mistakes were made. This was not the cleanest game, but I have to give Golden Guardians credit for the fact that they had a very clear plan, and they stuck to it and played to the comp's outs the entire game.
Yeah, I think like the time that they caught Kumo in mid lane, like they did a really good job of finding people in the grouped up situations and killing them there to stall them out for their split push.
Yeah, I think it sounds really silly, but telling your top lane Fiora, like, do not TP to this fight. This fight might be great. It's awesome. We love it. You stay over there. You stay there and you like it. So them having kind of the discipline to play that out, I think is really good because, yeah, again, sounds really simple on paper, but in the game when you're not joining a fight when your team's winning, it's like kind of counterintuitive to what you've been learning. So.
Right. It's a completely different line of play to like, well, yeah, I mean, this is an expected value positive team fight for us. Like if I show up, we probably get an extra kill, and so that's useful. No. 50 CSD is the win condition.
Yeah, get out
just
of here.
Be up a Triforce, and the game just ends if we're not, hands off keyboard.
I mean, yeah, you saw that in the base, the time where people started having to collapse and TK and multi-man, and then eventually they start winning through the split push by opening up other avenues.
Yeah, that was really good because they so Hauntzer is purposely overextending inside the base while the other 4 are at Baron. They're not in mid lane, they're not like clearing vision, they're literally outside of Baron pit, ready to take it. So Hauntzer's overextending on purpose to like make a mistake, and they're just trying to get him. And yeah, Sona comps aren't the best at stopping split push. They need to fight.
Yep. Well, of course, well done by Golden Guardians. They move up to 1 and 2 with more games to play this week as well. And as we wrap up the LCS matches of the day, let's see how the teams stack up. Cloud9, 3-0, but so is Dignitas. FlyQuest didn't play today, so they are 2-0. Only 3 undefeated teams still, but the other 2 that played, of course, did win today. And now let's check in on how the analysts did on the predictions front.
We can skip today.
Little hit and miss. Shout out Mark Z.
500 still doesn't feel great.
I mean, you're 6-8. I wouldn't call that 500.
I meant
we're tied now.
The day.
Yeah,
on the day. Not the best.
I mean, the EG Golden Guardians one, I'm surprised Golden Guardians took that. The CLG 100 Thieves one felt pretty close to me. Even the Dig TL, like, I was not confident.
But I think most of these games were like, it felt pretty 50-50 up into like 20, 25 minutes, and then one team started to break apart.
Yeah.
No one had like a very dominating game where like, it's like, oh my God, I can't believe this predicted the other way.
Other than C9 IMT, which was, everyone predicted.
Every person should have predicted it that way, and it was indeed correct. So the LCS returns tomorrow with Evil Geniuses and TSM kicking things off right at noon after LCS Countdown. Then Team Liquid faces FlyQuest with 3 more matches before we call it for Sunday. That's all tomorrow. Gonna be some hype stuff. I mean, the fact that Immortals and Golden Guardians now at 1 and 2. I think people had expectations of what were the bottom 4 teams coming into the split. That has very much shaken up with how good FlyQuest look, with how good Dignitas look. Someone's got to kind of fill into that non-playoff spot role, and
CLG.
Yeah, sadly.
I mean, CLG and TSM, 2 of the teams that have kind of fallen down there. But I mean, I personally would love to see the Golden Guardians climb. I'm a fan of them and their players, so that'd be cool to see, go up to 50-50, and that's a pretty good end of the week for them. Now, if you need more league competition, jump over to our Academy channel for Cloud9 Academy versus Immortals Academy. It's going to be hype. Now, that does it here for us for the LCS. Good night from us here. Azale and Pastry will see you on the Academy stream after the break.
Hello and thank you for joining us for the Academy Showcase to round out your Saturday, where Cloud9 Academy and IMT Academy are facing off. Let's take a look at the starting rosters. Selecting blue side, it's Cloud9 Academy. All the way from Oceania in the top lane, it is Fudge. In the jungle, Inori, mid laner, Palafox, King in bot, support is Diamond, and the new coach, actually, it is Rainover.
And over on the red side today, it's going to be Immortals Academy. In the top lane, Alorum. In the jungle, Potluck. Mid laner will be Insanity today, and bot and support going to be Apollo and Gate with Coach Coops.
Now, the Academy Immortal squad, I have to say, pleasantly surprised me with their performance so far, with all its new pickups shining a bit in the start of spring season.
Sorry, I'm just cracking up at the late game pin King from...
Of course.
Because I'm pretty sure he made those for himself.
Yes, 100%.
That is the story that I have heard, and it's a self-proclaimed title. So you gotta love that. But yeah, they've been doing well. Apollo and Alorum have been exceeding expectations. They have really been looking good. You know, Apollo, a guy with so much LCS experience, I think really brings kind of a calm presence to the team. Insanity has really seemed to kind of been benefiting from being, I think, with some of these guys. You know, Apollo, you know, again, working with those veterans, I think really can bring you to that next level. And when you look over at Potluck, it seems like he can be an X factor, but he looked a bit off in his stage loss against Fly Academy, and that's something that, you know, some of these newer players need to kind of get over and really get comfortable playing on stage, which does feel quite different.
But to be honest, neither jungler came into week one looking all that strong. Inori, who has quite a lot of experience on the stage, has not been the superstar jungler that maybe Cloud9 Academy wanted. And to be fair, Cloud9 Academy did have a lot of moving pieces in the top and jungle. Landed on Inori, who was kind of coming back into the scene after showing off at Scouting Grounds and looking pretty good, but he has not been in pro for quite a while. So this is a player that I think is looking to redevelop, kind of bring back form, get that discipline, get that training back in, and ideally be back in the LCS one day.
Yeah, and we'll see if he's going to be able to do it. And I think for some players, you know, and I think Inori may be one of them, it's a bigger adjustment than for others playing in this new season, where especially in pro, you're very frequently quite underleveled compared to the solo laners, right? When I think of Inori's high highs, I think most people do think of the Rengar, right? You know, taking over games, running over, killing all these solo laners by himself. That is not something that is nearly as achievable in Season 10 right now. Now, mind you, that is going to be changing as people are getting an experience buff for the jungle coming in next patch. But, you know, if you are playing that farm-heavy, you know, solo style, taking over a game, you can't really do that anymore. It's much more about spending your time to set up your solo laners for success, your bot lane for success, so that they can carry you through the later stages.
Well, see what happens here in the draft. Elise and Soraka, the bans there from Cloud9. Nice to see Soraka get that attention. Akali and Rumble have been permabanned pretty much since week one, actually, of LCS and Academy. I'll see what the third ban here is for Cloud9. Maybe have a little bit more flexibility here. Look at something like one of the other junglers.
Yeah.
Could take down Senna has been a kind of a popular ban. People generally... Oh, Lucian, of course, the other one.
Yep, yeah, probably going to be one of those, if not both.
Pantheon.
Pantheon taken out. We have seen, you know, 2 to 3 games. Alorum did play Pantheon, so that is more of a target ban there. The Lucian will be taken away. It does mean Set is available, and that's an insta lock there. Interesting if it does go to Fudge, because Fudge has been on Orin duty thus far. He has all 3 Orin games, and, you know, Set is someone, as funny as it sounds, like can kind of play that similar role. You know, it is higher damage, but you are very much playing this kind of frontline role. Yep. It's less about the engage, it's more about the brawling and the skirmishing. That is where he has a lot of his power, and the only problem I have with Set as a first pick is that he is largely reliant on his opponents engaging into him and opting into fights with him. And in those cases, he's incredibly powerful. If your opponents are playing something that is more kite heavy, that is, you know, pulling back and disengaging, Set really can struggle, even with an advantage, to make the most of this gold.
Well, there's Lee Sin and Syndra, but a very quick drafting here for Cloud9. Take Aphelios and Nautilus for bot and support pretty quickly there, so I wonder if Apollo wants to take Senna here, if there's a pick with more priority currently for Immortals in this draft.
I think Senna would be dangerous because you did not actually grab your support alongside it. So if you're going to go into Nautilus here, if you pick Senna, Tom Kitch will get banned out. You know, Braum will get banned out. Some of these defensive picks, maybe Morgana, things like that. So that is why I think, you know, just due to the draft order, they don't actually have the ability to go Senna. So if they wanted to go for it, they would have had to mix things up a little bit, you know, do a different pick order. Instead, they are going to grab Leona. So it is hard engage. Leona, Lee Sin both want to go forward. That speaks to, you know, a successful game plan with the Set, because that is kind of what he's looking to fight into. going to be interested to see what they do decide to actually pair alongside this Leona, because Senna is still available, so there is still the option to go this and kind of hope that through this aggressive play, you are going to be able to kind of keep your Senna safe.
Well, Rek'Sai banned there from Immortals, so Inori going to lose a couple picks with Lee Sin already picked up. That is a smart ban away from Immortals. I do appreciate the Urgot ban away from Alorum, though. If we are assuming Set is top lane, I have no idea what that matchup is supposed to be like, but I think Cloud9 don't want to find out, so they will take it away. Olaf also banned away. That's a common thread whenever Reignover's near a team. Olaf tends to get banned a lot.
I mean, these are a couple of the popular picks here for Inori, too. He has played thus far Olaf, Rek'Sai, and one Xin Zhao, right? So Xin is still going to be available if he wants to go that direction, if he does want to have a physical damage jungler. But there is also things like Gragas available, which is going to be really powerful. So, it's not as though Inori is going to be pinched too heavily. I think they're looking more at what is going to be a strong 1v1 matchup against Potluck on this Lee Sin and trying to look to set up him for success. The Ornn going to be banned out there, as that is something that some players do enjoy in the set, just kind of looking to scale. I am actually a really big fan. Is that top lane Nocturne?
That's Nocturne.
Very interesting.
That's Nocturne solo lane, presumably, right?
Yeah, I think it is actually top lane Nocturne. This is
that's true, because
really
already
interesting.
picked.
Yeah, you already have Syndra, so I don't think you're going to send Syndra top because you'd be too vulnerable. So it is looking like Nocturne top. One of the things, just immediately, I haven't played this matchup. I'm going to be straight up about that, and I don't think very many people will have. Spell Shield feels like a powerful interaction with Set, because with the Spell Shield, it is very telegraphed that Haymaker, so much of the damage from the Set actually comes from that W, the supercharged W. So being able to have the ability to actually, immune that is going to be a really big deal, kind of similar to why Fiora can work as a matchup where you have the parry for that Haymaker. That could be something pretty beneficial for the Nocturne. You also have to think that, oh wow, this is actually really,
wow!
Is this, okay, this is actually Syndra bot.
Yes.
This is Syndra Leona bot. This is Nocturne top and Kled mid. Wow, that is really crazy. There could be some flex around. Kled is actually a great matchup into both the Yasuo as well as the Set. Another reason Kled is great into Set is actually you can use your Joust, the first part of the E, you have 2 activations of it, and then use the second part of that activation to actually joust behind your target, which is always what it will do, and that can be used to avoid that Haymaker. Likewise, on the Yasuo, you do have priority in almost all early all-ins. You can be very aggressive on that Yasuo. Yasuo, kind of has to hold almost your ultimate till you are already dismounted to really have kill threat. If you actually expend your damage, a lot of it is going to get just kind of immune by the dismount there, and that can be very powerful. But this is an incredibly aggressive, run-at-you style of composition for Immortals, and I do worry when you are playing that into a Set who is going to be more than willing to stand and receive that damage, to look to really stand and fight you there. But this is really, really exciting for Immortals, and I got to talk to Coops a little bit the other day, and he promised me a crazy draft, an insane draft.
He had delivered.
And I was like, yeah, come on, bro. Every time a pro tells me this, or a coach tells me this, it's like, it's going to be crazy, bro. Just trust me. And then it's like Orange Sejuani, and you're like,
Victor,
come on.
Okay.
This is crazy. This is a really insane draft.
I love it. We've talked a little bit about Alorum and Insanity being players that have often been willing to move outside the box of the meta champions. They also can play the meta ones as well, but they've often reached into different parts of their champ pool. Insanity has loved global, so TF, Karthus, those were picks that he played a lot of. Alorum plays just about whatever he wants. He's played Urgot already in Academy. He's known for his Wukong. So it is fun to see them actually using that part of their player pool, where they're actually saying, you know what, we can take these aggressive champions like Nocturne, like Kled, and just get them in there.
And both these guys are playing champions now with semi-globals, right? I mentioned that Alorum has actually played 2 games of Pantheon. The Pantheon Ultimate functions somewhat similarly to the Nocturne Ultimate, right? It is something that you can actually use to be able to push the wave and then roam somewhere else and try to use that Ultimate to take someone down. You always, if you're looking at this composition as King and Diamond, you're going to be scared of the 5-man bot, right? Because this could be a situation where Kled and Nocturne are rushing Tiamat, just shoving the waves and looking to just run down to that bottom lane where Leona is going to engage, where Lee Sin's going to be flying in. You have Kled Ultimate and Nocturne Ultimate to engage and really dive heavily onto that back line. So I think we're going to have to see some very safe play from them down there, and kind of as a result, King has taken Cleanse. he knows he's going to have to play this very, very carefully.
There's a lot of engage, actually, in both these comps.
Incredible.
I like that C9A may have changed its entire roster with the exception of Diamond, and still they're teaching them how to play Gragas and Yasuo, which is what Inori and Palafox have here. But this should be a very high-octane game based on the draft, but we'll see what happens in the actual gameplay itself, as King is going to dance his way towards this tri-bush here in bot lane as they'll spread out across the river.
The other thing is, as a jungler, you know, you're playing this Predator Gragas, you know, early kind of encounters with the Lee Sin are generally going to go heavily in the Lee Sin's favor. And if you do have pushing lanes with the Nocturne and the Kled who have very good wave clear, then that can get even more dangerous, where you're just in a situation where all of a sudden the top lane has been pushed in, Lee Sin is invading you, and Nocturne ult is coming through or Kled ult is coming through to actually start these skirmishes in those jungle corridors. And that's something that you really want to be proactive about when you are playing Kled, when you are playing Nocturne in the solo lanes. You know, Kled mid is a very effective pick, but you have to be proactive with it. You don't want to be sitting and farming against the Yasuo. Every time your ultimate is up, you want to be grouping up with people and looking to force plays, because that really is your biggest strength, and that is really where you get the biggest advantages.
Of note, as Insanity's dancing here in mid, is Ignite versus TP in mid lane. Insanity's actually gone for the global summoner and not the more aggressive Ignite.
Yeah, and as a result, you are going to be kind of down on pressure a little bit in that 1v1, right? You are playing more for that map play, which just lends itself even more towards, you know, 5-man bot and making plays around Dragon, you know, and kind of looking for that global play. So we'll see how well he is going to be able to pull this off.
Having a quick check-in on the junglers. Looks like they are starting on the opposite sides of the map. Potluck Blue into Gromp. Gromp, as Kobe mentioned at the top of the day in Countdown, has had some CS some experience already moved into it. So it's important to take. Makes sense that both junglers will start on that side. But don't think we'll see too much action as we check in with top lane. Not a matchup I have much experience with, I'll be honest with you. The newest champion set versus Nocturne solo lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting, right? But you can see the idea behind it. See, there it is. Yep. That's the interaction I immediately thought of in Champ Select and mentioned. You can spell shield that W, and you know, as all the CDR comes through and you're maxing the W actually for Fudge, you're going to have a shorter cooldown, but you're not just going to use this for harassment, because one of the dangers for Set is if you actually use your W just for poke, then you can get all in. You don't have one of your best defensive tools. You also have to be worried about post-level 3, the fact that if you actually get feared up with your grit fully stacked and you can't even get the W off, you're going to lose that shield. So this is a lot of danger here already.
Yeah, just like this, Alorum is just hitting him down, but Fudge is going to stand and fight. He's going to turn back around, stop punching him. Fudge going to force him away.
I mean, that is kind of the power of Set, right? You know, when you get low, every 5% of health that you are missing increases your regen tremendously. So it gets tankier and tankier the lower you get. You know, it's an additional 0.25% health regeneration every 5% of health that's missing. So if you actually are really low on health there, it starts to become ridiculous. Oh, that was actually an important Q. If you hit that Q, that could have been a flash forward.
Good start to the trade there for Insanity using the Joust. As Palafox couldn't quite return Steel Tempest for himself, but as you mentioned, that missing Bear Trap does mean that Yasuo is safe for now. But Potluck, here he comes. It's actually 2v2 right now. Nice and early. That one's going to land. Palafox dashes away, chasing down. Here's Inori. Going to try and save his mid laner. They flash over. Windwall's not good enough, and that's first blood for Insanity. In fact, Inori may be going down as well. They will die. They've got the Kled. They pull him back. The dismount happens, but not enough to finish off the job.
Yeah, not enough to finish off the job, but they just killed off the Ignite mid laner and got flashes there, so you're going to be feeling really good about this. Insanity can base and just TP back. Inori has got to try to push this wave in, see if he can actually interrupt the recall, but here this is one more time. Potluck is actually down a level on Inori, but this is a great joust forward, you know, able to actually connect the Bear Trap on a rope there. Palafox unable to windwall it. Not sure if he didn't have that available. He actually Windwall just using it there. Not sure if it was off cooldown or not, but really an incredible start there for the mid lane.
They're at it again. Fudge, though, I think may have got the upper hand.
Yeah.
Everyone's holding their flash and their breath.
I mean, that's the trouble with Set. Like, he has such incredible base stats that even though Alorum is actually able to spell shield the W, land this spear, it's so hard to actually kill off Set. When he gets low, he gets so damn tanky with Conqueror stacked, with the Haymaker coming out, you know, like, you really do start to kind of beat down your opponent with these trades.
I know you've mentioned this a lot, but Set really is best when people are trying to fight him.
Yeah.
Nocturne can only opt into fights if he wants to try and trade this set at all. And you've kind of seen that Alorum, it looks like things are going well when he starts off the fight. But as soon as it keeps going, Fudge just gets stronger and stronger. At least Alorum can just walk away. Again, Set can't really go back, especially without his ulti.
And that being said, he is rushing the Tiamat as I expected. So I think it's going to be largely about just rushing the push on the wave. It does have to be careful, though.
It's really fun to watch two melee top laners just beat each other up, though. Fear lands there, but bottom lane, they've set the trap. There's the stun combo with the Leona and the Syndra, and Diamond is gone. It's Gates Ignite that picks up the kill. King gonna turn it back around, but can't eat too many Dark Spheres. Oh, gets stunned. I think King may have gone a little too far forward. Gonna try and hold on to his flash, but uses it late and is punished by Gaze.
Yeah, he sat the entire stun with Cleanse available. I'm not sure if that was just, you know, underestimating the damage or forgetting that he had it. Nice.
Showstopper! Alorum may gonna have to use the flash here, but gonna be careful. Gonna juke it out. Does take some damage from the Haymaker, but no kill confirmed for Fudge.
We'll just be able to walk it out. So here this is one more time. It's so much patience on this. I'm not actually sure how they snuck into this brush because there was a ward in the further back one. You know, maybe this is something where they just pushed it in and then backed up and didn't get spotted. Yeah, Cleanse was available this whole time. King with a really nice return trade, but once the cooldowns came back up, Gate goes right back in, lands the full stun. He decides to sit it, then flashes so late, he's already taken pretty much his entire life bar, so King giving away a bit of a rough one there.
Yeah, need to make either decision. I'm dead, don't use my summoners, I need to use them now or I'll die. And I think King, just misjudging the situation, does get punished well by Apollo and Gate.
And now you're in that tough position where you're flashless against a Leona, and Leona should hit 6 before your flash comes back up, and that's always very, very scary. Potluck on this Dragon. Infernal going to be a nice one for them. Mind you, it is a lot weaker than the one individual Dragon was last season. 10% ADAP in Season 9, only 4 for an individual Dragon in Season 10, so giving over those individual Dragons not nearly as big of a deal.
Ocean will be the next one, though. So Cloud or Mountain Salt due for this game, but we'll get there when we get there. IMT, they're still happy to take the first Drake off the board. Rift Herald is going to be spawning in a few minutes, so we're not there just yet. Face Breaker onto Alorum, though. Fudge does not have his ulti back up.
Look down in the bot lane, though. They're looking for a roam here. Cled's probably going to go for bot.
And Ori also roaming up. They might be able to get something happening, but King is going to be the target. No flash, no hope. Potluck going to take him down.
Yeah, that is a great roam, and this mid lane advantage is becoming huge. Heavily ahead in the farm, has priority as a result of that earlier fight, and is able to use that to just group up. Ultimate available, group up with Potluck, charge on down. King was down that summoner from the previous fight, and that's an easy kill to grab for Insanity.
Really nice punish there from Immortals. And unfortunately for C9, do not get the kill on top lane, despite Inori going there for it. But again, over the top we go, and this is just so easy. Just cuts him off completely.
Yeah, no way out whatsoever. Are able to just clean that one up. And that's just really well done. That's what you want to see, the proactivity. Alorum does have his ult available now too. They're actually moving their bot lane top, which usually signifies they want to try to play for the Rift Herald. And we'll see if Alorum is able to push out bot lane and roam up to try to make use of that Nocturne ultimate, because the trades, while they start off well, don't seem to really be going in his favor. So I want to see him getting out on the map and not just chilling and farming against this set.
Yeah, 1v1, not the territorial Alorum. Going to be finding his success on, it feels like. Certainly a level disadvantage, so King and Diamond both down 1 level their respective opponents. Actually double ulti here for Gate Nepal. They might just go for this.
Exactly.
Diamond no flush either.
It's not just 1 level, it's the most important level.
Yeah.
Do you have ultimate or not, right? And as you said, King doesn't have flash. You know, that was always going to be the case. And with Potluck up here, you know, you could look to try to make some sort of a play. They don't know where Gragas is. Once they get eyes on Inori, there's more potential. But Inori now 6 here too. They have the Gragas Yasuo combo, and I think that they're going to have to try to get something out of that to really be able to claw their way back in, as Potluck will get spotted.
Yeah, trying to sneak it, but quickly leaves the area, so expecting the collapse, as Palafox did have priority in the mid lane. Alorum has been left in the bot lane as a result. Fighters did roam up.
Yeah. Yeah, I was worried about a potential all-in fight around that Rift Herald. Potluck right back on it, though. You know, you see Fudge down on that bot side, so Potluck's just going to start this back up. His bot lane is up on the top side, pushing in. They're going to roam over to help. Insanity has mid lane priority. Remember, this is the double Tiamat I talked about in the draft that they're going to be able to look for to have that lane priority to be able to make plays around the objectives. And once again, they're getting that.
Nice from Fudge there to use the Haymaker before he got feared, but again, doesn't seem like either champion is making much ground in the other health bar. And I think Alorum has learned at this point that extending fights against Set isn't very fun. So it's just trying to push the wave out. And again, make use of the other semi-global you mentioned. Get that Nocturne ulti out somewhere else other than his own lane.
Yeah, and thus far he hasn't been able to, but Insanity good to spot Palafox here. This is something they could look for. He's going to be behind him here, and Yasuo could be caught out.
Here we go again. Palafox the target. Good flash over the top we go! And they're going to get the combo going. Insanity though, not that. Oh, now in trouble perhaps. Does avoid the knock-up, I believe, from Nautilus, thanks to dismounting, but he's over the wall. Does not have his flash. Good stun plus slow, but the flash in for it. King with the ulti, able to seal the deal.
Yeah, dismounted with no summoner. That's problematic.
Oh! Scares him away.
He
Flash safeguard. Facebreaker, very nicely done. Kick there from Potluck, and Fudge says, fine. I'll get you next time.
Yeah, I feel like if you're going to blow the kick, you could probably just walk past him and kick him away. I'm not sure if Insanity would have been able to get out if he actually pathed to the right, but he kind of pathed closer to most of that C9 squad. But it is really difficult to escape when you're dismounted without sums. Unless you can kind of hop over a wall to escape, your movement speed is so slow when you're moving away from enemies. You get bonus movement speed toward enemies, but you're just kind of like waddling away very, very slowly. It's a sad state of affairs for Kled without Skarl.
Certainly is. The nice counterplay there from C9, just absorbing the engagement, able to get a kill for themselves on the back end of the play. Drake up in 25 seconds. Potluck already doing his research here, taking down that Scuttle Crab for the speed shrine.
Yeah, and they're setting up a potential dive on this bot side, right? You know, you can see Kled is moving down on the map. You know, was kind of roaming over in that area. They're going to drop the Herald. They're going to look to crack first turret here before plays do fall. And it should be theirs. They have Demolish as well.
They got it.
Yeah, that's an easy first turret. A lot of gold's going to be put in their pockets. Immortals are 4,000 gold ahead. That is actually pretty insane. When you feel like this game has been fairly back and forth. Cloud9 did get the advantage in that last fight, but farm going their way, the tower now going their way, more kills going their way. Immortals really are in a dominating position and kind of have everything they need to look to snowball this.
Yeah, Cloud9 just going to have to keep absorbing some of this pressure, but it's not going to stop. Top lane should be fine. No one's behind Alorum. The Drake over to IMT as the rest will stick on the bottom side of the map. Alorum apparently wants to fight Fudge, and Fudge says again, you want to come into the pit? I'll fight you. Alorum says, no, I don't. I take it back. Oh, he's got an ulti back. Now he's the showstopper again. Fudge continues to fight. Now he's going to chase back in Alorum. This just feels so scary. The fear is down. Fudge forced to use the shield. Alorum can't make it back in.
Yeah, so he didn't have Spell Shield back up when the Haymaker came back up, so he felt like he couldn't actually continue. If you go back in for that and you can't burst him down right away, he's going to regen back up. Alorum, though, may face check here. He's in trouble.
Point and click. Don't even need it. And Ori going to get the dunk. Nice roam there from Cloud9 Academy.
Yeah, going to be able to punish Alorum there. Back and forth fight, very close from Fudge, but Alorum just does not seem to have the lethal damage with this Nocturne. I really do strongly feel he needs to be making map plays, and he hasn't thus far. It has just been sitting in this lane, fighting back and forth with Fudge. Fudge is going to be really happy about that. If you come to the 5v5 stage at 20-25 minutes, and Set is getting pretty tanky, and Set is actually just absorbing these Nocturne ults and these engagements that are coming inevitably from Kled too, he's going to be more useful probably than the Nocturne.
Looks like Triforce also coming up for Fudge as well, so very offensive Set this go round.
Yeah, I think this is by far the best build personally. I think it's much better than Black Cleaver. Attack speed is actually very important to get the most out of your passive. The 1-2 combo.
Oh, that Fudge.
yeah. Which of the many parts? It can make it really, really effective. And because he is a bit of a spell weaver, you get a lot out of the Sheen too. And I really do like the Triforce into Titanic build because you can get very powerful combos, right? You do the 1-2, and then your Q resets that. You're actually utilizing that after the fast punch to circumvent that slow windup of the left, and then you can do that again with the Titanic after your second 1-2 with that Q. So you can actually get 6 hits out very, very quickly like that with that combo, and you're already a devastating turret taker. With Triforce, that becomes even better with the attack speed as well as that.
I like it. Punch Weaver set. As Fudge, good face breaker. Right onto Alorum. Again, just trading some CDs back and forth, but as we've learnt, Spell Shield cooldown a lot longer than the Haymaker cooldown at this stage.
And you don't max it. That's part of the problem too, right? You know, the cooldown is going down and down and down on this W as he picks up more CDR.
I don't know if Cena want to commit. They will go into Potluck. Palafox in range. Gets the ulti down. What a great dunk as Palafox able to take down Potluck. They do lose their tower in the top side.
Yep, they do lose the tower, but going to be happy to take that kill.
Cloud9 starting to fight back on the top side of the map because it did feel like the 1v1 from the top laners was either even or Fud was actually, I think, confident enough to play forward and pressure there as well. It was, you know, this cleared pressure, the 4v4 that Cloud9 Academy was struggling in a little bit with, but after that attempt in the jungle didn't quite go their way. Cloud9 Academy able to move back out now and apply more pressure to these other sections of the map. And it's kind of clawing that gold lead back. It's still about 2,500 up for IMT. They still have those 2 Drakes. They're certainly ahead, but Cloud9 Academy seem to be stabilizing here in the mid game.
Yeah, they really do. You know, I'm liking Cloud9's position more and more as the game does progress. Immortals have lots of ways to close out this game, especially if they grab that 3rd dragon coming up. They're going to be very, very close to Soul with so many opportunities to get it. He's going to be feeling pretty happy about that, but you know, every minute that goes by where there's no Kled ult, where there's no Nocturne ult, the Yasuo is farming, the set is farming, and they are feeling, I think, pretty confident about the potential 5v5 there. The one kind of bringing to that is it will be really tough for King to stay alive, right? You know, if we have Inori and Palafox and Diamond diving forward, well, who is going to protect King, right? So they may have to play it a little bit more slowly because if Nocturne is ulting onto the back line, if Insanity is Kled ulting onto the back line and King dies instantly, the fights become very, very difficult.
I'm also just trying to... Oh, never mind. I figured it out. I was like looking at the top lane CS and checking the goal, and I'm like, oh, Fud is a little bit ahead. I was trying to see if he had his Trinity Force yet, and for some reason, I read the 3 in Alorum's CS as a 7, and I was like, how did that happen? And why is he behind in gold? Thankfully, they're even. Fud will be at Trinity Force fairly soon. Alorum actually already has an Umbral Glaive, which is the blackout part of the Dustblade of Drakthar from last year. So again, kind of emphasizing wanting to move around the map, clear out vision, and get the ulti somewhere else other than the set 1v1. He's actually 2 levels down right now.
Yeah, my guess is he's pretty close to 11. You know, I can't imagine he's that far down. As there he goes, right to 11. So, but still, over a full level down. You know, that is a little bit concerning. The Umbral Glaive is really nice, and not only because it detects the wards, but because it allows you to one-hit them. So, you know, moving around, you know, cutting out as much vision as possible, that's going to be important because it's about to be engaged.
Credited in. There's the stopwatch going, but Alorum is first to the play. Kled ulti also going to mean Inori. She's going to get cut to shreds, but a big ulti out of King is going to maybe turn the fight back around. Fudge is in there. The rest of the team is there, and they're diving in. Set, Yasuo, everybody enjoying the party. Under the tower we go. Palafox keeps chasing him down as Fudge tanks it to the ends of the earth.
Yeah, Mortals really botched that one. The Nocturne ulti was spent on Set. I mean, that is not the target you want. Probably actually the worst target to go for there if you're going to actually spend all of your ultimates engaging into their front line. C9 will absolutely devastate you. Fudge not really in threat of going down there whatsoever. And not only did Immortals really lose that fight, it cost them most of their summoners and their ultimates. So look at this engage one more time. You know, here they go, Inori moving forward. They start off on Inori. The ultimate from Nocturne actually goes straight on the set. Kled goes forward, but it hits the Nautilus. They're not touching King whatsoever. Then Potluck goes in for the kick flash, but the fight is already lost. There's no follow-up there whatsoever. So Potluck expends that cooldown, expends his summoner, but Insanity is out of there, Alorum is out of there, and there was just a very poorly coordinated fight from Immortals with a composition that you have got to be on point with. This is really difficult to execute, and everyone has to be on the same page, immediately onto a carry, immediately burst down a carry. The start of that fight, it was already over.
And credit to Fudge there for the individual contribution. He showstopped a frontliner into a backliner, and then face broke them together. I was looking, I was trying to figure out what happened. I assumed Gragas and Yasuo were involved somehow, but Fudge really ended that fight quickly once he made it into the fight. Well done for Cloud9.
He really did, and you can see that even some of the side lane advantages are going to be completely gone, right? You know, Kled is such a great early game matchup into the Yasuo, but Yasuo is closing in on the IE, and that is going to be kind of no more fun for Kled in that 1v1. When you are falling behind the pace like that, Yasuo really can just start to outscale you in that side lane, and when you hit the 100% crit mark, it gets really, really tough to actually outduel this champion unless you're very far ahead.
But we were at about 4,000 gold ahead at one point. It's gone to 2,500. It's sunk now to about 1,500.
Yeah.
And that's kind of just sitting in the turrets that Cloud9 Academy don't have yet.
Yeah, no, they're going to actually go again here. They're engaging on Nautilus, though.
Oh, he doesn't. I take it back. He's got a self-push time. He's going to try and live. Gets the hook out of there. Leona ulti going to clip him. King No with the return ulti. They go back in, and Ori has that kill. King far forward, gets scattered the wing, and the damage is too much on the front side. Cloud9 Academy not there as it's 3 quick kills for Immortals.
Yeah, that was a huge flank there. Insanity flying in from the side. King just got completely pinched. They needed to continue actually kiting back to their tier 2, but the Kled gets in behind them. King not able to get his flash off, and it looked like it was going to be a great fight for Cloud9 initially, that they were going to be able to actually deflect most of that damage, but Immortals find a really good fight there, and that is the kind of look that they really are going to need to go forward through in this game.
Fudge using his TP there as well. Watcher, again, Diamond not that tanky, so not a bad idea to start this.
Yeah, and it's mostly about the fact that both the solo laners are out in the side lanes. They have vision on them. They know teleport isn't available on set. They know Kled can get here faster. But you can see that Cloud9 started to feel confident in this fight, started to think that they were actually winning it, and they were with the members that were there. But they lost track of the fact that the Kled was coming. If they continued to kite back to their tier 2, they could have actually absorbed and likely survived most of that fight, especially because the flash was there for King. Instead, they get a little bit overconfident. They do get taken out, and they lose the tier 2.
I think King also had both short-range weapons, so kind of had to be far forward, which not ideal.
A runaway.
Still gonna run away. Can agree with that, but instead they go forward. King can see the kill in front of him to snowball the fight, and Insanity says, nope, I'm here first. The Immortals continuing to stay ahead in this game. Drake up in a minute 30. This is one Cloud9 will probably be more interested in taking away.
Yeah, it is worth noting that in a previous replay, that Mountain Dragon third one did go to C9, so they kind of delayed that immediate snowball of the straightforward Dragon soul for Immortals. So they have been pushed back, and it kind of makes this next one even more important, as I do think Immortals is going to be worried about the potential scaling here on the side of C9, as, you know, if you really start to heavily lose control in the side lanes, it can get difficult to actually, you know, make these plays happen without it just being too obvious.
Kind of splitting the map here as well, objective-wise. Cloud9 have taken control of the left-hand side. Palafox also does have Infinity Edge now finished, so he's ready to go as far as the next fight goes.
Yeah, he's going to be very, very strong, but he doesn't have teleport, so he does have to be a little bit wary about, you know, the team collapsing and actually making a play while he is out in that side lane. And it is the extra couple teleports actually for Immortals, right? They have 3 TPs to just the 1, which is actually on cooldown here for Fudge. So for Immortals, it's going to be about playing the map. It's going to be about pushing side lanes and then collapsing and actually forcing plays where they have a number advantage.
They certainly have so much more space to play with as well. It's still, again, 0 turrets for Cloud9, which is not only just what a lot of gold lead is sitting in right now, but just it's so much harder to get to these objectives fairly when you don't have room to push lanes out to force people to go to other places. So Cloud9 Academy kind of forced to just do this, like get themselves brute force onto an objective and take a fight, because they're going to start this Drake. A fight will be happening.
Yeah, and at the very least, they want to get a teleport from Kled, which is coming through, but they're just going to try to rush this. Let's see what happens.
Ooh, they pull off slowly. I guess they're waiting at the Nocturne ulti, but not going to have the trigger pull just yet. Leona ult not bad, but here comes the flank again from Insanity. Onto King they go. Facebreaker is down. Drake gets stolen by Alorum of all people, and the fight does continue. Apollo finds the stun on the back end. That's going to be a kill onto the top side as Fudge and Ori do fall. Now Cloud9 have to keep fighting, but they've got absolutely 0 chance. Immortals going to find the Drake and the ace as Insanity nabs the triple.
Yeah, Insanity came up so big for Immortals in that fight, and they're going to be able to grab the Baron off of this as well. Immortals taking full control here, as again, Cloud9, you know, to miss execution in these fights, going back and forth, they're not able to get the clean engages that they do want. Their Dragon Yasuo combo was spent onto Syndra, the follow-up wasn't there, and Apollo has an early Zonius to actually buy so much of the time there. And once again, it looked like King sat a fully on a stun without actually cleansing and pretty much just died in it. He feels like he's very uncomfortable playing with this summoner.
I mean, Sanity's flank, as you mentioned, also looking pretty good. I mean, Aphelios just doesn't have much mobility, so it's so tough to combat something like this.
But the start of the fight looked great, right? You know, they're actually able to wait out the entire Nocturne ultimate. Then you look for this Inori ult. Great, hits multiple members. The ult is used over on a Syndra. And look at how much time Kled is able to buy. Stopwatch immediately used on King. He does stay very healthy here, but it's able to be a 1v3 kill essentially for Insanity, and then a lot of damage coming out from King. It feels like maybe they can turn it around. Gate flashes forward, does actually land the Q onto King, which again, he sits full, does not cleanse, then flashes afterwards when he's already been hit by Potluck's Q. He gets taken down, and you've just gotta be more on point with those cleanses, and King has not been able to do it at all today.
Yeah, it's been rough for Mortals. Looking good so far. Now 7,000 gold ahead with the Baron freshly taken. So very firmly in the lead as Palafox is finally going to give Cloud9 Academy their first turret of the game. But it is little good news right now as they're starting to lose the rest of their base.
Yeah, and it feels like Immortals have really done everything they need to do. These last couple decisive team fight wins, despite the fact they had one botched engage, around the river, they have been great about forcing fights, about not being dissuaded by the fact they made a mistake here, made a mistake there, and they're in a position to really close out this game. They're one dragon from Seoul, they're massively ahead as far as the gold lead goes, and they have the Baron buff, so they're going to be pressuring these turrets.
Also not quite up to item number 2. He's got a little over 1,000 gold in the bank, so I think he's ready to buy the Infinity Edge. Just has to find some time where he's not getting pushed in by Baron minions.
He does go back and grabs it now. We'll see where he wants to go next as far as the itemization. Maybe want to go a little bit defensive. Normally you would see something like a Hurricane, but there's so much dive, perhaps he could go to a Phantom Dancer if he's a bit more nervous about that. One of the things, though, working for Cloud9 is the Siege, really bad for Immortals. They pretty much have to kill you to actually take your turret. It's a bunch of melee champions and then a Syndra who doesn't actually just want to walk up and start autoing the turret with no flash. So, they're trying to push in multiple lanes, but Cloud9 doing a pretty good job of actually clearing out those waves and trying to delay. We'll see if Immortals finds the opportunity or really wants to try to dive deep here, because it is risky, right? And they can just play for Soul, so we might see them just play a little bit more passively and wait for that.
Yeah, it's a good note actually. Minute 35 till that next Drake is up. And having the Drake stolen by Alorum in a very scrappy fight in the Drake pit means that Immortals also have something they can easily back off to and threaten if the siege doesn't work out exactly how they want. But doing a nice job just splitting mid and bot here. Alorum up the top side can join at any time with his ultimate. That's a more than coverable Nocturne distance at this stage of the game. And the siege is slow, but it is getting somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly just the cannon. The siege cannon
all you need
is getting some done, but
that's the 80 carry.
So,
oh no. Ooh, they get 2-man knockup followed by a 3. No ulti though by Yasuo. They're just going to keep chasing down Alorum there. Ulti out, Moonlight Vigil, but it's getting a little messy. Apollo just not dying fast enough. Fudge in the backline finally, but just can't do anything else as King has built up a lot of boomerangs. But they're gliding back towards the tower. They just don't seem to have the resource, and Immortals just dive straight in there. Diamond gonna be the one to finally fall, as Immortals will end the game as Cloud9 Academy just can't find that final fight.
Yeah, Immortals just too far ahead at this point. They're gonna close this one out with what was such a fun composition to watch. Absolutely cool to see this coming out and to see it be so successful.
Late game King not needed this time around. Under 30 minutes, Immortals and a very cool comp are going to close out their 3rd win of the Academy 2020 season.
And it always feels so good when you can bring out a unique composition like that, unique picks like that, and be able to get the win. Not only do your opponents now have to be kind of nervous about that and potentially throw bans that way, it's another thing, that you're going to be able to kind of get an edge with if the comp suits it.
And I like, I mean, it's funny that I mentioned, hey, Insanity, doesn't usually play these champions. He's more of a global guy. And then immediately, wait, there are 2 globals in these aggressive 80 solo laners. And I think Alorum, just based on the nature of the matchup, Fudge was not leaving him alone in the 1v1. We didn't see as many double ultis, but Insanity's ults felt extremely impactful throughout this game.
Yeah, it really did. And I think Insanity, was key. That big fight around mid lane where he gets the flank, we're seeing him overextended a little bit, and they're able to punish. It looked really damn good for them. And you have to say, despite the fact that one fight went very poorly for them around the river and felt like, hey, maybe this can be a turning point, the fights that they did win were so decisive that they got so much off them, created enormous leads where they're able to just wipe the opponents off the map, get more off of it. It's a kill into a Baron, it's a kill into a tower, it's kills into Dragon. And Immortals really did do a good job of snowballing and not being dissuaded by the fact they had 1 or 2 bad fights.
And again, I think as cool as Kled and Nocturne are, and they certainly are. Apollo on Mages in bot lane, continuing to be a strength for him, apparently. He was known for his Ziggs in the LCS. Looking pretty good on the Cinder as well. But enough from us. Let's send it down to Ovally for an interview with your Immortals top laner.
Thanks, guys. Alorum, congratulations on the win, but I want to talk about you and your task for today because you had to battle Big Boss Set in the top lane, and I'm going to be honest, it didn't look too fun, so you tell me about that experience.
Honestly, I had very little practice on Nocturne, but I played it in solo queue, and I got destroyed. So I tried it again just to see if it would work again here on stage. You know, a little risk, a little reward. But the main reason we did it wasn't for the matchup, I'd say, as much as it was our comp. We have the Kled. We're just diving. We want to get in there as much as we could. So it's Nocturne. I'm shutting off the lights. They can't see. And we're just going to do what we can to fight. That being said, I'm not very confident about Nocturne to set as the matchup itself.
Yeah, well, I like everything that you said you did. And you know what? It worked out for Immortals, a 2-0 weekend for you. I really want to know what allows this team to work so well together and really find those results.
Well, honestly, this is one of the few teams where everybody on the team is just, we're chilling. Like, we can be losing, and we're laughing. We're making jokes, and we can be FF15, and we're just going after the game. We're flaming each other, giving each other a hard time. Like yesterday when Potluck's missing all his smites, first thing I'm thinking of is, how can I make this a meme? How can I make fun of this guy? We're just always at each other's throats in a joking way. And it's honestly, it's a really great relationship. I love this team. I love the boys. Anything for the boys.
Honestly, after listening to you talk, I feel like I should be an Immortals Academy fan now. Who would you really want to hype up on your team right now?
I'm gonna hype up my boy Potluck. He's been AFK from the scene for like a year now. He was doing his little thing coaching on Golden Guardians, and he's coming back and he's playing really well. Like, he's doing a great job, and I think it's surprising to a lot of people because he had such a bad rep from his first couple splits on Golden Guardians. They were 10th place, I think, both times, or maybe 10th and 9th. And so I think he's got a lot to prove, and so he's really playing well, and he's gonna help us get to that top spot.
And I'm sure fans want to see you guys go all the way, but this week, great start to it. You just took down Cloud9. That's one of the strongest teams in Academy. So who's your biggest threat next?
I think no question, a lot of Academy teams have their eyes on Dignitas. They've got the players with the experience. They've got good hands. You know, they're good at pressing their keys on the keyboard. I think everybody would say them. They've just got so many veteran players, and they're a really tough team to beat.
Definitely a tough team, but I think you guys can take them on. Alorum, thank you, and once again, congratulations. That's it for us here on the stage. Back to you guys at the desk.
Oh, Alorum, he's so precious. Every interview with him is like that, by the way.
They got the hands, they can press the keys.
I mean, look, he's not wrong. As we wrap up the day, let's see how the teams stack up. Let's take a look at the standings. Dignitas still up top, as Alorum was alluding to, but Immortals now in second after 3-1. Cloud9 getting kicked to the middle of the pack now at 2-2, with Liquid and CLG still on the hunt for their first few wins.
Yeah, it has been an exciting season thus far, and I do think if there is a way to take down a big favorite, sometimes it is mixing it up, being surprising in draft. And Immortals has shown the ability to do that. So, maybe they can catch Dignitas a little bit off guard with some of these creative picks.
So let's take a look at what games we have coming up tomorrow. We start the day with Team Liquid versus an undefeated FlyQuest, then 100 Thieves face off against Cloud9 in Game 3. At the end of the day, 100 Thieves Academy will take to the stage to face off against Team Liquid.
Yeah, it should be a good one. Really looking forward, I think, to see if TL can start to bounce back. FlyQuest had a great start to the season last week, so a lot of people have their eyes on them, and I think they've got a lot to prove.
Well, if you need more league action, stay tuned for the LEC rebroadcast going live right after the show. Now, for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow from all the LCS. Good night.